something. Hey guys, what's up? Oh Lord, I'm so tired, you guys. I'm exhausted. I could really sleep right now. I am drained. Today was a long day. Started early and it drained me. Oh Lord Jesus. I feel like my twists are getting thicker. I like that. Get in here, you guys, because I'm about to pass out. I'm so tired. Anyway, what's up? I am exhausted. So I apologize for the struggle stream because these lessons should be a lot fancier. Oh, really? Oh, you're brave. Hey, Whitney. These lessons should be a lot fancier, but listen, I'm exhausted. So I'm like, we're going to have to struggle stream this, okay? I woke up early today, like 6 something. I went for a walk with my Maverick. We walked for 3 miles. Then we came home. Hey, Margaret, I took a shower. Then I gave Maverick a bath. And then we both got ready. He went downstairs. I went on the Stairmasters. I was there for an hour. And then I left that and I went to my fitness class. Hey, Bruna, I messaged you. I messaged you on Instagram. I was like, where's Bruna? I hope she's okay. I was like, yeah. Tell me Pisces did not fall in love and go missing. Oh, Lord. I messaged you on Instagram. But I don't think you check your email a lot. Oh, you got your breaks fixed. Oh, I was asleep. I was so tired. Then I went to my fitness class. Came back. And it was heavy. Like the weights were heavy. Okay. The weights are always heavy because I have a preference for lifting heavy. I don't like light weights. I'm paying money for this. It might as well hurt. Came home. Well, I went to TJ Maxx. I went to Marshall's because I've now become obsessed with these. Oh yeah, I did. I think my my Lena the Money Girl. I was like, Bruna, are you okay? Your food page. Watch me call you Bruna. Yummy. Better go sit down somewhere. Y'all, do you know Bruna is her dog's name? Her real name is Yanni. I was like, what the heck? We've been calling you your dog's name this whole time. Yes. That I went looking for these things because I have a Santa Fog obsession. So I'm collecting these things. Hey, Kev. Well, I think it can help you also, Kevin. I think it can. Then came home, cooked, cleaned, took a shower again. Hey, Mimi. Passed out. So I was like, you know what? So I was watching this video. And I was like, oh, but you're about to learn, Kevin. You're about to learn. I was watching this video. And I was like, well, this kind of applies to the stuff I'm trying to teach y'all now moving forward, okay? I was going to do a video, hopefully tomorrow, but I'll see what my body, I'm so tired, you guys. I could actually sleep right now. I could pass out on this live. I was going to go live yesterday, but I had a visitor, so that's why I couldn't go live, okay? But, yeah. But I'm like, listen, I got to teach these classes, but Lord have the mercy. I could fall asleep right now. But I was watching the video, and I figured that it could be really helpful to a lot of you guys because it's an Italian brand, luxury brand. It's called Emilio Pucci, okay? Now, you know, since I do have my little French background, it's not a new brand for me because, like, it's always been the world of fashion. My mom used to buy that stuff also, but a lot of people are discovering these brands now today, so maybe in the next year or so, they'll discover Escada, who knows, right? But it's making a comeback. So this video, she's going to talk about how they rebranding and how did they also make sure to attract a newer audience, especially how to leverage social media to really have a lot of people interested in the brand, okay? And I feel like, because like I said, Not that I'm saying love should be transactional, but I do believe that we can apply a lot of concepts from the business world, the branding world, the marketing world when it comes to not just the dating life, because hopefully by God's grace, it's not just dating, like at least to marriage, right? But how do you go about branding yourself? Because I think a lot of people say they want a certain thing, but they're not realizing that your brand is saying something completely different. Okay, but I don't know why I'm attracting these kinds of people, because that's your brand. Okay, now a person can go from having, I guess, a dormant brand or a not so good brand to having a great brand. Okay, so hopefully watching this one video is going to help you be like, oh, okay, I can see this, I can see that. Now, maybe tomorrow I'll do the whole coffee girl. There's a young lady who she went on TikTok and she claimed that a gentleman invited her for coffee and she said no to coffee. Then she goes to a restaurant, some kind of fast food place. She spends $25, low budget, high calorie processed food. And I'm like, so you thought you ate? She ate the food, but I'm like, you thought you ate? Okay. I'm like, girl, you're crazy. So hopefully tomorrow I can do that video, because the way a lot of Black girls, Black women are minimizing coffee, it's quite unfortunate, It's quite unfortunate, because most people should know that coffee is actually an art. There's an art to making coffee. There's an art to roasting the beans of coffee, right? There's a lot to it, right? I've seen videos of girls saying, "Oh, she has the right to have standards." I'm like, tell me you've never been nowhere, okay? Tell me you haven't had anybody teach you about the finer things in life, right? Billionaires drink coffee. A lot of wealthy people drink coffee. It's an art. It's artisanal, okay? It's a lot of effort that goes behind making those little drinks, okay? So it's like you have to learn. Gotta be willing to learn. If you don't know, just say you don't know. But don't gaslight people by saying, oh, my standards are high. So let me play the video, okay? Also, make sure you take some notes, okay? Make sure you take notes, because you might need those notes, all right? So let's watch the video. Oh, Lord.
Here in Italy. Pucci summer. Are we Pucciing right? Are we Pucciing wrong? Are we just Pucciing too fucking much? A little bit of a trip down memory lane, but my first introduction to Pucci was actually in Milan back in 2017. I don't think I actually had seen the brand before that. I was in Italy and I took a fashion tour, but before that, I don't think I had actually heard of Emilio Pucci. I don't know about you.
When I was either a junior or senior in high school, we had a New York trip, because I took this class. It was like a fashion marketing class. So, all the girlies signed up for that class. So we had an annual trip. There was always an annual trip to New York City. And we went to FIT. And when you go to FIT also, they had samples of like rare Emilio Pucci fabric as well. So we got to see that. We went to New York City. It's pretty cool. That was like what, 2002, 2003-ish. Okay. The good old days in New York City.
But when I saw all this, like all over my social media feed on pretty much every influencer these past few months, one of my first and probably my main thoughts was, where on earth did this come from? The buzz just hasn't been on social media, by the way. Rental app by rotation have seen a 186% spike in searches for Pucci over the past year. Apparently listings are up 200% from 2024. And meanwhile, over on Depop, Pucci scarves, tops, and dresses have surged 121% month on month since April. And that is for the most part what I want to talk to you and kind of unpack today. Because in my opinion, this wasn't solely an organic trend. In my opinion, an organic trend, especially in these large fashion houses, is rare. I personally think that this was a masterclass in luxury marketing revival. And I really think...
So I like that. I like that you said that. She said this was a luxury master class, okay, in marketing revival. Okay, let me write that down too. Okay, there you go. And I feel like a lot of people definitely need that. They need a luxury masterclass in marketing revival. Okay. That's why I said a lot of people need to go ahead and delete those dating apps, delete whatever, whatever. And, some people might even need to take a break from dating altogether, because what is the point of going out there just to make a horrible first impression, or to not make the impression that you desire to make? Okay. First, you need to rebrand. All right. You need to have a luxury masterclass in a masterclass in luxury marketing. Okay. How are you going to market yourself as a luxury person, as a luxury asset? Okay. Luxury customer service. All right. Good. Let's keep going.
It says something about us as consumers and our relationship with trends. And after I went,
consumers will be the persons, like the stakeholders you're trying to date. So remember last video, I said like you should have like 3 different avatars for your stakeholders. Like one is a lawyer, one's an engineer, one is a doctor, whatever I said. Okay. You would classify those people as like your consumers, AKA your stakeholders. Okay. So the thing is to have an increase. Okay. You want to increase and spike. Okay. You want to spike up demand from those stakeholders. Do y'all get me? Okay. Make sure you tell me you're getting me in the comment section.
Back in time to put together the puzzle pieces of how Pucci pulled this off. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of amazed. Like, it's somewhat genius. By the way, I'm not someone who is like a hater of this. I think if I am aware it's happening, I can somewhat be in control of the types of things that I like, and I feel less like someone else is in control of what I like. I hope that makes sense. Today, we're talking about how LVMH and Pucci's marketing team manufactured this moment, and why influencer culture made it possible, and what this trend actually represents in terms of luxury consumption, and most importantly, I think, what happens when it inevitably dies. Because let's be so for real, it will die. They always do. I think after we go through this today, you'll be kind of shocked at the planning that goes into making a viral moment like this. But also, I hope it makes...
See what you said here? So you have to plan to go viral, okay? So you plan, everything has to be planned out, okay? You have to plan. And there's a part that's coming that's actually really good, but you have to plan. Think about who you want to be. Think about how you want to be seen. Think about where you want to go and how you want to get there. Right? And all of that takes a lot of planning. You have to plan. There's no need, okay, to call or listen to random people on the internet give weird dating advice. Oh my gosh. There's a dating coach who got into a scandal. So she's a high value woman, allegedly high value dating coach. And they just exposed her for being a side chick, okay, messing with a fiance, somebody's fiance, and threatening the fiance that I can give your man a blowjob I want to. What you gonna do about it? I'm like, oh, that doesn't give high class, does it? All right. Okay. Let's keep going.
Makes you question, when the next viral trend is all over our feeds, where it came from, and if you personally want to partake in it. Because I feel the need to say there is, in my opinion, nothing wrong with liking Pucci, by the way, or really any brand or trend for that matter. I just hope this video offers you some help in ways to know what you want to buy, and to always remember to think for yourself. I also want to challenge you and myself to think about how we can be more intentional consumers in a world designed to make us anything but. And before we get into today's video, there are many pockets of the internet in which you can find videos relating to a place in the past few years. And I honestly think if you met me probably like 8 years ago, I would be trying to keep up with this Pucci girl summer. I would probably be trying to buy and style and wear as much Pucci, or at least Pucci inspired pieces, as I could, even though I probably wasn't even having a, Europe Pucci girl summer, because it's literally like winter right now. So I probably would have just been buying all these pieces literally just to make videos. like this. Kind of crazy to think about. So before we talk about how Pucci became the it brand of 2025, I want to chat a little about the history of Pucci because I do find this quite fascinating. So Pucci was founded in the 1940s. The brand became synonymous with jet set glamour in the 60s and 70s.
Okay.
Think Jackie Kennedy, Marilyn Monroe, and Grace Kelly. These were genuinely the most photographed, most admired women in the world, and they were wearing Pucci.
Okay. So also right here, think about your current brand, okay? Because what you wear also matters, you guys. What you wear also matters, how you conduct yourself, what you do, what you eat, what you post on social media. But fashion matters, your image matters. Celebrities spend millions and millions of dollars, not just in the clothes that they wear, but also that they have fashion stylists, they have image consultants, because they want to have the right look so they can attract the right audience and also have the right perception because that's how you make money, okay? So currently think about your brand. Like, what is your current brand? What does it say about you, right? If you were to look at yourself in the dating market, what does your current brand say about you, okay? What does it say? And you should be very honest with yourself, all right? Because you see, Emilio Pucci, their brand off the rip, it was catering to the jet set life, the fancy ladies, the high, high status, high class type of women, okay? These women had money, they had glamour, they were in the magazine, bunch of people, bunch of women wanted to look like these women. So you're also going to have to ask yourself if your current style also is inspirational. But we can't talk about style without also talking about body, okay? Being healthy, and if you have to lose weight, you should lose weight, okay? Y'all keeping up with me? You better be keeping up because I'm doing this for y'all because I'm asleep. I'm exhausted, all right?
And Pucci's story, much like every other, traditional heritage luxury brand, was never really about accessibility or relatability. It was about exclusivity. You wore Pucci because you were somebody. It was a signal of not just wealth, but sophistication and very much social status. And I'd say fast forward to around the late.
So, and I made this video because, a lot of ladies want to talk about, I want to date a high value man. I want to date a man that makes money and this, and that. But it's like you also have to understand your own personal brand has to say or has to give the impression of exclusivity. Okay. So once again, going back to personal image, makeup, aesthetics, clothes, shoes, fragrance, things like that. Do they say exclusivity or do they say mass market? Okay. You think about it, you answer the question. All right. Okay, cool.
2010s, I'm going to say like 2017, when I visited the store in Milan, it was in the middle of June, like in the middle of summer, and it was dead. There was no one there. And I don't necessarily think that would be the case. I think if you were to go into a store now, especially in the middle of summer, the stores would be flooded with influencers.
I went to the Pucci store in Rome to replace my Pucci swimsuit I love, and literally they did not have any swimsuit left. No sizes, nothing. They said they don't have stock left in Rome, not in Milan, nowhere. You guys took Pucci summer to your next level.
I wouldn't.
So 7 years ago, the stores were empty. Today, everything is sold out. So how did they do that? Like, how did they make that happen? How did these people manufacture demand for their print, for their brand, and also not just the actual designer, but the whole lifestyle. Like, I want to be part of this world. Like, I want to be part of those people who wear Pucci because it says this about me. Okay? Hear me right? So it's not like, for example, like we talked about Anifa yesterday, right? Like Anifa, I think she makes pretty dresses, right? But I feel like with Anifa, for example, she has not found a way to sell the lifestyle of Anifa. So it's not just buying pretty dresses made by a Black woman, right? But that lifestyle, like you need to get a lot of upper echelon people to really buy into the lifestyle. So 7 years, I don't know when LVMH bought the brand, but obviously they did it. So what exactly did they do? Okay. So that would be if, let's say you have a young lady right now with lots of potential, but currently DMs, solicitations, inquiries are very, very low. Most people are not interested. Now, how do you transform this young woman into a highly sought after partner. Okay. Do I make sense? Okay. So right now, nobody's interested. Okay. Maybe it takes a year, it takes 2 years, maybe it takes 5 years. What do I know? Right. But then you can transform this person, or this person can transform into being a partner that is highly sought after. What should she do? Okay. What advice we're going to give this person? Okay. So that when she implements the formula, right, she gets increased demand, because that makes life a lot easier. Okay. It's easier to be chased after than to do the chasing. All right. It's easier if if loads of people want to buy from you versus you trying to force your way into getting people to buy from you, because people don't want to be sold to. Right. And when you send out like text messages, emails, coupon codes, whatever, it feels like you're harassing people, like you're spamming people. And that's never a good feeling. When people naturally are running after you to give you their money, that is the best feeling possible, because they want it. They want it. They want it. They want it. But the thing is, you got to create the want inside of people. Right. And I think from what I'm noticing is that a lot of, I'll say ladies, I guess, but a lot of ladies, for example, they feel as though they deserve X, Y, and Z, sure, whatever, but they don't know how to create that want in the person they desire, okay? Because your stakeholder needs to say, this is what I want, okay? These girls are just showing up, mostly like these Black-owned businesses, and saying things like, oh, I make makeup for Black women. Okay, how vague. Or I make clothes for Black women. Okay. All right. Did they tell you they had a problem finding clothes? I don't know. Right? Because I say, even if you're going to say that you make makeup for Black women, you should be a bit more specific, because it's a lot of Black women. So which Black women specifically do you make makeup for, right? Maybe Black women that are fighting acne. I don't know, something a bit more specific. You should niche down, because every Black woman doesn't have an issue finding her color shade, right? Every Black woman does. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Every Black woman doesn't have an issue finding clothes. Right now, there might be a specific niche of Black women that has a specific issue when it comes to foundation or lipstick or skincare or dress sizes and things like that. You got to be a bit more specific. So I feel like if I talk about Black women, because I hear these people a lot more, right? It's like, oh, well, I want a Black man. He needs to make 6 figures. And because she can't get what she wants, she resorts to insulting people. Okay? Bad customer service. If you know what you want, and currently you're not able to get what you want, you do not resort to insulting people. That is never going to make people say, oh, you know what? After you don't cuss me out and use all kinds of racial slurs and emasculate me, now I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to be with you. No. You have to take a step back, humble yourself. Yes, humility. You humble yourself. You take a step back and say, okay, how do I work on my messaging? What is it that I was not really clear about? Okay. Could it be my own image, the way I talk, the way I carry myself, this, and that? Is it really my brand? Currently, does my brand align with a person who makes 6 figures and the lifestyle they live, the things they need, okay? Because when you look at these designer brands, for example, these designer brands as well, they find a way to satisfy what a lot of these influencers are looking for. Status, right? Making it seem like they're able to have something that most people can have, right? Making it seem like they have the better clothes than other people. They are enjoying luxury vacations in Europe and things like that, right? They have a need for status. They have a need for something new. They have a need for something that's hard to find, because that's how they keep their place in a pecking order of influencer hierarchy, right? So you got to think the same way, okay? You have to think the same way. My brand. Currently, what is my brand? In the future, what would I like my brand to be? Okay, because it really, really matters. It truly matters. And like I said, you see how much money, because I don't know how much money LVMH bought, because first you bought the brand. So LVMH spent money to buy Pucci, right? Then LVMH spent money to now rebrand Pucci. So it's not, oh, we bought the brand, it's over. No, that's the start. You acquired the brand. Now you got to spend money to rebrand the brand and to make the brand more appealing to those stakeholders, like major influencers that you're trying to attract, because those influencers are tastemakers. If they like it, if they love it, if they post about it, the other people will wear it. Okay? Makes sense? Some people are tastemakers, some people are followers. So you're not trying to get to the followers, you're first trying to convert the tastemakers. And once the tastemakers become evangelists of the brand, then the followers will just follow, okay? Because they don't have a brand of their own. You understand? So this is why I say, and I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be offensive, so hopefully you don't get offended. But if you're offended, I understand, because some people are really emotionally immature. So hopefully you become more mature. But I will say this. I feel like in the dating scene, the whatever scene, Black women at large do not have a good brand. They do not have a good brand. So the problem is it causes a lot of prejudice. Yes, it causes a lot of demerit points to be taken off any Black girl out there. Oh, you're Black, so automatically you lose point for this, you lose point for that, you lose point for this. Because people are not trying to get to know you. People use prior experiences, they use historical data, and then they judge you accordingly. It sucks, but that's just the way life goes. All right. So a young Black woman dating, you need to also be aware, right, of the negative image or the preconceived notions that a lot of people have of Black women in the dating space, right? And you have to make sure that, first of all, you are aware of what those are, and you make sure that those things are not part of your brand. Okay? They are not part of your brand. You hear me? We have to talk about these things, y'all, because otherwise, pretending that there's not an issue when there's a big issue, I don't know how to fix it, but we have to talk about it, okay? So I will say, for example, being aggressive, over talking people, not letting other people talk, always feeling like you have to cut people, like stop people from talking, not being able to just be quiet and let someone else talk, okay? You can write your own list, right? Make sure that those things are not part of your brand, okay? Make sure they are not part of your brand. Also, emasculating men, insulting men in public spaces, on social media, those things should not be part of your brand, because that gives the stereotypical, predictable brand. And anything predictable is usually quite mediocre. So you don't want to be mediocre. Okay? I will even say obesity. Hey, Diana. What's up, babe? Okay? Even obesity. That should also not be part of your brand. Oh, I don't cook. I don't clean. That should not be part of your brand. Okay? We're good. We're good. Thank you for asking. Okay? That should not be part of your brand. Okay? You have to take this branding stuff extremely seriously. I will also say that when you work on your brand as a person dating, like, you know, trying to date, whatever, right? That you do not go into dating from the paradigm of, I'm a Black woman, as a Black woman. Nope. Okay. As Marlene, as so-and-so, right? The individual. Okay. What is your individual brand? Because you're going to have to separate from the ethnic brand of Black women. Okay. I'm not trying to be offensive, and I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just a realist. Okay. And right now, the ethnic brand of Black women, I really feel like it's a liability. You can be mad, whatever. I don't care. Okay. I feel like it's a liability. So you have to learn not to lean into an ethnic identity, and you have to learn to create your own individual identity. Now, I will say this. If you should also have a list of things that the vast majority of Black women, especially those on social media, those from your age group, are saying, I will never do. Such as, I will never cook for a man. Okay, because she's not going to do it. If you do it, it gives you a competitive advantage, right? Oh, I would never clean. Okay, thank you for letting me know, right? So if she doesn't want to cook and cleaning or being a really well-kept woman should also be part of your brand, because anything they won't do that you do, and you do it with a smile, you do it without complaining, it's part of your lifestyle, it will give you bonus points, right? So I repeat, when you first start off, because you are a Black woman, I don't care what you wear, it doesn't matter. Because honestly, a lot of people wear nice clothes and they have ratchet, low-class behavior. So people are no longer going to say, oh, she's dressed as nice, so I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt of being a refined human being. No. Okay. There are a bunch of Black people in designer and they act a fool, right? So the clothes alone are not going to do it. So when you're Black, you show up Black, automatically you will have the merit points. Okay. And like I said, I was talking to Esther earlier. She's like, oh, Marlene, people always say bad things about Black people. It's so discouraging. And I said, Esther, it could also be motivational. Everything's about perspective. So if I know that I'm stepping into a zone where I'm going to lose points just for showing up Black because they're going to judge me based on what they've seen other Black people do, you could be discouraged or you could be motivated to say, you know what? I'm going to show you that I'm nothing like those other people. I'm my own person. Okay? Everything comes down to perspective. Where some are discouraged, I invite you to be motivated. I inspire you to feel competitive. I inspire you to compete. Because in this life, sometimes for the most part, it's really good to be an underdog. Okay? It's really good sometimes when people don't expect much from you and you just blow their minds. Okay? All right. Be the exception. Okay? Because I don't do the whole crying and feeling sorry for myself and being a whole victim. It is what it is. Most people will have negative expectations because, oh, she's a Black woman. It's not a problem. Okay? Where some Black women will say, I will never smile. You should smile. And you should make sure that that is part of your brain. Your smile should be part of your outfit. Just like these beautiful ladies who are in these fancy first class, crazy airplanes, right? Dubai, Malaysian Airlines. Most first class airlines only hire the most beautiful girls. And they wear the most beautiful red lipstick. Okay. And they have the most beautiful white teeth. And guess what? They smile a lot. Because when you're surrounded with successful people, when you're around successful people, why would you not smile in the first place? Okay. But you got to start smiling now so that when you get to those places, smiling is natural to you. Okay. It's part of your outfit. Do you understand me? Okay. I hope you understand me. Okay. So you have to make sure that you smile. And also when you smile, it lets people know that you're inviting, you're easy to talk to, you don't have your wall up and things like that. Right. So whatever they say they're not going to do, you should make a list of those things reasonably, of course. And then you say, okay, I'm going to do this. 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 And when I do these things, I'm going to do these things with a smile on my face and a positive attitude and a great demeanor. You understand, right? There are a lot of people right now who are crying about this girl, Kayla Nicole. Esther was one of them, okay? Crying about this whole Kayla Nicole, Travis Kelce, and proposing or being engaged to, what's that girl's name? Taylor Swift. But once again, everything comes down to the brand. Okay? Because first and foremost, I don't even know what the issue is. I saw a video earlier today, maybe I'll play it after this one. And I was like, I really do not understand what the issue is with this Kayla Nicole girl and this Travis Kelce person. Okay? See? I do not get this. Like, it's so weird because he is not the first ex she's ever had that has left her to get married. Okay. She was dating Iman Shumpert. She dated Iman. She packed her bags. She moved to New York City because she thought they were going to be forever, I guess. Iman did not marry her. He left her, right, to be with Tiana. Then she tried to dress like Tiana for Halloween. I don't even know who's bullying her. Who's bullying her? You know what I'm saying? So you tell me, I don't know. I don't keep up with this stuff. It's so damn silly. But my thing is, Iman also left her. Iman broke up with her to go marry Tiana Taylor. So why wasn't that a big deal? Right? Why is it that when the white boy marries his own people, even Iman married a Black woman, he Black. Travis Kelce is about to marry a white woman, he's white. Right? So I'm like, she has two celebrity exes, two former athletes. You know what I'm saying? She dated two athletes, big ones too. Okay, Iman, he played with LeBron, right? Or LeBron. So I don't know, but he left. He chose not to marry her. He went and married Tiana, right? I don't know. Are they really bullying her? I don't know. I don't keep up with this stuff. Then it's like Travis Kelce also. He's white. He's about to marry a white person. But I think it's very crazy. I don't know, the way I see it, it's very crazy to be shocked that a white man is going to marry a white woman, right? What are the odds? What were the odds that he was really going to marry a black woman, right? I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. Most men want to marry people from their own culture. Most people want to have children that look like them, right? So I'm like, okay, he's going to marry a white person. He's white. She's white. Now, in terms of brands also, listen, even I would propose to what's her name again? Taylor Swift. She's a billionaire. Who's not going to marry that lady? Okay? Who's not going to marry that lady? Like, she takes your brand to a whole nother level, right? Same thing with Tiana to some extent also. Like, if you have to choose between Kayla Nicole and Tiana Taylor in terms of like who can who can you marry to have a bigger brand, like a bigger celebrity brand, you would have also picked Tiana Taylor. Kayla Nicole, her brand is not that powerful. Her brand is not that big. Yeah, her brand is not that big. She doesn't have a big brand. Like, she has like, what, 300,000 Instagram followers? Like, it's not that deep. So, like, no. I don't get why it's such a big deal. Oh, my gosh. I'm like, it's not a big deal. He's white. He's about to marry a white person, right? He's a football player. She's an entertainer. Make good sense, okay? They get lots of ratings together. He's going to sell lots of jerseys. She's going to sell lots of music. Okay, life goes on, right? But it's like, to me, I feel like she also needs to understand that. It's that if you want to marry them high level, high cachet people, you also got to have a big ass brand. You know what I'm saying? Like, I even feel like that's why even, what's his name, Kanye left Amber Rose for Kim Kardashian, even though she was a sex worker. It's like Kanye always had dreams of like making it big in the fashion industry, right? So if you, what's his name? What's her name again? What's that girl name? Okay, right? But it's like, if you marry into the Kardashian, Kim, 200 million followers. Khloe, 200 million followers. Kylie, 400 million. Like, these sisters collectively have maybe like 1 billion followers, maybe 500 million to 1 billion followers. So if you have plans of having a fashion line, who you gonna marry? You gonna stay with Amber Rose, who don't want to do nothing? And also Amber Rose, not to be offensive, she's very pretty. This Libra, she's pretty, but Libra is not industrious. She doesn't think big. And y'all know Kanye has a problem with people who don't think big. He cussed out Sway. He said, you ain't got the answer. Okay. But Kanye was broke. He spent $50 million on his first designer line. It flopped. So I'm like, he wants to marry a woman that can be an influencer, a real influencer, her sisters, and it's all free marketing. If you know anything about Kanye, Kanye does not like to pay for marketing. Kanye would rather say some crazy stuff about Black people than to pay for marketing. Hey, Ace, Kanye does not like paying for marketing. He's going to come out here and tell you, oh, Harriet Tubman sold Black people to white people in Canada, okay? He's going to wear a shirt that says White Lives Matter. Have you not noticed that this man doesn't like to pay for marketing? He never wants to pay for marketing. So he trolls people. He triggers people. And then he drops a shoe. He drops this. He always does this. I have learned that about Kanye. If Kanye comes outside and says something crazy, yeah, he's about to drop some Yeezys for 700 limited quantity when he knows he has over 200 million people who want to buy these shoes. This Gemini, he's such a capitalist, okay? So he left Amber Rose, right? Yeah, man, and that's why I say to y'all all the time, you got to think about it as like customer service. You got to think about it as your brand. If a man is in the top earners in this world, what are you bringing to the table, right? And all these ladies who get offended by that question, they don't deserve to be there. Even when you apply to Harvard, any Ivy League, and you make it to the final round, they're going to ask you, like, why do you want to come to Harvard? Because you could go anywhere. Why do you want to come to the school? Because they want to make sure that you're not just here because it's Harvard, but you really did your research, right? Oh, I want to go in the school of engineering because Professor so-and-so is there, and he wrote these papers about this, and that, and I would love to also write a senior thesis with that person, right? It's business. Even if you know you want the cachet of Harvard, you got to finesse these people and make it seem like I'm not just coming here because it's Harvard, but I'm coming here because I love the professors here. I have read their papers. I want to be part of this community. I intend on being a powerful alumni. Yeah, and then one day give y'all money, right? This is how you have to talk to people, right? But I've come to realize, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but if you're offended, that's fine. I don't really care, right? That a lot of Black women do not understand how to apply for jobs. And also being somebody's wife hopefully it's for the rest of your life. It might be one of the most important positions, I guess first, and then being a mother, right? That you'll ever have to fulfill in your life. So these are very serious questions. And getting offended versus actually answering the question shows me that you have not thought about this. You just want a fancy wedding. You're looking for someone to trick on you. You want a fancy party, bunch of rings, bunch of dresses, and a crazy ass bridal shower. But you haven't really thought about this because you should be able to answer that. Why would I marry you when I can marry this person? Right? And there's nothing to be offended about. It is a reasonable question because you yourself should have thought about that. Like, yeah, why do I want to marry this guy instead of this guy? You should know. Why are you getting offended? Right? Because you just want a wedding. And that's why today, a lot of people now, especially with the content out here, a lot of people see Black women in the dating space as nothing but gold diggers. Because when it comes time to answer these questions, they can't answer the question. Why can't you answer the question? That's crazy to me. Because I'm like, if you and you claim to be so educated, you claim to have so much money, then you had to have multiple interviews in your life. Right? You have to apply for honor societies. You have to apply for this. You're always applying. I apply for scholarships. I apply for honor societies. Like, you have to answer these questions because listen, people don't have all kinds of money out here. So when you apply for a scholarship, why you versus this person? And you got to make a case for yourself. But once again, and you can be offended, that's fine, because my head hurts, right? A lot of Black women also, the reason why, I'm not trying to be mean, right? But I got to say it. A lot of Black women will not get married. Point blank, period. People have to stop lying to people. A lot of Black women, especially this generation, will not get married. Why? Because they don't really understand that marriage, right? Marriage equates status symbol. Marriage is hard to get. Marriage is it's the pinnacle. Okay? Why you think Beyonce and Divorce and the Jigga Man? Okay? So if you don't see marriage for what it truly is, a status symbol, a pinnacle, a this, and that, cool. It does not apply to you. But the girls who truly see marriage and honor marriage, they're going to answer these damn questions. And they're going to be a student of marriage because it's real work. When a woman gets married, look at the magazine covers, right? Look at the pictures on Instagram. Look at the number of likes compared to anything else she's posted on Instagram. Look at the number of comments. People love marriage. People love love, okay? You can start writing books about marriage. You can start having panels. You can do all kinds of stuff once you are married because you're social proof, okay? You can start having books. You can start telling people what to do, what not to do, right? Because you are married. It is a status symbol. It is a high position. And it only should go to people who are serious about it. So if you're not capable of answering the simple question, why should you be my wife? Why should I marry you? What do you bring to the table? You can't answer that. You can't even say, oh, because I'm going to raise awesome kids. Like, you can't even say that. I'm like, that's crazy to me. That is really crazy to me. So I'm like, Amber Rose, yeah, she looked good, but how exactly was she going to take Kanye to the next level? Right? How was she going to help Kanye pay almost his bankruptcy? Kanye was in debt for $50 million. Amber, all she knows how to do is shake her ass. Like, I can't take you nowhere. That's all she's good for. From where Kanye left her, she's still there today. This lady has not evolved. I will even say she regressed, right? She broke up with Kanye. She was all over the place. Russell Simmons, all kinds of people, baby smashing, what do I know? To then doing a slut walk. I'm like, yeah, you proved this point. You truly and honestly proved this point, right? Kim Kardashian, another Libra. Oh, mind you, they have the same birthday. Do you know that Amber Rose and Kim got the same birthday? They're both born October 21st. Okay? But one is a bit more industrious, and the other one is all she wants to do is shake her ass and embody this stripper culture. When in all honesty, you guys, in all honesty, it is very, very possible that Amber Rose has not even slept with that many people. Okay? It is very possible that Amber Rose has a low body count compared to Kim Kardashian. But the way she carries on versus how Kim carries on, you would think that Amber slept with more people. Then one day you'll find out Amber did not even sleep with that many people. But her image will lead you to believe that she has more bodies than Kim Kardashian. I don't think she does. But she's not industrious. She is not strategic. And she has never been good at protecting and elevating her image. This girl is so beautiful. We wake up one day, she went and put a whole tattoo on her forehead. Why would you destroy such a pretty face? Why would you, what the freak? Like, what's wrong with you, girl? Like, how can you just wake up and destroy such a pretty canvas? What is wrong with this lady? I thought it was a joke. No, she really sat there and told someone to etch her freaking forehead with black ink. And whoever did this to her needs to go to prison. This is crazy. This is really crazy. She said, what if you can, but the man doesn't know why he wants to be a husband outside of having wife and kids? But the problem is, in that situation too, though, like I said, this woman in this situation, she did not properly define her stakeholder, because her stakeholder will know more than being a husband and a father. Like, he will have way more to say. So that's why I said, like, even in doing your brand stuff, you also have to think about your stakeholder. And I'm sure we'll get to that in the video, right? This is the brand, and this is who we're after, right? We have this customer profile. We have this customer profile. We have that customer profile. So when you clearly understand your brand, your customer profile is also going to be very detailed. I just feel like if the woman is ambiguous, the man she attracts also is ambiguous. But I swear, Margaret, when I tell you clarity makes the vision even more, like, the more clarity you have, the more, I won't say narrow, but it's like, yeah, it is narrow, right? The more precise your vision gets, right? The more I can properly convey who I am, describe who I am and what I'm truly after, it just gets rid of a lot of BS. It gets rid of a lot of people who are just professional time wasters, because I can't have this in my life. You get me, right? Yeah. And that's why job descriptions are very, very detailed, right? We expect you to do this, and that. We expect this, like your education, your years of experience, like they're very, very detailed who they're looking for, because they're looking for the right match. And that's why I feel like these dating apps are a waste of time, and all they do is get people in bed with each other. Like, it just leads to hookup culture. Because most people who get on dating apps are getting on dating apps out of desperation. If you are desperate in any business endeavor, right, you will get played because you're desperate and you're not confident. A confident person is not going to be on a dating app. Okay? Well, it's just not going to happen. But we have a lot of people who just don't know how to win. First of all, they don't even know how to position themselves. So they look for shortcuts. Well, I'll just go on a dating app. Do you even know what you're really looking for? No, they swipe, they don't swipe. I'll just wait for someone to match me. Once again, leaving your future up to chance. Or maybe someone's going to match me. Maybe the algorithm's going to match me with somebody. Why? Because you have not intentionally worked on your brand. And you have not intentionally also defined your 3 stakeholders. Because I'm telling you this, I have a list and the man needs to meet all this, it's a waste of time. The list to me is very, very stupid. I think most women should have 3 different kind of guy you're going after. You don't have just one type of man. You at least have 3 different kind of guys you could go for. It could be A, B, or C, right? Because I said the other time, let's say, I want a man that makes $200,000, that's really into family, 1. Okay, most people who make $200,000, one could be an engineer, one could be in finance, the other could be a doctor, right? Cool, all 3 men, right? They just have different professions. Now, the thing about the profession means, how do I cater to a doctor? How would I cater to a finance person? How would I cater to a lawyer person? Whatever. How do I cater to an engineer? Also, their hours matter. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say it's really important to define who your stakeholders are. What do they do for a living? What do they enjoy? What's their schedule? What's this? What's that? What's this? What's that? Because then you have a clearer vision of what you're really going after and how you're going to position yourself and how you're going to give great customer service, right? Because a certain doctor, he might need a partner that can do this, these things because he's really, really busy, right? The man who is the engineer, he might be working 9 to 5 or close to that, like 9 to 6 or something. So his schedule, his life is a certain way. So he might need this, and that, right? But all 3 guys are amazing catches. Now, the thing is, it's not for her to say, oh, I really want the engineer. I will know. We have defined it so well that you don't mind any 3, whether it's A, B, or C. They're all 3 guys are an awesome match. What we want to do is have all 3 seek after you. Okay. So now it's like it turns into this, a competition. Put their bids in. Now, okay. Because it's better for the guys it's better for men to fight to get the girl than for the girl to beg to be chosen. I don't want her to beg to be chosen, but I want her to know how to position herself that people feel like, oh, wow, like this right here is an asset, not a liability. Most women today, when I listen to these dating podcasts or whatever it is, most of these women, they sound like gold diggers and they sound like liabilities. And they also sound like they do not care about marriage. All they want is someone to give them money. All they want is someone to come pay their bills. All they want is all kinds of foolishness, okay? But they're not really interested in partnership. And a person who's also interested in partnership, the first thing you will never, ever, ever do is talk about money, right? Especially the more affluent it gets, the less you talk about money. You get around some really, really rich people and you start talking money, you sound hella cheap, you sound desperate, and they're going to get scared. Oh, so this person's only here for my money, right? So I say a lot of women, they have no idea how to do this. And that's why for a lot of people, it's not going to happen. It's just not. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just not going to happen. Because when are you going to learn all this and actually change? Okay, yeah, right? But you should never talk about money. What you do is you talk about what you offer. But anybody with sense is going to know, oh, damn, this costs money, right? But they see a benefit in it, so therefore they want it, right? You're not going to see Emilio Pucci, LVMH, Dior, oh yeah, this is how much we charge. They don't tell you how much they charge. They tell you how they change your life, how they bring you status, how they make you feel special. Well, don't you want to feel special? Of course I do. Okay, well, just give us your card, right? You don't lead talking about money. It's low-class behavior. Any woman who wants to attract men with money will never say, oh, I need a man that makes $300,000. You have just disqualified yourself. Because now all the guys who make $300,000 will say, well, avoid this lady because all she cares about is money. Because that should never be what you lead with. Okay? You should understand your stakeholders so well that you can talk about what you offer. You can talk about their lifestyle, right? Oh, I would like to do this, and that. Well, the only way she would know something like that is if she took her time to research what a man like that loves to do in his free time, right? Because one thing we should all know, but then again, some people, they've never been nowhere. So what do I know, right? Is that poor people, yes, poor people. It's a lot of poor people on social media pretending to be sophisticated, pretending to come from money. No, you're poor. Okay, you don't have the pedigree. Okay, so poor people are always chasing validation, money, clothes, shoes, bags, always trying to show off and things like that because they poor. They never had anything growing up. Just started making money yesterday. Okay, when it comes to wealthy people chase experiences. They don't talk about how much money they spend. They're like, oh, we went to Aspen for the summer, or we went to someplace, some countryside place in southern Italy or something like that. Like they go places that most people don't think about because they chase experiences. They use their money to actually enjoy life, right? They don't use their money to go places and take pictures of everything like they've never been nowhere. No, why would I take pictures? I'm here all the time. And if I want to see it again, I can just afford to come here again and see it again for myself, right? But wealthy people, they spend their money to experience life. They want to see things that most people can't see. They want to try food that most people can't afford. They want to take trips that most people never heard about. They chase the stuff that most people don't know about. They're the trendsetters. As soon as it becomes mainstream, they back off. They back off because it's no longer special anymore. It is no longer exclusive, which is why a lot of ladies also have to be very mindful with their body count. You sleep with too many people, you have devalued your brand. Okay, and I'm gonna say this too, because given the culture, this obsession with female rappers, sleeping with men, whatever, I sleep with this man for revenge, I slept with his friend, okay, you have just lowered your value, and the value is gonna be so low, you're gonna have to give yourself up for free. And a lot of ladies are doing that too. There are a lot of them are sex workers now too, huh? Right? Exclusivity, it matters. Being exclusive, it matters. And you can think that you can lie about how many people you slept with. But if you ever have sex with this person, trust and believe they will know. They will know because the vagina is going to feel a certain type of way. Okay? If no one has ever told you that, I'm going to tell you that today. Okay? People are willing to pay a premium for things that are rare. People are willing to pay a premium for things that they can say, I'm a few people that have this. We see it with the cars, right? McLaren, they'll make like only 5 McLaren of this model for the entire world, right? We'll see the same thing with like Bugatti. They'll make this particular model only 10 pieces for the entire world, right? It's like, and it makes you go, wow, oh, damn, that's special. Oh my gosh, like, damn, how'd you afford that? He must be rich. Okay? People want exclusivity. People want things that are rare. Okay? And then they feel like they've arrived. They feel like they have achieved something. You know what I'm saying? They really, really do. And this is why, not to be offensive, but a lot of Black women are seriously going to have to rethink their attitude towards weight loss. Okay? Being overweight is not aspirational. Being overweight is not inspirational. Being overweight or being with someone who's overweight is not going to make you feel inclusive, like exclusive, right? People want exclusivity. Right? You will never see, not saying it's impossible, but for the most part, you're not going to see a rich man with an overweight person, an overweight woman in a bikini on a yacht somewhere. Like, it doesn't happen. Okay? It don't go together. Like, it does not fit. It just doesn't fit. All right? So taking your health and fitness seriously, it's real. It is part of the brand. You want, especially in the dating age when you're just dating, you don't have children, all you have is yourself to take care of. I repeat, why are you fat? Why are you fat? Okay? Your legs should be toned. Your arms should be toned. Your belly should be toned. Like your shoulder, like you should be toned. You don't have kids yet. So you should, listen to me. If you have to spend 2 hours in the gym, you should. Okay? What else do you have to do? All right. If you have to spend 3 hours in the gym, you should. What else do you have to do? How badly do you want this? Okay. We're talking about the rest of your life. And what I've come to find also is that a lot of ladies too, they don't take this seriously. You know, I watched a video today, huh? Maybe I'll play it. I watched a video today with Ashley. And Ashley was trying to give these girls advice. I'm like, you're wasting your time. Because you know what I mean? For example, like, let's say I became like a dating coach or like, I wouldn't be a date. I'd be a marriage coach. Because me, it's going to lead to marriage. Okay, I got time for this. I don't like to lose. I'm very competitive. I don't like to lose. I like to study. But I'm like, if I was to ever do something like that, right? For me to take on a client, I would need to see your grades in school. I have to. I would have to see your high school grades. I would have to see your college grades. Because if you didn't even have a 3.5 in high school, I can't mess with you. Because you're not studious. You've never challenged yourself to be at the top of the class. So how exactly are you going to get married? I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm being really, really serious, right? Imagine trying to give advice to a C student. It is not going to work. You are wasting your time. She will not get married. She's not serious enough. Her entire life, she was never serious. If a woman was not serious in high school, if a woman was not serious about her grades in college, how the F you think she's going to sit here and study and apply everything you're telling her? She's not going to do it. She's not, because a lot, even like, sorry, y'all, because even when I listen to Ashley sometimes, it gives like, oh, lose weight for a man, do that for a man. No, I mean, the man, yes, it's nice, right? but you should lose weight for yourself. You should take pride in your weight. Like, you're single, you're young, right? All you have to do is take care of yourself. Why are you fat? Why don't you feel like, yo, I can do more than this, right? What does it take? And now I'm looking for a man. I have to lose weight. What? First and foremost, hey, Kristen, first and foremost, this is the only body you'll ever have for the rest of your life. Let's start there, right? Second of all, these are probably the best years of your life. And the best years of your life, you are choosing to be fat. Like, do you not see how that's just mediocrity? That is just mediocrity. All you have to do is take care of yourself. How hard is that? Why are you fat? Right? So if it takes a man for you to lose weight, okay, then if the man leaves, what? You don't get the way back? I can't trust you. I cannot trust you because you're not somebody who knows how to commit to herself. And that right there, it triggers me. It really, really does trigger me. I'm like, no, I guess like she does her content for money. I guess she's not being serious. But I'm like, for me, if I was doing it for real, and if I was taking on clients, people would have to submit their high school transcript and they would have to submit their college transcript because I'm not just taking your money. And also, I'm not going to just waste my time. Because when you do the whole coaching stuff, you need success stories. Like, people have to work with you and they have to be successful. They have to be successful. It has to work out. And it has to lead to not just a great wedding, but it has to lead to a great marriage. Because imagine 10 years in or 15 years in as a coach, you can have new clients. And, oh, yeah, this girl, I helped her 10 years ago. She's still married. This girl, I helped her 7 years ago. She's still married, right? But, oh, wow, everybody you help is still married to this day? Yes. Because the kind of people I coach, they study. They learn, they apply, they compete. They don't sit here and make excuses, right? They do not, because they know this right here is probably the biggest interview of my life, right? Being a wife, being a mother, probably the biggest job. It is the two biggest professions of your life. So why are you slacking? Why are you slacking? If somebody was to offer you a $300,000 job, I'm sure you will sit up and study as much as you could because that is a lot of money. Okay, now we are talking about your family, right? We are talking about someone you're going to mix with a person and then create children with that person, right? And you're going to be responsible for those children and how successful they become or failures that they become. It's really, really, really serious. It's not a joke. I think a lot of people are looking at this dating marriage thing like it's a joke. Like, oh, it's for pictures, it's for fun, it's for this, or to say, oh, look, I got somebody propose to me or I got married. No, it is very serious. It is probably the most serious thing. It is the most serious thing you will ever do in your life. And by God's grace, you don't get a divorce because divorces they're just so damaging to the woman, the man, the children. It's a mess. It really is a mess. And this is why I really say you have to coach people who have always loved learning. They want to learn. They don't settle. They're not satisfied with, no, give me more. Hey, sunshine, give me more information. Tell me how to fix this. Tell me how to fix that. Like, she wants to learn how to win. She wants to be a winner. And the way she lives, she's already trying to do that. Like, you can kind of see, like, this girl really wants to win. She just needs somebody to coach her. Like, okay, tweak this a bit, tweak this way, look at it this way, change your mindset like this, right? But it's going to work because off the rip, this is someone who's fertile ground. She is fertile, like she wants it, right? There are other people, no. They say they do, but they're not serious. Right? So I'm like, why even waste your time? That's the way I see it, right? That's the way I see it. But I'm like, if you're going to be a coach, you have to take on serious clients. You have to take clients who listen. You got to take clients also who have self-awareness. Like, you're right. I need to do better. Not just for a man, but for myself first. For yourself first. Right? Because God forbid something ever happens, you'll be like, you know what? I got to get back on it. Because you are always someone who initiates progress in your own life. You don't wait for motivation. You don't wait for somebody to trigger you. No, you trigger yourself, okay? You hold yourself accountable, right? And then you're more likely to find success. Like that's just how life goes, right? But there are a lot of people out here who are quite mediocre. And I'm like, so stop telling mediocre people that, oh, if you wear more makeup, if you lose weight. No, she does not have the psychology of a winner. Like, no, it's not going to happen for you. Because if it was, you will be the type to be, whatever you do, it will kind of show that you try to do things well, but you don't care. You've never cared, right? And we have a lot of ladies who want to go into dating, and it's sad because these are the kinds of ladies who just give sex all over the place, and they pretty much have ruined the dating market because they're not competitive. They're lazy. They don't know how to spark a conversation with a man. So they offer sex or a blowjob. Don't even know how to wait. They can't even like contain their sexual urges. She'll have sex on the first date. These kinds of people. Okay? Because we have too many non-intellectual people out here in the dating game. And what they do is they bastardize the process because they're looking for cheap validation. And so they take off their clothes, they start having sex, start getting blowjobs, and next thing you know, everybody is expected to follow suit. And it's like, no, I'm not doing that. Okay. And that's why I said you have to be very mindful of what your brand is and what your brand is not. And that also applies if you want to be a dating coach. You have to have a brand. Everybody and anybody can't just be calling your show and asking for advice. No, because some people are not going to be successful. Some people will never get married. Okay. They will never get married. It's not going to happen. They're going to have children. They'll be pushing strollers and they'll raise those kids by themselves. It's not going to happen. Okay. Hold on. Let me play a video. Hold on. We'll get back to the first video, right? Was it this one? I was watching it earlier. Hold on. It was earlier this morning. So let me see. What did I see? Hold on. I'm like, why are you sitting here lying to people like this? Like, what'd you get out of this? Boom. Okay, right there. Let me show you this video.
Color braid. I like the color. I sent to the title date. Okay, yeah. Can you see me?
Hi, welcome in, team.
I'm with my friend as well to go on holiday.
Okay, how do I pronounce your name?
Temi. It's Temi.
Temi, welcome in, Temi. Do you consent to be on the live and potentially all platforms?
Yes, and I'm with my friend also. We both consent.
What's her name?
Cara.
Hi, Cara. Welcome in. Hey, go ahead. All right, what brings you ladies up?
So, not even to be mean, you guys. I'm not being mean, huh? Not being mean at all. But once again, two young ladies. They're both single. They're both super young. They're in like the best years to be out there dating, and they're both fat. Two best friends that are fat. And nobody says, you know, maybe you and I are not meant to be together. Because what in the world do y'all bring out of each other? You just sit here and eat food all day? So you don't inspire her to lose weight. She doesn't inspire you to lose weight. Then why are y'all here? Right? Why are you guys friends? And the sad part is that when you prolong these unhealthy friendships, right? What they're going to do for you is that they're going to cause you to miss out on the best years of your life. Why is all of you are fat? You're both fat. Right? Once again, and I'm sure, you know, I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. I'm really not, right? But I'm just like, okay, right? And once again, even the fact that you even have families that allow y'all to be fat like that, it just lets me know that you don't come from families that have lots of money. Like your parents have probably never been successful in life. Because if you had successful parents, I don't think successful people, good middle class, like high up middle class and above, would tolerate their daughters being this big, right? So most likely, immigrant family in London, both parents are working a lot. They're working overtime. That was probably your entire life story. So you always have to feed yourself. Your mom probably gave you money. You buy chicken and chips, whatever you bought. You just ate junk food your whole life because both your parents had to work, right? So given that kind of pedigree, can we truly say, oh yeah, this young girl is most likely to be successful getting married? No, she's not. No, she is not. No, she is not. Right? And even her mom, Her mom also, I don't know the lady, and she must be a very nice auntie. What the freak do I know, right? But even the auntie herself, your mom doesn't even love you. She doesn't even care about your dating life because your mom herself will tell you, daughter, at this way, you're not going to get a husband. You wouldn't even have to call Ashley. Your mother would say to you, you're too big, daughter. You're just so big. You have to lose this weight because who's going to marry you at this size? When you look at your peers that are getting married, do they have your size? No, they don't. So what is so special about you that you think you're going to be this big in the world and you're going to have a different outcome, right? If it's not a mental illness, right? Like to be big, like even Gabby Citybay, right? Okay, she's really big and she got married because she's rich. Okay? Because she's rich, all right? Let's be so for real. People can sit here and oh my gosh, what's her name? And her husband. Okay, right? She was able to have a husband because she's famous. Okay? Because she's famous. This is not what usually happens for people her size. Not to be mean, okay? But I'm being honest. This is not usually what happens for people her size, right? So my thing is, if you are her size and you don't have her money, you don't have her fame, you don't have her social media following, right? What leverage do you have? Right? Even Lizzo can find love to some extent, right? Because she's also famous. She has millions of followers. She has Grammys. She has this. So she has other things to make up for the fact that she's in a big body. But a regular person on a regular income with a regular life, you can never make up for your size. You have to lose the weight. You cannot make up for this, right? So you cannot afford to be a regular person, an average person with regular money, regular life, and also be, morbidly obese. You're done. And I even think, to me, when I saw this morning, like, this got to be some kind of trolling situation because, sorry, guys, this has to be some kind of trolling situation because I feel as though before you would call anybody asking for dating advice, you would first and foremost step on the scale, right? And let the scale talk to you. And if you realize that you are 30, 40, 50, 60, 100, 200 pounds overweight, that is the first thing you have to put in order. You're not ready to date. We should not even be talking about dating. You should be calling a nutritionist, right? You should be talking to people, a fitness trainer, a nutritionist. Like, you should be talking to people. Yeah, because Lizzo has a type. Lizzo has a type, right? Lizzo has a type. Lizzo, for me, the way I see it, from what I have seen her post, Lizzo likes those white boys, like them muscular, bald-headed, marine-looking ass white boy. Like, that's her type. Lizzo has a type. But her type doesn't want her. So the black guy that she got with, I feel like she got with that black guy just to say, oh, look, my weight is not a problem. I'm like, of course, because you have money. But is that man your type? He's not her type. He's not her type. So now she's trying to lose weight so she can be more seductive to her type. Right? So it's false confidence. It is nothing but false confidence. Nobody should be this big. I feel like even Lizzo knew. But Lizzo realized that she could have a grift, make a lot of money, and encourage a lot of women to do absolutely nothing about their weight, if not get bigger. A lot of people got bigger listening to Lizzo because she sat here making it seem like it was not a problem. It is a problem. Being morbidly obese is a debilitating problem. It's a crippling problem. I saw this black girl. She had to start working out in a chair because she was too heavy to get up. And I'm like, there is no way this young woman here is over 27, right? There's no way she's older than 27 years old. But she had to get in a wheelchair. She had to sit in a chair. Let me show y'all. She had to sit in a chair to work out. And I'm like, you see? I find it. Hold on. I got it. Give me a second. I'm like, what in the world, right? I said, sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus. Very pretty face. Very, very pretty face, right? You scroll all the way down. Here she is, right? Because she couldn't get up. So, like, her first fitness, like, I guess dance classes, she had to sit down. How old do you think she is? I'm like, why this is insanity? This is the kind of stuff you experience like 80, 90, but not in your early 20s, right? But you let yourself get so big to the point that you are what, mid-20s to early 30s, you can't get up. She can't get up, y'all. I said, Jesus. And your family let you get this big? Your friends let you get this big? That's how you know she's surrounded by frenemies. She is surrounded by frenemies. So you go on her page, and this is like most of her, when she started getting to her fitness, right? She had to sit down. Even this one, she was sitting down, you see? I feel like she got some kind of surgery on her knee because it was hurting. She was a lot bigger here. She lost weight, y'all. She lost weight. But I'm like, it never had to go this far. It never had to go this far. We thank God for Jesus. So now she can move, right? You see, she lost weight now. But she still has lots to go, but now she can move. But I'm like, there's no way that this young lady is anywhere like, I don't think she's in her 30s. Ain't no way she's in her 30s. This lady here is in her late 20s. But in her late 20s, she was confined to a chair for exercise because she could not sustain her own weight. Of course, you're never meant to be this big. Nobody is meant to be this big. But this is what Lizzo was out here telling people. There's nothing wrong with you. Get bigger, get bigger. You'll find a man to love you. Wumpty wump wump. No, you're famous. It's different. Because you're famous, because you have money, there are a lot of men who will swallow their pride and kiss you and do whatever because you have money and they're trying to get famous too. But the average woman is not going to have that kind of luck, right? And the sad part is especially with Black girls, I'm going to say that. You have a lot of Black girls out here who want to compare themselves to celebrities. Oh, well, if she did it, I can do it too. No, you can't. You're not famous, sis. But you and I right here, we are not famous. Right? We are regular people. We are regular Black people. We are not famous. We don't have millions of followers. We're not winning Grammys. We don't have designers dressing us. We don't have brands offering us $1 million per TikTok. We are regular people. So for as much as you would love to relate to her because she's Black, listen, she's not just Black. Okay? She's a celebrity. You are a regular person. So she can go ahead and eat as much as she wants. She can go ahead and be as big as she wants. More power to her. But you cannot listen to these people, even influencers. You cannot listen to these influencers who are telling you there is nothing wrong with your weight and just get bigger and bigger. Look at Carla Toby. Carla Toby, another one, another hypocrite, right? Encouraging all kinds of fatness over here. And now every day you go on her Instagram, she is stabbing herself with Ozempic. Right? So if there's nothing wrong with being fat, now that there's a skinny medication, why are you taking it? Right? Chanel Boateng, another one, was encouraging people to be as big as hell on this damn platform. Right? One that got a gastric sleeve. One day she shows up, she all kind of skinny. Right? Because these women, nobody scams other women like women. Women are some of the biggest scammers I've ever met. The way they will scam other women. So many women today are building their wealth. They're building all their money. They're getting money for these Birkin bags by deceiving, diluting, lying, misleading, and scamming other women. They're worse than men. They are truly worse than men. Because at least in a woman, you should find a safe space where you're being told the truth. Hey, praise, where you're being told something truthful. But no, they will lie to you. Because they're fucking evil. And they don't want any competition. So the fatter you are, the more depressed you are, you're going to stay inside that fucking house. Meanwhile, she's going to be outside with less competition because you allowed yourself to listen to a damn serpent. Okay, an oversized serpent. Giving a python. But what do I know? Okay? No. No and no and no and no. You do not allow yourself to go all kinds of crazy overweight. Especially when you're young and you're single. These are the best years of your life. You have the rest of your life to be big, okay? Why are you in a rush to be big? You have the rest of your life to be big. But right now, you have no reason for being big. You have no reason, okay? You have none. You got to take better care of yourself. So before we talk about dating this, dating that, you need to get on the scale. And have an honest look at your weight and what you have done to your body. Then you got to go downstairs, go into your pantry and be like, you know what? Would you rather eat this junk ass bullshit food, or would you rather have the life you want for yourself? You're going to have to make a choice, because you can't have it all. You cannot have it all. You cannot. Oh my gosh. I am so triggered. Like, imagine that. Oh, I want to date a quality men, but I eat bullshit. Are you sane? You eat McDonald's, you eat all kinds of nasty shit. You're always ordering from DoorDash, but you think you deserve someone that's high value. Your diet is low value. You eat all kinds of bullshit. Your mouth is always open. When are you not eating food? Like, seriously, when are you not eating food? So obviously, you love your junk food more than you love having a quality relationship, right? Because if you did, you would get rid of this crap, okay? So hopefully, some people, like I said, if you're studious, if you're the kind to get the 3.5 and above, you're going to listen to me, right? You're going to listen to me, and you're going to look inside your pantry and get rid of the bullshit. You cannot eat bullshit and think that you're going to have quality men coming to you. Your breath smells like McDonald's, sis. Your pores, when you sweat, when you walk, your natural body odor is giving junk food. How can you attract quality people? Hey, wake up. This stuff gotta make sense, right? Your whole life has to be quality, and it starts with self. You cannot mistreat yourself, abuse yourself, poorly feed yourself, neglect yourself, and think that somehow you're going to attract quality people, quality jobs, quality friends. No, you are not a quality person. You are a junk food eating person. Okay? So until you see yourself as a high level person, you are going to continue to attract the same old bullshit. If your food, your plate of food, does not look like somebody who believes in herself, you are full of shit. Okay? No, they're not being cruel. They're being factual. People judge you when they see, even me, I'm trying to get judged too, but I can say, oh, I just had 3 kids, right? But listen, I'm working on it and I'm going to stick to it, right? I'm so damn tired, right? But my thing is, this is really serious. I have 3 kids. You have 0 kids. Why do you weigh more than me? Why? And God, oh my gosh, like, why on God's green earth do you weigh more than me? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is so freaking crazy. And we have to stop, child. We have to stop with this cultural image of obesity. That's why I say, no, I'm going to lose this weight again. Because I don't want to be part of the problem. Okay, I don't want to be lumped up with the, no, I don't like it. I do not like it. No, I don't like it. Right? But I'm like, this is insanity. So you're not even supposed to be, at this stage, you're not even supposed to be worried about having a date. No, you are supposed to be calling a trainer. You're supposed to be planning your nutrition. You have to leverage all the resources that social media gives you to understand how you're going to fix your diet, including AI. In the age of AI today, too, people, you can get help with recipes and things like that so that you can lose this weight. Change your taste in food. And I'm pretty sure once you change your taste in food, most likely you'll change your taste in men. Right? Because you cannot eat. I don't see how somebody can eat junk food and convince me that they have high taste in men. No. Your man look like your food. Your food look like your man. It's all junk. Right? There you go. That makes more sense. Because you can't turn it on and off, right? It's not a switch. And you are what you are. You are what you eat. And whatever you eat is what you attract. Everything starts in the plate. Everything starts in the plate. Right? Or I will say for some people, your greasy paper bag with your junk food in it. But if you are still putting junk food in your mouth, you're not serious. Get out of my face. So I will also say, if I was to ever be a coach, I need your high school grades. I need your college grade, and I also need to see a picture of your pantry. If I see bullshit in there, you don't qualify for me. Nope. No, I am not the coach for you. Because I'm like, even the marriage coaches, the marriage coach has to have a standard. Just know, anybody can apply to Harvard, but everybody's not going to get in, okay? Anybody can apply to Princeton, but everybody is not going to get in. The bar is high, okay? You want Marlene to be your marriage coach, the bar is going to be high, okay? What's in your pantry? Okay. Next, I would even say, send me 5 pictures of 5 different outfits you wear on a date. If you wear whole clothing, I'm not the one for you. Because I don't know how to attract these kinds of men. I don't attract men who look for hoes. I don't attract men who want to go on dates with women that dress like escorts. That's not my brand, sis. I'm not the one for you. Maybe Shira. Okay. You got to have a brand yourself as a coach. The bar has to be high. Because you see, you don't have to help everybody. You have to help the right people. Even if it's just 5 people, that's fine. Even if you only have 2 customers, if I only have 2 clients a year, alhamdulillah, God has blessed me. Because it's better to have 2 people and have 2 amazing testimonies. Have 2 amazing testimonies. You can say, you know what? My entire formulas, my plan, my this, and that, it actually works. You know, Kendra G, she has a dating app because she just wants a monthly membership so she can just charge people's credit card. That's all she cares about. She just wants your credit card on file, and every first of the month, you get charged. So she can sustain her lifestyle. It's disgusting. Now, when it comes to Ashley, I think she does like private consult. Okay, even that too. Most of her advice is Band-Aid advice. I think in this space, we need to start having coaches that have a high standard. Because if your standard is high, most likely she'll be successful. Because she's not coming here to play. She's coming here to be serious. Like this thing right here, I'm going to have a PhD in this thing before the whole program is over. There you go. Okay? You have to study this stuff because it's the rest of your life. And so it does deserve thesis level, dissertation level kind of effort and kind of work because this is the rest of your life. And by God's grace, you have a beautiful life. By God's grace, you have a beautiful marriage. By God's grace, you have a beautiful home. By God's grace, you have beautiful children. By God's grace, your children will become successful people. Beautiful people, handsome people, successful people, and then you'll have beautiful grandchildren. And they also are going to be amazing people in this world. And that's why you can only take serious people because marriage is serious business. It's not for pictures. It's not, it's way more than that. It's legacy work. Yeah. All she wants to do is charge these ladies, charge them a monthly fee. It's just a membership stuff for her. Her dating app is just a membership hook. Like it's just a membership grift to charge their credit cards once a month. That's all she cares about is the money, right? That's all they care about. I was like, no, you got to be honest with people. I can take you on. I cannot take you on. Now, I'm not saying I'll never take you on, but what I'm saying is you have a lot of work to do. So if you do the prerequisites, come back to me in a year. Okay, if I tell you no, you have to wait a year to come back to me. There's no 3 months. No, it's a whole year. You have to wait the whole cycle because I need serious people. I need some very, very serious people because life is serious. And God forbid you go marry because I give you advice. Then now you suffering or you're being abused in your marriage. They're going to be like, oh, Marlene sent this girl to the gulag and now she's being abused by the husband. Nope. Not my reputation. No. Mm-mm.
So we're just looking for general dating advice, and like we're both from the UK, from London.
Okay, so here she said we're both looking for general dating advice. There you go. You don't qualify for me, right? So you don't even know what you want. A general dating advice. How vague. You're not serious for me. Okay, gotta go. Okay, because you haven't thought about this, right? You haven't thought about this thoroughly. You just feel like, well, everybody's dating, so I'm gonna start dating too. I don't give that kind of advice. Okay? That's not me. What exactly do you want to know? You should know that, right? Because I believe that people should date with purpose. So when you say general dating advice, what does that even mean? Make sure your breath don't stink. There you go. What else? Right? You're not serious. You're not a serious caliber of woman. You have a lot of growing up to do. Yeah, she's not serious. She's not serious. And that's why I tell y'all, some people, it's just not going to happen for them. Some people in this dating game, this whole dating jungle, all they're going to do is stack up bodies because they will have sex. That's all they're going to be good for, sex. Then they're going to be tossed to the streets because there's nothing about these young ladies that give wifey material. And even for that also, I blame your mama. I blame your mother. Whether she's married, she was not married, she's divorced, your mother should have had you prepared for what this life has in store for you. Your mother should have had something to impart on your behind as you grew into age to make you prepared for what dating involved. Your mom had to get you prepared. Why are you here? Because even general dating advice, you should get that from your mother. So where is she? Now, your friend also has a mother, so where is her mom? So both of y'all have two mothers. So there are two matriarchs who are not doing their job. And then when I say bad matriarchy, people won't be mad at me, right? Bad matriarchy. And the reason why so many of these Black girls today are struggling, they are struggling with dating, struggling to get to an engagement, struggling to get to marriage. They have bad matriarchy because the matriarch should have made sure her daughter understood how to go, how to date, how to get engaged, how to get married. Your mother should be the first person to put that in you, not some weirdo on the freaking Instagram, myself included, right? Your mother should have helped you with that. So general dating advice, that should have came from your mom, right? And she would have said, baby girl, you can't, you're too big, right? Number one, also your outfits. If you wear anything and whatever, your ass is showing, your titties are showing, your belly showing, you just show everything. And your mom, once again, is not saying, daughter, if you wear this outfit, they're going to put you in the whole box, right? If you wear this outfit, they're going to put you in the serious girlfriend box, right? Your mom should have looked at your outfit. If your mother allows you to just wear whatever and leave her house, I think she hates your guts. I think she hates your guts. Third, if your mom allows you to get tattoos, your mom allows you to get piercings and all that weird shit, also, she hates your guts. She really hates your guts. Okay? The septum rings, the rings over here, the rings over here, the whatever, the tramp stamp on the chest. If your mom allows all of this in her house, I already know that you don't come from the right pedigree. So most likely, yes, most likely marriage is not going to happen for you. But God is merciful. To every rule, there's an exception. However, a lot of work is going to have to be done because you don't have the right culture. Okay? A lot of people do not have the culture of marriage. A lot of people do not have the culture of partnership. A lot of people don't even have the culture of family. And that's why you are where you are today. Because your family has bad culture. Bad culture. Okay? Bad culture. Because if you came from a great household where your mother also wants marriage for you, she's going to make sure that certain things don't happen. She will tell you about not sleeping with too many men, right? She will tell you about your weight. She will tell you about your education. She will tell you about how you dress. She will also tell you about the time you come back to her house at night. Girl, that's a little too late. She will also tell you about the friends that you have. This girl, I like her. This girl, I don't like her. Because she brings nothing good to you, right? Your mom would tell you that. Because your number one fairy godmother when it comes to marriage should be your mom. And she has to make sure it happens for you. So therefore, she has to put that culture in you, right? But if your own mama did not put that culture in you, it's going to be hard for a stranger to put that in you because your mom, if she means a lot to you, whatever she says or doesn't say holds a lot of weight to you, right? It just holds lots of weight. So if a stranger says, well, you got to change your culture. Well, my mom said, I'm fine. Well, there you go, right? Her mom said she's fine. Her mom said she's fine. So if the matriarch is not doing her job, What you as a random person or as a whatever coach, there's nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do, right? If the mother is a hyena, most likely the daughter is also going to be a hyena. If the mother is low class, most likely the daughter is going to be low class. If the mother never got married, most likely the daughter is not going to get married. If the mother had children out of wedlock, never married, most likely her daughter will also have kids out of wedlock and never married. It is their culture. It is really hard to change culture. And the problem we have today, I feel like a lot of people want to force other people to change their culture. No, it is their culture. And it takes a lot of violence to change someone's culture. So that's why you have to understand you cannot help everybody. You help those people who actually want to be helped. So either they come to you with the culture already, or they come to you with self-awareness about how bad their culture is. Right? Like my mom has bad culture, my aunties have bad culture, my grandma had bad culture, right? And I want to separate myself from the bad culture, right? But most women have this weird thing, like this weird sisterhood where they validate each other's bad choices and they never think, you know what? It could be our culture, right? We have a culture that makes it hard for us to be in partnership with men. We have a culture that makes it really hard for us to coexist with men and coexist peacefully. We have a culture that makes it hard to have successful marriages, right? But if you don't have self-awareness about your culture, how will you prosper, right? I will give you another story in the Bible, okay? Yes, I will give you a story in the Bible, the story of Gideon. When God, you see, the house of Gideon, like Gideon in the Bible, his people are idol worshipers. He knew that. When the Spirit of God came to find Gideon, he was molding the idols for his people to worship. That's what he does, right? He's not a fighter, okay? He molds stuff, right? So when the Spirit of God appeared to him, he's like, oh, if it's really you, let me go make an offering and I come back. If I come back and you're still here, then I know it's you. So he went and made the offering. He came back. He's like, okay, because it's you. Right? But he said, my father's house is a house of idol worshiper. See, even Gideon acknowledged that he had bad culture. You see what I'm saying? Gideon knew he came from a household where people worshiped idols, right? So did Abraham, right? Abraham, the Bible tells you that Abraham is Syrophoenician. His people are idol worshipers. And what does God say to Abraham? If you read your Bible, hopefully you do, okay? If you read your Bible, God said to Abraham, get out from amongst them. You have to leave your people because they have bad culture, right? Bad culture. They're idol worshipers. So he left. I mean, he took his cousin who brought the bad culture. He should have left the cousin there. But he decided to bring Lot or his nephew, whatever Lot is to him, right? Bad culture, right? When Jacob goes into Laban's house, Rachel's dad, Leah and Rachel? Okay, the sisters. Okay, their dad, Laban, the man who cheated Jacob out of 14 years of free labor. Okay, they worship idols. And when they left there, Rachel stole an idol. So her father started chasing after them. He said, oh, you stole my idol. But Rachel had bad culture. But she didn't want to leave her idol, so she stole one of her father's idol, right? But you see, the problem is we have a lot of people today. A lot of women are in denial about how bad their culture is, right? And until you admit that to yourself, nobody can help you. Your dating life will never be successful. You are not going to get married. You don't have the culture of marriage. You have to stop lying to people. It's bigger than weight loss. It's bigger than putting makeup on. It's bigger than outfits. You do not have a culture of marriage. It has to be part of your pedigree. It's a lot easier to do things when that's how you grew up. If you grew up seeing that stuff, it's natural to you. If you grew up seeing people go to college, it's an obvious choice to go to college. It's not a big deal, right? But if you're surrounded by people who never even finished high school, you have to see how going to college can give somebody a panic attack because they've never seen somebody do it, right? compared to a person who's from a whole family where everybody has college degrees, everybody has graduate degrees. Oh, okay, it's not a big deal because everybody has done that, right? A person that comes from a family where a lot of people are married and they've been married for a very long time, it's the next obvious thing. So there are things that there are things that they naturally understand because they've always grown up seeing a lot of marriages. Right? They see people fight, disagree, agree, come back together. They get it. Like, it's family. So it's not a big deal. But imagine someone who has a long line of matriarchs. Nobody got married. Everybody has kids by themselves. Mama did, grandma, great grandma. What are the odds that, oh, yeah, she's going to get married? She's not. She's going to be just like her mom, just like her aunts, just like her grandma, just like her great grandma. It is their family. It is their culture. They don't get married. That is their culture. I'm going to take you back to the Bible again. When Jesus sent the apostles into these places, he said, you have to speak to the house because every house has a spirit, right? It could be an angel. It could be a dark energy. What do I know, right? But every house has a spirit. So he said to the apostle, speak to the house. Not the people of the house, but speak to the house. Because there's either an angel or there's a principality, there's a demon that reigns supreme over that house. So speak to it. If the house is of God, the people in there, you can knock. They'll let you in. Right? They don't have to know you. But they'll know God himself sent people to my house. I have to take care of them. Right? But then you'll have some houses, the house is presided by a demon. They will never be nice to you because that house belongs to a demon. Okay? Culture is very real. Culture is really real. And culture, to some extent, predicates what people will achieve and what they will not achieve. Okay? So, God is merciful, man. God, I can do all things with Christ. So, it is what it is. But, first and foremost, a person has to admit, do I have good culture or do I have bad culture? Right? And if you have bad culture, you got to own that. We have a bad culture. My family and I have bad culture. The woman in my family, we have bad culture. There you go. Got to start there. Because if you can't even admit that to yourself, it's not going to work. And no one can fix you. And I believe in ties. I believe in soul ties. I believe in family ties. I believe in curses. I believe in a whole lot of things. Right? But one thing for me now that's really solidified in my head is culture. Culture is a real thing. And I feel like too many times people truly, truly underestimate the role that culture plays in whether someone can have a successful relationship or not. Right? If there is a culture where every time it gets hard, people leave, most likely when it gets hard, you're going to leave because that is your culture. Right? If there is a culture where when it gets hard, people fight to make it work, most likely you'll fight and you'll make it work because that is your culture. Some people have cultures of quitting, right? Some people have cultures of perseverance. Only you know what culture you have, okay? Some people have culture of excellence. Some people have culture of losers. It's their culture. They give up, they complain, they quit, they blame other people, they never take accountability. Hey, Mark, that is their culture. And you can't change that. No coach can change that because no matter how many things you say to try to get them to see it the right way, they're going to go back to their family. And guess what? Because they love their family, because that's their community. That's where they belong. That's where they feel accepted. They're going to double down. Oh, don't listen to her. She crazy. Oh, don't listen. So guess what? It's more natural to do what you've always done, right? It's very, very unnatural to do what you haven't done. Because people trust what they know, even if what they know is damaging, right? There's a reason why gang violence doesn't stop. It's not that people don't know it's bad. They know it's bad. You really think that people who are involved in gang violence don't know that it's bad to be in a gang? You don't know. They don't know that you're going to die. They don't know that you're going to go to prison. They know it very well. Many of them have lost too many people. More people than they care to count. And yet they're doing it because it's their culture. Everybody Everybody does it. The whole family does it. The entire neighborhood does it. This is how they live. This is how they look at the world. They don't know how to not be in a gang. It is their culture. Right? And even if you take one, you take him somewhere else, he's going to look for another gang out there because he only knows how to function as part of a gang. Does not know how to function as an individual. Doesn't know how to do it. Right? And that's the sad part about the human brain, is that once it's wired to do something, that's all it wants to do, even if it's damaging. It's sad. And it's like, it takes, and I'm like, the person really has to want to change. But most people, when they've done something for so long, it's second nature to keep doing it, even if it's bad. Right? Even if it's bad, they're going to keep doing it. And all you're trying to do, you're trying to force someone to change their culture when it's not natural for them to do or follow this new culture, right? They're more likely to do it if somebody in their family says, listen to her, she has the keys. Go ahead and do it. Because we all have survivor syndrome, right? So it's like, what do I look like being the one that has successful marriage and all my family don't have marriage? You know, that might weigh on your conscience. So you know what? Because I don't want to feel like an outsider, I'm just going to also fuck up my dating life. There you go. So that way everybody blends in. It's sad, huh? But that's what the human brain does. That's what it does. Just like you have a lot of black kids, especially here, you have lots of black children who are really smart. But if you are too smart as a black person, you will be ostracized. So what a lot of black children will do is dumb themselves down to fit in. Because you are more likely to be embraced as a black person if you're an idiot. If you're a clown, you're a buffoon, you're reckless, you're a crash out, you're a YN, because the bar is very low. The culture bar is very low. So the more low frequency you are, you don't challenge other people, you don't make others comfortable, you fit in. Nobody fits in better in the black community than an idiot, right? So the more idiotic you are, the more likely you are to fit in. Just like today, by far, by large, right? You know, the bar is in hell. By far and by large, if you're a black woman today and you want to be accepted by most black women, you have to be overweight because then you don't trigger them, right? Exactly. There you go. Fear might be the smart way, right? But it's not my way. Oh, well, you see? Because you could say, I don't want to do this to you. I'm like, you think all these kids don't know how bad it is to be in a gang? They do. And they know they might die. And they're probably really scared. But do you see how belonging to a tribe, like how much it matters to people? That people are willing to hurt themselves just so they can belong? Right? And that's why sometimes you even have to ask yourself, like, is it worth trying to belong? I mean, because it's hard. Me, I'm an Aquarius, so I don't mind being my own person. It doesn't bother me, right? But for a lot of people, yeah, for a lot of people, for example, right? For a lot of people, right? They want to belong. They care more about belonging than being their own person. And you'll see a lot. Most black people are afraid to be themselves. They have to be part of blackness. And they will pay whatever price it is to be blackity black, even though it's so detrimental, right? There are a bunch of black girls out here. I'm telling you, there are a bunch of black girls out here who are super sweet. They're super sweet. Truly and honestly, they're really sweet. Truthfully and honestly, they have never really had negative experiences with black men. They haven't had those experiences, right? You have a bunch of black girls who are really sweet, never had these negative experiences, and also they have really sweet fathers. But they know if they want to be a black woman, they have to be negative. They have to start complaining. They have to start bashing. They have to start even things that have never happened to them. They take on that persona, right? The strong black girl when she's never been strong. She's always on her day, right? But you'll see she'll get in character because that's what's required to be accepted by the sisterhood. And the shit she says, she's never experienced it. But when the other black girls hear her say that, oh, yeah, she hates black men, she can sit with us. Oh, she's overweight, she can sit with us. Oh, she don't want to lose weight, she can sit with us, right? Because in order to be accepted by black people, you have to be the bar is low. The standards are low. Okay. So sometimes you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? Being accepted by Black people, is it worth it? Right? Being accepted by Black women, is it worth it? Because what am I going to be required? Because it's no different. Black people, it's no different than joining a fraternity. And when you pledge, you have to know what the hell you're pledging into. And you got to ask yourself, is this worth it? Am I willing to stop being an individual? Am I willing to stop thinking for myself, asking questions, doing critical thinking, right? Or do I just want to be part of groupthink? You know what I'm saying? I would strongly advise that you don't, but I also understand how it really matters to people to identify as blackity black, even though it's usually very, very toxic. Very toxic. And it leads to really, really bad results. It leads to bad outcome, but people don't want to give that up. You know, it doesn't matter, Patrick, because even at a certain age, you will see people in their 40s, Patrick, they're still thinking like they're 15. Because they're not even grasping how we are getting older. We're not getting younger. You'll have a woman who's 45 and she's thinking like a 25-year-old. She's not even aware that, yo, I'm 40. Like, listen, I'm not 25 anymore. They don't understand that because that's also culture. Culture is real. It is very real, right? And we think with advice, positive toxicity, hashtags, whatever, that somehow we can just empower people. You cannot empower anybody until you address culture. And if you try to dismantle their culture, they will beat your ass. They have to do it themselves. The individual has to say, this is my culture. I like this part of my culture, but I'm willing to give this part of my culture because I would like to have this type of outcome. They have to do that. You can't force anybody to do that, right? Trump, I mean, I think maybe it helps, you know. He can bring the National Guards. He can, you know, sweep as many people as he wants to and lock them up. The crime bill also did that, but the culture remained. Because you can't legislate culture. You can punish culture, but you can't force culture to change. Because the people who are practicing the culture have to realize this culture is not serving us. But as long as they feel that they're somehow being serviced by this culture, they will continue to do it. They'll find other ways to be criminals. Because that's how they come together, through criminal activity. That's how they feel a bond, by doing bad things together. Just like I even feel like some women, they have a bond when they're able to fail in relationships, right? Like, oh, let's cry together. Let's bash men together, right? I think some women also, maybe somewhere subconsciously, do want to raise children by themselves so they can say, oh my gosh, look at me. A man left me. A man abandoned me. But then if you actually take the time and you study her relationship with this man, you will realize that she did the bare minimum in that relationship. So it's not like she really wanted him to stay. She wanted him to leave. But of course, to herself, to the world, she'll say, oh, he abandoned me. He abandoned me. But if you study how she conducted herself in that relationship, you will quickly realize she didn't care whether he stayed or he left. But she'll perform on TikTok. Oh, he left. He abandoned me with the kids. Girl, bye. Girl, please. Right? It's the culture. Because it creates a sense of togetherness, collective pain, collective angst, collective scapegoat. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Right? They like that shit. It's the culture. You know what I'm saying? It is the culture. And if people themselves do not dismantle bad culture, no amount of coaching, no amount of legislation is going to fix it. Because as long as they think they are being served by that culture, they will fight to preserve the culture. Right? And that's that. That's why I say you can only work with people who really want to change. Like, it's either in their pedigree to be apex predators, right? Or these are people who are saying, you know what, I would love to be an apex predator and I am willing to sacrifice for that. Like Jesus said, if your arm is going to be a reason for your downfall, cut it off, okay? If your leg It's going to be a downfall for you to go, just go dive into sin. It's better to cut your legs off. That's what Christ was saying. If your culture is going to stop you from having the destiny that God has in store for you, you have a mandate to destroy that culture, to burn that culture, to have nothing to do with that culture. So help you God. That's why I feel as though it's a lot better to embrace the culture of being a child of God, being a Christian, versus identifying as Black, because it's very toxic, right? If you see yourself as a child of God, if you see yourself as a real Christian, not a Black Christian, because the Bible never mentions complexion, it never mentions, it doesn't do that. Okay, so it's like, I don't know. You are a child of God or you're not. Okay? Because if you see yourself as a child of God, you're more likely to have self-awareness. You are more likely to have humility. You are more likely to be patient with yourself and patient with others. Therefore, these are the kinds of attributes, these are the kinds of attitudes that are more likely to make you suitable for partnership. You know what I mean? You're kinder, you're patient, you're wiser, you are humble. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I need to apologize. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's me, right? And these are personality traits that are more suitable for partnership, right? Ethnic identity, bad business. Really bad business. Identifying as a child of God is a lot easier. If a woman sees herself as a child of God, if you say to her, the Bible says a wife has to submit to her husband, she's not going to panic because she already submits to God. She submits to the commandments of the Bible. She lives every day trying to be even more pleasing unto God. So there's nothing extra she'll have to do because she's already doing it, right? When you tell someone who identifies with ethnic identity that, you have to be a submissive wife, no, because in the culture, a woman is not submissive. She's rebellious. She's rebellious, right? She's not submissive. She fights. She argues. She's disruptive. She's chaotic. She's crazy. That's the culture. That is the ethnic identity of the woman in the culture, right? Because she sees herself like that, so therefore she'll act like that. But if she's a woman of God, she's a child of God, she will herself will be like, this is not okay, right? Because when you're a Christian, when you're a child of God, you realize like you never stop learning. The Holy Spirit will never stop correcting your behavior. The Holy Spirit will never stop correcting your mindset. So you realize, I don't know it all to be this arrogant. I don't know it all to be this braggadocious. I don't know it all to lack humility, right? There you go. So therefore, you have to choose. Am I going to be blackety black, or am I going to be a child of God? And you'll see that those cultures are opposites of each other, right? Those cultures are not the same. They don't share anything in common, right? The culture of a child of God values marriage. It sees children as sacred. The culture over here, abortion is the way to go. Abort, abort, abort. Murder, murder, murder. Okay? So a choice has to be made. But I repeat, culture is everything. Culture is everything. Right? Culture is everything. And people think that the only thing they have to do is, I got to stop dating black men and go date white men. You're going to bring your culture over there. Right? You're going to bring your culture over there. You're going to bring your culture over there. Because culture is not something you can just switch off. You think, now it's a white man, so now I'm going to change my culture. It doesn't happen like that. Right? Because wherever you are with the black man, when you date the white man, you'll act the same way. You might fake the fun for a week or so, but eventually your nature will come back to the top. And you will be yourself. You will act according to your culture, right? It's okay to be honest, right? And that's why most of these interracial, whatever this is, it never ends well. Because the culture always comes back to charge. It never fails. And you and this man do not have the same culture. White people definitely do not handle conflict the way black people handle conflict. We don't have, it's not the same culture. Right? So it doesn't matter who you date. If you don't tackle what is wrong with your own culture, your family's culture, your community culture, whatever, it doesn't matter where race, ethnic group you go to, you're going to bring your culture over there. And it's not going, if it didn't even work for your own people, how going to work over there? Right? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It was 50-50. It doesn't matter. They don't have the same culture. Right? Culture matters. It really does matter. I've been listening to a whole lot of videos, right? I've listened to a lot of videos, and I'm like, and I have started to realize that this culture stuff, right? Yeah, because it's the culture. The culture does not celebrate highly intelligent young Black boys. The culture celebrates knucklehead culture, which is why I personally feel, you already know, but this is why I feel like DDG, right, to some extent, had to create this persona of a YN, right? Because if DDG had came on YouTube as this Black kid who went to high school and graduated valedictorian, I don't think he would have been taken seriously. It wouldn't have happened because the culture is toxic, right? But if you have made up your mind that you want to cater to Black people, you're going to have to embrace toxicity. Now, is this your life all the time, or is this just a persona? And I feel like for Daryl, DDG is a persona, and that dude is a YN. Like, he has YN tendencies, right? So therefore, you have Daryl, who's like the businessman, 27 years old, $11 million net worth, you know what I'm saying? Moved his entire family. That's not YN behavior. That is Daryl, right? Like, that right there is where you see this valedictorian child shining, right? However, when it comes to what he does on social media, that's DDG. That's the YN thing. He's a rapper, got a baby mama, got a baby, no marriage, right? Because that is what you have to do. Like, I'm not trying to be offensive, but if it is, whatever. But the thing is, sometimes you sit back and you think about the price you have to pay, physically, emotionally, with your soul, spiritually, right? The price you have to pay to be embraced by mainstream Black culture. I think, honestly, the price is too high. It's too high. Okay? Because you're not looking at a culture that values people who are whole and wholesome. You have to self-destruct. Now, some people are good in the sense that they have a persona that self-destructs, and then they have a private citizen part that they keep to themselves. Like, nobody knows about that person, right? Cool. But then you have some people, they become so consumed by the persona, there is no saving them, right? Okay? There's no saving them, right? Being this guy. I feel like Lil Nas X, he just dived right in. Oh, I want everybody to love me. The culture has to adore me. And he didn't realize that you got to separate yourself from your private life has to be separate from your persona. Because yes, if you want to have a mainstream Black audience, you're going to have to do a whole lot of buffoonery because the bar is very low. Black people celebrate mediocrity. They love mediocrity. They love failure. They love to quit. I mean, it is what it is, right? So, okay, they love knucklehead shit, fighting stuff, whatever. So you can kind of sell that, but I say your private person has to be so different than that because it's just business, right? And I feel like Daryl, for example, has done a better job separating Daryl from DDG. So Daryl's private, DDG is for the content. Whereas like Lil Nas X, what he gives to the world is Lil Nas X. Who he is in private is also Lil Nas X. So now we're seeing him naked, getting arrested. Allegedly, he took down his underwear and he lunged at the police officers, which is why he was arrested, because he attacked the police officers naked, right? But I'm like, this is the culture, right? But listen, it's no different. This right here, to me, it is no different than a child that is being molested by a parent, and the child still has love for that parent. You know, there are a lot of people who've been molested who love their parent. Like, I saw a video recently, the father was molesting his daughter, molesting her, giving her Plan B, all kinds of stuff. Both, the oldest one and the youngest one. But the youngest one, even though she was being abused by her dad, She had so much love for him because they had to go live with their mom. She wrote a letter, Daddy, I miss you. You know, you're a good person, right? So you see, sometimes your family is abusive, your family is violating you, destroying you, but because sometimes they give you love or you think it's love, but it's toxic, right? You're not willing to let go. Okay. A lot of people are here now. Like they know it's toxic. They might not even know how toxic it really is, but it's like, that's my family. That's where I get my identity from. That is where I get my sense of self from. That is where I get my ethnic pride from. So they're not willing to let that go. It's their choice. They're adults, right? But those people have to understand, because you've made that choice to be so locked in with this culture, there are certain things in your life that will never work out for you. Okay? Because that culture is not conducive to certain things. Anything wholesome and healthy, especially anything mandated by God, it just won't be your portion. Right? A choice has to be made. It's part of being an adult, right? But a lot of people will rather go for what they know than to trust God for a better future. That's also a choice they have to make. And I always tell y'all this, people have the right to damage. People have the right to ruin their lives. You know, I believe in reincarnation. I really do. And I feel like every life path, every journey, right? A person is born to learn something. So maybe this time they'll learn this so that in the next lifetime, they'll know not to do it. And that it's better to be your own person. It's better to be an individual. It's better to be, you want to be in charge of designing your culture. And hopefully by God's grace, you will decide to design a culture of success. Even if it means that you have to separate or break away from your family. The same way Abraham had to, the same way Gideon had to, right? You are going, if you want God's greatness, you're going to have to break away from your culture because it's not a good culture. It's just not a good culture. Yeah, but that's also the culture, right? That is the culture. And so I'll also say it's a lot better to see yourself as a child of God, right? I'm like, to me, that is the best culture you can have, right? It is the best culture you can have. It's the best culture you can have, right? It's the best culture you can have, seeing yourself as a child of God. Because if you embrace the culture of a child of God, you are more likely to have success that comes with no regrets, no remorse, no anxiety, no stress, no this, no that, because the Bible doesn't lie. God doesn't lie. And everything God tells us to do is actually for our own good. So we should actually listen to him, right? But that also is a thing of culture. Even with a lot of immigrants also, right? You can have a lot of people immigrate to first world countries, sure, no problem, right? But it's really hard to separate an immigrant from his or her culture as well. You understand? So that people can work and things like that, but they're going to do things as if they were still back home, especially if they're adults. Now, for the children, it's a bit different because kids, if they go to school, you can kind of mold their culture so that they can assimilate better and integrate better, because through school, you can help to integrate children into their new country now, right? But for most adults, it is really hard. There is a truck driver from India who killed all those people. Culture, there you go. People drive a certain way in India, so he thought he could drive the same way in Florida. Then he killed people, okay? It is really hard to separate a lot of people from their culture. So if back home they have bad culture, they will bring their bad culture here, right? And that's why many people get arrested, because they come here with bad culture. A lot of the cultures are really against the law. You can't do this in America, right? Like, oh, really? There you go, right? Because it's the culture. It's culture, right? It really does matter. Culture matters. Hold on, let me finish playing this video.
And we both dated black men.
Okay, but what's general? There's so many questions you can ask. So what specifically around dating do you need help with?
So I'll definitely say like how to date as like a young person looking for something more serious. And like when I feel like guys tend to try to date older, guys tend to wait until they're older to actually date seriously.
So when they approach you, you're saying they don't want anything serious?
Yeah, sometimes they can play around a bit.
Okay, so the last guy who approached you, what happened with that?
So I guess I think it's also me as well sometimes, because I feel like I need to like improve my life a bit, like my job, like make myself look better and feel more better. So normally I'll just be into things like a lot of stuff like that.
And are you doing that, to me? Are you working on yourself? Since you know this is what you need to do, are you doing it?
Yeah, for sure.
What does that look like? What are you doing on a daily basis to improve yourself?
So I've been working out consistently this year, and
Okay.
like doing job applications and like taking courses and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. What did you do today? Give me one thing you did today.
Oh, well, I'm in Paris on holiday today, so I didn't do anything.
Okay.
But outside of my holidays, and I normally do the gym like 3-4 times a week, and I do Muay Thai as well, kickboxing.
Okay, but
Okay, so she is saying that because she's in Paris, she cannot work out. Yes, you can. There are no people don't have cars in Paris, so people walk all over the place. My thing is, you can walk. You can walk to Paris. No, nothing is stopping you from walking in Paris. You can exercise. You don't have to have a gym. But my thing is, if you want something bad enough, you will make it happen. Right? You don't have to have access to a gym to work out. Right? You have a phone, just like the same phone you took to call Ashley. You can pop some YouTube videos and put on Fit with Joe. What's it called? Yeah, Joe, right? Fit with Joe, right? You can do a home workout. There are a bunch of home workouts on YouTube. Or like I said, you could also walk in Paris. Like you can walk throughout Paris. You can walk for 3 miles, discover new places, you know what I'm saying? And maybe get you some good breakfast. I don't know. Right. But my thing is, if you really want something bad enough, you will make it happen. So obviously it doesn't really matter to you that you have men that are not serious approaching you, right? Because if I want to have a high caliber of men approaching me and I keep getting the kind of men I don't want, and I said, well, maybe it's me. Okay, so that's some kind of self-awareness, right? And if I said I really don't want this ever again, I will make sure it never happens again, right? So if you realize that what you are attracting is related to your current weight and how you present yourself, you're not going to play about your weight, right? But if you are not willing to lose the weight, that tells us that you're not serious. You don't really care about the kind of man that'll cost you. You're fine with it. You haven't gotten to the point where you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? So therefore you are okay with it. But there are a bunch of people who are in Paris who don't have access to gyms and things like that. And they find ways to get an exercise in without having to go to the gym. You don't want to exercise. There are a bunch of people who go on holiday and they wake up early to get 30 minutes, 45 minutes to an hour of exercise. Then they can enjoy the rest of their vacation. It's all about priorities, right? But if you cannot prioritize your health, if you cannot prioritize your weight loss, then we know you are not serious about attracting higher quality men. You're not serious, right? You want someone to tell you hocus pocus, that's it. Tomorrow, wake up tomorrow at 3 p.m. and you'll find all these high quality men. I feel like sometimes when they call this lady, it's like they're looking for hocus pocus. They're looking for a shortcut. Nothing in life worth having, including quality friends, quality education, quality relationship, is going to come easy. If you're not willing to work hard, if you're not willing to sacrifice, if you're not willing to be inconvenienced, if you are not willing to manage your time better for the things you claim that you want, you do not want those things bad enough. You don't want those things bad enough. Okay? Me, I have 3 kids. I have a baby now too, right? And I find a way to exercise even though I have to take care of Maverick. Sometimes I go to the gym at 4:30. Sometimes I go at 9. I just whatever works for my schedule, I try to do it so I can make it happen. Yeah, they really want hocus pocus. And I'm like, a lot of these young women, they have the mindset of scammers. How do I furnish the least amount of effort? How do I put in the least amount of work? And I'm going to reap this crazy man, handsome man with all this money, all this potential. It does not work like this. And I think the problem is the language, because we tell people you deserve. No, in this life, you're going to have what you earn. So if you only put 5 cents in the machine, you might get maybe 10 cents out of it. Exactly. That's it. It's not that hard. It's about priorities. Hey, I'm in Paris. I'm like, you can walk. And Paris is quite, I mean, besides the dog poop stuff, but I'm like, most of Paris is quite pretty, right? So it's a good walk, but you can walk, right? You can walk. So I'm on vacation. Okay. They have sidewalks in Paris. It's a first world country. You can walk. The streets are not unsafe. You're not in vacation in Mogadishu where you have to fear for your life. Okay. It's not Albania. Okay. It is Paris. It's a city full of tourists. You can walk. You can walk. You can walk for miles, but you don't want it, right? You don't want it. You are comfortable where you are. So therefore, you are comfortable with the kind of men that are approaching you. Do not waste my time. She's like, oh, I've been working out the entire year. It doesn't show. Unless you eat like crazy. But if you've been working out consistently for an entire year, baby girl, you're not going to look like this, okay? Your face will not look like this. Whatever you hide, whatever you eat in the dark will show in your face, all right? So you can't exercise consistently for a whole year and still be big. That is not possible. Unless you eat like crazy. But I don't know how that, I mean, it's probably possible too, but what do I know? But I just feel like if you exercise consistently for a year, you're going to be way smaller than this. So no, I don't believe this. Not like, yeah, they love scammers. Oh, wait until I play the other one, Kevin. Wait until I play the other one. No, I'm serious. Like, you're not serious, right? Most weight issues come from thyroid issues, hormonal imbalances, insulin resistance. Some people can exercise and be fat. You'll be, no, not really. She doesn't. Why would she have thyroid issues? She's not old. Why would her thyroid not be functioning? It functions just fine. Hormonal imbalances, yeah, because a lot of young ladies go to bed real late. They sleep late, right? They have improper diets. They don't take care of themselves. Don't exercise. So yes, your hormones are out of whack. But if your hormones are in balance, that means once upon a time they were balanced, right? So you can rebalance your hormones. It's not a curse. It's a state. You can change it, right? Insulin resistance also can be reversed. You can do intermittent fasting. You can do keto, right? We live in the age of AI, right? So if you have insulin resistance, you can also become insulin sensitive, right? It's a commitment. So you can exercise and be fat. You're correct. Because you cannot outwork a bad diet. You cannot. But I repeat, if you've been working out consistently for a whole year, exactly. But once again, she doesn't care, right? Because if she had worked out consistently for a whole year, and she's being honest, which I don't think she is, and then the scale is not moving, whose responsibility is it to go to the doctors? It's hers. Because if I exercise for a whole year and nothing is moving, I'm just gaining weight and getting bigger, I'm going to go see a doctor. And I'm going to ask the doctor to take a whole blood panel, because what is wrong with me? Because I've never seen somebody work out for a whole year and be this big, right? So therefore, if she's being honest and the weight has not moved in an entire year and she has yet to go see a doctor, whose fault is that? But you can book flights to Paris. You can go on vacation to Paris, but you can't go see a doctor to ask about your blood panel. We have to be serious, praise, right? Gotta be serious. Because I'm sure it takes way more effort and way more money to plan a vacation in Paris from the UK, right? Than planning to call your doctor, schedule an appointment, and ask for a blood panel. It's not that hard, but she don't care because that's the culture, right? It's a culture of low expectations. Right? Exactly. You see? But what you're saying, Sunshine, that is my point. Right? You get my point? That also is culture. You live by routine and you stick to it. Some families, your parents teach you to have routines. You get up in the morning, you make your bed. Hey, Janet, you get up in the morning, you make your bed, you brush your teeth, womp, you put your dishes in the dishwasher. Womp, you do your homework. You know what I mean? Like, parents will have routine for children. Then you have other families, it's a month. It's like a chicken coop. The kids do whatever they want. They come in the house, they throw their shoes, throw their book bags. They don't wash their hands, run to the computer. They eat whatever. You see, some people raise savages and some people raise children with structure. So you'll see a child that was raised with structure, as they get older, they're going to have structure. If they start something, they're going to finish it because they were raised to live in structure. Your parents check your grades. You have to do homework. Like you have structure in your life, right? So when you get older, you don't even know how to live without structure. Meanwhile, sunshine, you have children who don't have structure. They're never required to make their beds. They are never required to clean their rooms. They're never required to fold their clothes. They're never required to clean their bathroom at least once a week or twice a week. They're not required to do shit. So they get older, they are filthy, filthy people, right? And a lot of Black children were raised without structure. So that's why as soon as you set a standard, they panic because they were not raised with structure. We have a problem. Like you guys, I swear, you have a problem. It's just that I don't want to be the type to make Black people videos back to back. I just don't like that kind of shit. Like, because even me, it triggers me. Like, what the heck? Okay. Because it feels like there's like, you're trying to pathologize. I don't like that kind of stuff. Right? But I can't sit here and deny. We have a problem with structure. And that's why if you're Black and you start having any kind of standard for Black people, they get mad at you. Because it's like, what the fuck? Because they were never raised with expectations. Most Black children are not raised with expectations. I require you to have at least a 3.5. That you have to demand greatness out of these children. No, for the most part, if it comes to a culture of standard, it's only for sports. Football, basketball, baseball, soccer, you name it. That is when Black parents will be crazy about structure, training, boot camp, you name it, because they feel as though if you make it in sports, you'll have lots of money. But a lot of Black parents do not value giving their children life skills, right? It's okay. It really is okay, right? And they struggle. They struggle in life. They struggle in high school. They struggle in college. They struggle, period, because they don't have structure. Because what a lot of Black parents, especially these goofy-ass millennials, what they failed to realize is that parenting children is a contact sport. You have to be involved. And you got to hammer that in until it becomes second nature to these kids. Right? But you see, Tracer, for example, he can make his bed. He makes his bed every morning. Right? They all know you get up, you brush your teeth, you change your clothes. Nobody's allowed to stay in their pajamas. It is bum behavior. I do not like it. Right? Pajamas are meant to sleep in. I don't like to see them in pajamas. So even if they hear, if like 9, 10, they hear my voice, they all start running. And then James just like, oh, they heard their mommy's voice. I don't tolerate foolishness because my sons will never be bummed. What kind of man stays in bed all day in his pajamas? Are you crazy? Right? You get up, you get dressed, you brush your teeth, you get dressed. Right? Tracer, he cleans their shower like every 2 weeks. He cleans most of the, besides mine though, but he does like most of like his bathroom. We have one bathroom downstairs and like there's another one, but he does like cleaning, right? He also puts stuff in the dishwasher. He empties out the dishwasher. He puts stuff in the big trash bins outside in the garage and stuff like that. Yes, you need to learn how to live. He can mop the floors. And I said, yeah, because when you go to college, I need to know you can take care of yourself. The day you have an apartment, he will know how to take care of himself. All of them will know how to take care of themselves. You will not be filthy, dirty. No. Okay? No. Nobody's going to come and clean behind you. Because if you clean behind yourself, we're good to go. Right? That's how we live out here. Right? And on top of that, you have to have amazing grades. There you go. The bar is really high. So that's why I say for my own children, the bar is high. So if I have clients, the bar is also going to be high. I don't like to lose. Nobody will ever say, oh, Marlene's child came in here and he was dirty, he was sloppy. They will never say that about my kids. It will never happen. Hey, Rachel, it ain't gonna happen. Because you represent me wherever you go. So therefore, it is my job to make sure there is structure in your life. You gotta have structure. Right? Even how many Black kids even have a proper table to study? There's no proper space assigned for studying. Study on the bed, study on the couch, study here. Like children should have a dedicated table to study. Kind of like, yeah, well, it's not that hard, you know. It really is not that hard, you know. right? So it is the culture. It is the culture, right? And a lot of our young people did not grow up with structure, which is why they're going to struggle to get married, and they might not get. I'm not gonna lie. They might not get married because they don't have the structure for even marriage or partnership. You can't clean up about yourself. You don't know how to cook. You're short-tempered. You've never seen people do proper conflict resolution. It is not going to happen. Let's stop lying. She can't even commit to her weight loss. She won't commit to a whole marriage. We have to stop. We just have to stop. It's not going to happen. Now, it's about the next generation, maybe. But these young people here, no. Even in school, like her, she's in the UK. I bet you're going to ask her, what about your, because they don't do like the regular high school stuff. Like here we have honors and AP classes. In the UK, they have A levels. You're going to ask about her A levels. You're going to see the scores are tragic. Tragic. She's like, most likely she's a mediocre student. So a mediocre student will never turn into an exceptional girlfriend. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Because you either have a culture of excellence, you have a culture where you compete, you have a culture where you always want to be the best, right? If you have that culture, it will show in your studies. It will show in your classwork. It will show. Like you're the kind of girl, your teachers have always liked you. You've always asked extra questions in class. You always stand up. You join these goofy ass student clubs after school. Like you've always strived to be an example. You've always wanted to be a leader. You're going to make it, right? If you have the right help, the right whatever, you're going to make it because this is who you are. You like to win. You like knowing you shit. But some of these kids right here, they're mediocre. Their homework is always late. Their book bag is a mess. Their papers are all over the place. They turn papers in, papers are all wrinkled up. Can't even write a proper essay. It's laced with all kinds of grammatical errors. She's not going to make it. Do not lie to this young lady. The best she can do is have a baby with a man that is going to care for the baby. That's the best you can wish for her. That's the best you can wish for her. Because whoever gets her pregnant, he's going to find a wife elsewhere. The only thing is, may he take care of the baby. I pray he does not turn his back on the child. But even for that also, she's going to have to learn how to deal with that. Do not lie to people. A mediocre student will never make an exceptional wife. It doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. Okay? They're like, no. These kinds of people, they've always been successful. They cared about their homework. They cared about their binders. They cared about their uniform, their school clothes. Their desk was always clean. These are people who always had greatness in them. And most of the time in school, also, people like him. This girl, you're going to find out she used to be a bully at school. Oh, well, there you go. She probably used to bully all the pretty girls, all the light-skinned girls on campus, right? What do I know? What do I know? Okay, but I don't think I'm wrong, right? I don't think I'm wrong because why don't she have pretty friends? Why doesn't she have skinny friends? Why don't you have friends that look like the girls that most guys want? Because you can't take it. Because most likely she was a bully in high school. Y'all, please, okay? What is this? Yeah. Like it's like, yeah, they don't even have a bedtime. And that's why I said with the bedtime stuff, if you listen to me praise, right? Praise. If you sleep all kinds of hours of the day, night, whatever, even me, it happened to me, you're going to mess up your hormones, which is why people should exercise. Because exercise will tire you out and you go to sleep. But these phones scrolling 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, it will mess up your hormones. And yes, plus whatever you're eating that's so toxic, your hormones are going to be imbalanced, which is why I personally will say people should walk because there's something about walking that makes sleeping a lot more, it makes it easier to sleep. Also, take some magnesium. But if your hormones are out of balance, you can rebalance your hormones. It's not that hard, right? But lifestyle changes have to occur. And then you will see that gradually your hormones are coming back to where they used to be. You can always do a hormonal reset, but you have to be willing to learn. If I am dealing with a mediocre student, I cannot fix her. I can fix it, but she's not going to let me do it because she's not going to do it, right? Nighttime, At a certain hour, you got to turn off your phone. Drink some tea. Drink some magnesium. Find a way to slow it down, right? So that you actually want to sleep. You also need to walk during the day. And you're more likely to sleep like a baby, right? Your diet also has to change. She ain't going to do it, right? She ain't going to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It really is okay. It's not that hard. I just feel like because people are Black and because people are obsessed with Black women, they think every Black woman is going to have a good outcome. Are you insane? Or they want to force every Black woman to have a good outcome. Or they want to bully every Black man to pick a Black woman. Nobody wants problems, Joe. Nobody wants to be married or dating a mediocre ass woman. Even you don't want to be friends with a woman that's mediocre. I don't care how Black she is. Nobody wants to be friends with someone who's mediocre. You're going to stop the friendship. Like, this girl is so damn lazy. I can't do this shit. Okay. So, but even Steph is also mediocre. She is mediocre. She would rather complain about, I don't have this privilege. I don't have that privilege. Girl, she's had, the thing about Steph also, Steph has had videos on YouTube that have gone viral. So it's not like she hasn't seen money with her AdSense account, right? If she really wanted what she said she wanted, she would take her AdSense money and do a blow up. She don't want to. Because she's a low effort type of person. She's a complaining type of person. That's why I say she Black. That's her culture. You complain, you play the victim, feel sorry for me, and then you make content out of the bullshit and you get views out of it. She's not a serious person, right? Because when you make a certain amount of money on YouTube, it is nothing to you to hire an image consultant. It is nothing to you to go with a nutritionist. Even the people ask her to go join the running club, she couldn't be bothered to do it. There you go, right? She's a very unserious person. But these are the kinds of people that Black women love. They love low effort women. They love women who don't have, like, Steph don't even have kids. She's like, oh, I'm so busy. I can't. No, she's by herself. So why can't she not join the running club? Where in the bylaws of the running club did it ever say she has to run? It is called a running club, but you don't have to run because they know everybody can't run. Right? It's a social act. It's more about going out there. So social activity, it is more about going out there and just being active and moving your body. She is not required to run, not have to run. But the thing is, maybe the more you go, if you're consistent with it, you might go from a walker to a faster walker to a jogger, you know what I mean? Until you're like, maybe I can run. But nonetheless, why not even try to put yourself out there? Once again, she has YouTube money. She can buy herself some pretty ass Nike Zoom Fly. She can invest in some pretty ass Lululemon. She can invest in some pretty ass Halo fitness wear. She can invest in some really nice Nike outfits. She don't want to do it. She does not want to do it. She says she wants to be in the house and she wants to use a dating app. Even though it doesn't work, it hasn't worked for her, but that's what she wants to do because she doesn't want to try something new. And God forbid she sweat under her wig. Hey, listen, it's the culture, man, right? But I'm like, nope, I gotta go, okay? But I'm like, a lot of people out here, they're low effort, so they're not serious. But it sounds good because then you can say, oh, you see, Black men just don't want me. Black men say they want a woman that's natural, but just because somebody says natural, it doesn't mean just show up like God knows, I don't know, okay? Natural with taste, okay? Natural, but still serving aesthetic. Like, what the hell, okay? Yeah, they're very, very lazy. It's the culture, boo-boo. Okay, it's the culture. It is the culture, right? But I'm like, you might not like running, but if you commit to it, you might actually see that it's not that bad. But then you have Aaliyah's face, right? Who's skinnier, I guess prettier, whatever. But Aaliyah, she runs. You see, so the pretty girls are running. She don't want to run. No problem. It's fine. I'm not going to cry for you. Because if you really wanted a man and they told you that's how you're going to get one and you're not even willing to try, you don't want it bad enough. You don't want it bad enough. And it's just you, no kids. And you're not even willing to try. No, I'm like Thomas Edison. They said Thomas Edison, he ran the experiment for the light bulb 100 times before he got it right. These girls out here, they'll try once, twice, 3 times, and they quit. They don't want it bad enough. So, okay, no problemo. No problemo. These people are very lazy. They are very, very lazy. They want to do the least amount of effort, create a dating profile, answer some of those questions on the dating profile, put a picture, and maybe answer any question if somebody, I guess, is a match or something, and then just show up and somehow they're going to walk off in the sunset like Fiona and Shrek, okay? You are insane. They are low effort people. And I'm sure in school, they were low effort people, right? I hope you understand. The way you treat your studies, like high school, middle school, high school, college, is most likely how you'll treat your life, right? If you were a C student, a D student, an F student throughout high school, that's how you're going to treat your life. You're going to be a D student in life, right? If you were an A student in school, for the most part, you're going to be an A student in life because you're not a quitter, right? That's it. These are attitudes, and you've had these attitudes for decades now. You're not going to just snap out of this stuff. You're not going to. And that's why you got to encourage young people to be studious. But Black women want to feel hopeless, so that way they can blame somebody else for the results in their dating life. It is the culture. The culture is about blaming other people. Black culture is not about accountability. It's about scapegoat. Who can I blame? Do you know how many Black women say the reason why they cannot love their natural hair is because of a Black man? I say, excuse me now. Okay? You can't love your natural hair because of a Black man. And also, which Black man is it? Who cares? They sound like white supremacists. Anything is wrong in America, blame a Black man for it, right? The economy is bad. It's the Black man. Crime is bad. It's the Black man. Whatever's bad, it's the Black man. Somebody shot a high school. It's a Black man, right? Your own hair. Stuff that a Black man is responsible for you loving yourself. Like, okay, sure. You just don't want to do it. Because the Black girls who have grown their natural, kinky, coily, 4C hair down their ass. So was it because a Black man said, oh, I think you look good with natural hair? No, they did it because they wanted to, right? If you were to ask all these Black girls, all them Black Rapunzel, did a Black man ever tell you he loved your natural hair for you to start your hair journey? The answer is no. She loved herself. She believed in herself. And she said, wow, I wonder if I can grow my hair down to my waist. And guess what? She did it because she wanted to, right? And now I'm sure a lot of Black men will say, oh, wow, your hair is beautiful. But she didn't need a Black man to say, oh, I think you should start a hair journey. He has his own issues. You are responsible for loving yourself, right? But it's only Black women who think a man. So first, I don't need a man. But then to love her natural hair, now she needs a man. Make up your mind, right? But these are the musings of mediocre people. They can't decide, okay? They're crazy. They're bipolar, all right? So that's that, right? You have to learn to love yourself. Nobody is going to come here and hold your hand to get you to love yourself. People have their own problems. Even the Black man himself, he probably has his own insecurities he's fighting. Okay, he probably got his own demons he's fighting. Human life is not easy. Okay, sure. Does she have any proof of that? White men love natural hair so much, but when you look at their magazines, you watch their movies, you watch their sitcom, all the stuff they invest in, how come they don't also praise Black hair, right? Most white men see your hair, they want it to be straight because most white women have straight hair, right? They might be intrigued by how it's like the Afro stuff, yeah. But most white men are not out here dating people who walk around with a big fro on their heads. They're not, right? Most supermodels usually have a wig on their head. So that's also a damn lie, okay? That is a damn lie. That is a damn lie. But once again, oh, the Black man hates me, but the white man loves me. Yeah, the fuck right. The white man enslaved you and raped you. Let's move on. Let's move on. But that's also part of the culture. This delusion that, oh, a white man loves me. A white man will marry me. I'm a white man's natural preference. It is also part of the culture. They say a lot of like, sometimes you think they're taking drugs. Like, I'm like, these people have to be taking psychedelics because there's no way, right? There is no way, right? We have always watched movies, cartoons, sitcoms, TV shows, you name it, magazines. We have it all made by white people. And every time they put black people in there, their hair is straight, right? Their hair is straight. Whether it's they straighten out the natural hair or they put a wig on their head, right? Victoria's Secret was owned by a white man. Never ever did he put a black girl out there with her nappy hair on that damn stage. Everybody wore a wig or they had a really, really short haircut, right? There you go. It's okay to be honest, right? But once again, these women do not want to hold themselves accountable for doing the hard work of eating better, loving myself, reading more, learning about new things, putting myself in awkward situations and trusting that I'm going to be okay. No, everything that goes wrong, the black man, because it's a culture of non-accountability. It's a culture of scapegoating, and it's also a culture rooted in white supremacy. They talk just like white supremacists. It is never their fault. It's always a black man's fault. I feel like some of these girls, if they could actually have nooses and lynch these people, they probably would. What do I know? Right? They probably would. What do I know? Right? But once again, I said, you can either have the blackity black culture or you can have a child of God culture where you'll say to yourself, what God gave to me, I am responsible for loving myself because God made no mistake. I have to love myself. I have to love my complexion. I have to love my hair. I have to love this. I have to love that. Right? Because if I don't love myself, how can I expect somebody else to love me? Right? You understand? My husband is, y'all see Maverick, right? Maverick is almost, he's slightly, I think he's lighter than Jimmy, but Janet met him yesterday, right? Janet was here yesterday, right? So she tell you, Jimmy's very light, right? You don't think, oh my gosh, my husband is so light-skinned, all my kids are light-skinned, so therefore I need to start using bleaching creams. Are you okay? Right? My nose is flat. His nose is super straight. Have you ever seen me out here trying to go plan for rhinoplasty? Are you kidding me? Okay? No, I am dark-skinned with a flat nose. He is super light-skinned with a straight nose. There you go. God bless him. Okay? You can appreciate what's on somebody else without feeling like something is wrong. Like, oh, I got to change this about myself. Oh, I don't have to change anything. Nor does he have to change anything. God made us the way he made us. It works. It works just fine. Right? But you have to love yourself. Because otherwise, even the person that you're married to could cause you to have insecurities. I don't have insecurities. Okay? One day I said to myself, I want to grow my natural hair. And I started doing that. Because I want to wear my own hair. I don't want to wear wigs and weaves on my head. No. Okay? That's life. But you are responsible for yourself. You are responsible for loving yourself. I could sit here and be like, oh my gosh, I am 200 pounds. Even when I got on the scale and it said 245. I'm like, oh my gosh, my life is over. I'm so freaking big. I'm depressed. I'm in bed. No. I need to lose weight. Right? I'm in my own schedule. I'm going to walk. I'm going to do the Stairmaster. I'm the one who found the place for the oh, thank you, Jenna, right? Jen was here yesterday. We went walking and stuff. Okay? She came to the house, right? But my thing is, I found the place for the strength training place. Even yesterday, Jen and I think we probably walked like 2 miles together. We went to Walmart, right? To get stuff for Maverick. She's like, oh, Marlene, now such a fast walk. I'm like, yeah, it's not that bad, right? But I made up my own schedule. I make my own schedule. I got the fitness clothes I wanted, right? I go where I want to work out. My fitness place, the strength training place, initially I signed up for like 2 classes a week. And they gave you one for free, so it's 3 times a week, right? But because she was like, oh, do 3, so that way you'll have 4 classes a week. I was like, I don't know. Let me start with 3 classes and see how I like it. Now I really do like it. So now I'm going to increase it, right? But I'm not going to say, oh my gosh, James has to make me work out. James has to encourage me. No, I encourage myself in the Lord. Thank you. Okay, because David encouraged himself in the Lord. Okay, you have to encourage yourself in the Lord. You got to encourage yourself. Nobody's coming to save anybody, right? Jimmy also, he has his own problems. He has his own stress. Okay, unlike me, he actually works, right? So he's also worried. So it's like you can't always expect someone, but oh, what do you need? You got to know what you need, and you got to know how to go out there and find the solution, or at least find the people who can help you, right? But the black man himself, he's trying to survive as well. He has his own problems. He's trying to make it through as well. You're not a child. I think a lot of these black girls out here, they think, oh, because I'm a black woman, automatically I'm a dependent of the black man. You are independent of the black man. You are your own adult. We're all grown people. Nobody here is a child. If we're talking about dating, we're assuming everybody's of age, right? So adults have to know how to take care of themselves. Okay? Adults have to know how to check in with themselves. You have to know if you're okay, if you're not okay. Do you need a therapist? Do you need a trainer, nutritionist? You have to be the first person to admit to yourself, hey, I need help. Black men are not mind readers. Okay? They're not. Just like you're not one, he's not one. Just like you probably stressed out, he probably stressed out as well. Right? So you are responsible for your life, your emotions, your weight, your food, your mindset. You are responsible. So if you don't make the first step, try to be healthier, try to go see a therapist, try to exercise, you cannot expect someone to stop what they're doing to come motivate you. You are not a child. You are an adult. At your job, do you wait for your manager to help you out? Do you wait for your coworkers to help you out? No, because you get fired, right? When you have a job, you have to hold your own weight. Otherwise, you will get fired. That's how life is, right? That's it. Your life, your job. Your weight, your job. Your mindset, your job. Your culture, your job, right? You are responsible for yourself. Nobody is coming to save you. And we got too many black people who really do believe that a savior is coming. Jesus is coming back. The government has to help him. The whatever, it is enough. It's getting old. And honestly, it gives hella weak, right? You got to take care of yourself. And if you're not willing to go out there and at least try to find solutions to your problems, you cannot say, oh, well, you should have helped me. No, you got to help yourself first. And if it's still not good enough, then we can come in and help you, right? But first and foremost, you got to show me, what have you tried to do on your own? Oh, well, I was just waiting for somebody. Wait for who? Who are you waiting for? And the Bible even talks about that. There was a man who was quadriplegic for like 21 years plus, waiting by the river or whatever, the pool of Bethany, right? The pool of Bethany. Because every 7 years, an angel will come and just touch the water. So if you fell in the water, you could have your, whatever prayer you had will be answered. So Christ met this man, and he was like, well, why are you still here? Why are you still quadriplegic near the pool of Bethany, where it's known that an angel comes every 7 years to answer praise? Oh, I didn't find nobody to push me. You couldn't roll over. You couldn't lay your hands flat and just roll over in the water. You're waiting for someone? 21 years, 20, maybe 40 years. What do I know? He's still waiting for someone to push him in that water because you don't want to walk. Because once you walk, you can't beg no more, right? Once you walk, you have to get up, get a job, right? But as long as you are quadriplegic, you get to sit here and beg for pity, beg for mercy, beg for food, because you don't want to be responsible for your life, right? It's enough, right? You need to find a way to get into the pool of Bethany and get your miracle. Nobody is coming to save anybody. The world doesn't wait for anyone, right? This marriage life, there's only but so many quality people. When it comes to women, you only have but so many quality women, right? When it comes to quality men also, you are limited to how many good people you have. So if you're sitting here wasting your time, well, guess what? People get married. You'll be left behind because you're indecisive. Right? Don't know how to make up your mind, commit, and just get to work. You will have to get to work. Because whatever you're not doing, there's a young lady out there, someone that is doing that. She's doing it. Right? Whenever you're not exercising and you choose to eat God knows what, there's a young lady who's abstaining. Whenever you're on the phone having mindless conversations, there is a young lady that's listening to a podcast on how to change her mindset. because some people want to win, right? And others want to complain. The world does not cater to complainers. The world will bend to the will of those who want to win, right? That's it. So are you a winner or are you a complainer? So if you complain, go over there. It's not going to happen for you, right? It's not going to happen for you because you have to know how to be a resourceful person. You have to know how to be a person that goes and finds solution. Got to go find solutions. Stop looking for shortcuts. Stop looking for hocus pocus. Stop looking for magic tricks. We are talking about human relationships. It is a know-how. It is a skill. It's a talent. You have to work on it. You have to know how to talk to people. You have to know how to get people on your side. You have to know how to get people to love you, how to get people to stay by your side, right? It's people stuff. Like, it's people business. There is no magic trick to this. There is no shortcut to this. I even saw a video where Shira was doing spells on her husband. I mean, what is wrong with this lady? Right? Because instead of learning how to have a healthy marriage, she'd rather talk to the Orishas, burn candles, and do all kinds of weird things on that man. And I'm like, this right here is going to have negative repercussions because it's dark. It's dark magic, right? But once again, when you have mediocre people, they look for shortcuts. But what you don't realize is whatever you borrow from the devil, it only lasts for so long. Eventually, you're going to lose it all because it don't come from God. It came from the devil because you went out there looking for shortcuts. You have people, I'm saying this, you can be mad, whatever, I don't care. People are going to have to make choices. Do I change my culture or do I remain the same and die? The people who left Egypt, so many of those people died in that desert. They died. And God made sure they died because he told them, you and your badass culture that you got out of Egypt, you will not see the promised land. So they died. They died in the desert. And when they were dead, Joshua and Caleb, right, they took over. But your bad culture will cause you to live a life of nothing but loneliness, misery, all kinds of weird stuff because it's bad culture. You have to decide for yourself that you will have the culture of a winner, somebody who wins. It doesn't mean that when you try something once, it works out for you. It never means that. It means that you don't quit. You adjust, you learn, you tweak, you do what must be done with integrity in order to have the results that you're looking for. That's it. Life is not easy. Even people who are successful, they failed plenty of time, but they were more stubborn than they were disheartened by the fact that stuff didn't work out. You have to decide. You got to create for yourself a culture, right, that is going to give you the life that you want with the people that you want to live that life with. You got to have that mindset. You don't have a choice. You really do not have a choice. Oh my God, what time is it?
It's not all about working out. Working out is one part of it, right? But if you're sitting here with your friend, right, you guys could be brainstorming, even on holiday. Y'all can be coming up with goals. Y'all can be coming up with ideas that you guys can work on. So we're not just lounging and on social media all day. This goes for all the girls, okay? So while you guys have each other, while you guys have your friendship, brainstorm ideas together. Think of things you both can do.
I feel like it's hard because everyone's like, I think the easiest way most people do now is like content creation. So it's kind of hard to like think of things outside the books if that's maybe what you don't want to do.
So you want to do content creation as well?
No, I don't want to do content creation.
Okay. All right. So what I think you need to work on, what I feel, is you need to be consistent. I don't feel that from you. That's what you need to be doing. You need to consistently not just work out one day, not just work on a goal one day, not just do this thing one day. You need to do it consistently because that's going to help with your self-esteem.
Yeah, it's true. I just saw a comment saying if you date in the UK, date outside your race.
Well, I don't want to only say that. So this is what I want to say to all the girls watching. Whether you're in the UK, no matter where you are on the map or on this globe, if you change, your options change. That's what I want y'all all to know. I want you guys to change. I want everyone here to level up. So then you can say to yourself, if I leveled up, if I did everything that I can do, did that create a new outcome for me?
Yeah.
That's how I want you to look at it. All right, Timmy, keep us updated. I want to hear back from you. And Miss Friend.
And I think my friend wants to do hers.
Okay. Hi. What is it, Carla? It's with the C. What's your name again, Beauty?
My name is Cara.
Cara. See, I was close. Cara. Okay, Cara. Do you consent to be on a live and potentially all platforms?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So what is your question, Cara?
I would say, how would I, or like, what type of people should I be looking for if I'm quite a very independent and woman, like, and like I don't really settle. Like, I've never been in a relationship, so I don't feel in a relationship. But I feel like I'm coming to that age where people are gonna be like, why has she never been in a relationship?
Okay. So sorry guys, my bad, right? So this one, she shows up with the nose ring stuff. Talk about, I want dating advice. Okay. That's why I also say, even with Ashley, you gotta be like, okay, like me, I have a standard. Like, because the people that I will match you with, they're not attracted to women that have chains coming out their nostrils. Like, this is not a pretty look, right? This is not a pretty look. And for me also, going to Paris, a place known for tourism, a place known for fashion, high fashion, a place known for high taste, on vacation, looking like this, you are committed to being a loser, okay? Because I don't get it. Me, if I'm going to a place that is known for having all kinds of people, and that's for London. I think London also, London, Paris, Milan, certain places. If I'm going there, I have to look good, okay? I have to look presentable. I have to look attractive. I'm going to have to look a certain way. Otherwise, why am I even going there? I don't know. That's just me. That's why I look at it, right? So that's kind of weird. Then you say, okay, I've never been in a relationship. Okay, so why change that? Maybe you're meant to be by yourself. Hey, Queen, maybe you're meant to be by yourself. It's okay. Everybody is not meant to be in a relationship. She's like, oh, I want to be in a relationship because people are telling me, oh, how come you're not in a relationship? Because you're not relationship material. That's it. That's that. Let's move on. Okay? It's not that hard, right? It is really, really not that hard. You're either relationship material or you're not. And it's okay. Everybody does not have to be in a relationship, okay? Everybody does not have to be married, right? They don't. Because if that was something that you really cared for, you would not look like this, especially not in Paris. What are you trying to attract looking like this? Most people see you this way. They're going to think you might be homeless. You live in some kind of shelter. They're also going to think most likely you work at a fast food restaurant. Because where else would you work looking like this? Like what job or what respectable job would you have looking like this, right? So I also know if I see a young lady presenting like this, most likely she didn't do good on her A-levels. Most likely she did not do well in high school. Most likely she's not even in college right now, right? Because where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, do people who go to LSU look like this? People who go to Queens College, they look like this? I don't think so. I really do not think so, right? I don't think so. And once again, I'm going to say this because the whole college thing, like the high school stuff, it really matters to me. Because if you have a great GPA in college, if you have a great GPA in high school, most likely you'll go to a great college. You'll go to a great university. So you are most likely going to meet people there, right? Most people meet in college for the most part, or they meet in some kind of career environment type of stuff, right? But if you don't have the grades, you're not going to be in those situations. You're not going to be in those environments. You're not going to be in those places. You won't have those kinds of networking. Like, it's just not going to happen for you. So once again, you're not destined to be with quality people. We have never seen quality people be with people who walk around looking like this. Okay, now, maybe if you were super, super hot and you did this, but then again, why would you do that? I don't know, right? But there's a lot going on. It's the weight. It's the face. It's the chains coming out the nostrils. It's the wig. These things do not signal a serious person. And so if you have never seen a high caliber person date someone that has this aesthetic, and that's what you want, then why are you having this aesthetic? What is so special about you that you think, hey, see you, what's up? What is so different about you that you think that you can present this way and somehow have an exceptional outcome? You're not that special, right? Even special people have to conform first before they get at the top of the food chain. Even Beyonce, Before Beyonce was the Beyonce, she had to conform. She had to do what most people did because she was not at the top of the food chain, right? But Beyonce herself, and she is light-skinned and she's skinny, right? But Beyonce herself had to work hard. Even though she's what you call naturally pretty, but that was still not good enough. It's the work ethic. It's the this, it's the that, it's the this, it's that. Look, it's a lot. It's not, oh, I just look good. A lot of people look good. Beyonce is not the most beautiful woman in the music industry, okay? A lot of people look good, but not everybody works the same. Not everybody works the same. And that right there separates those who are meant to be apex predators versus those who are going to be praised. Okay? That's life. You got to decide. You have to make up your mind. Who do you want to be? Do you want to continue to be mediocre? That's the choice. Me, I'm not going to, I stop no one because I've realized that people have the right to ruin their lives. People have the right to make bad decisions. And guess what? They're going to live the consequences of their bad decision. It's your life. It's your life. You can either decide to change and upgrade or you stay the same. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. Right? It does not bother me. Because when somebody wants something bad enough, they are going to change. They're going to adapt because like, no, this is what I really want. I want to do this. I want to be like this. I want this. I want that. So they're going to do it. Kim Kardashian was a nobody. She was a nobody. Okay. She was a stylist. She was taking care of people's stuff, but she wanted this stuff so bad. She went as far as doing a sex tape to have the life she wanted. Right? Jennifer Lopez was a background dancer to even Janet Jackson. Can you imagine? If you go from dancing back up for Janet Jackson, Janet Jackson, to now she has way more followers on Instagram than Janet Jackson. Right? There you go. Because she wanted this bad enough. And yet, you got J-Lo out here. Let me show you. Y'all, hold on. Hold on. You have J-Lo out here with everything she has. And she's like 55 or whatever she is, 60, huh? The lady is still fit. She works out twice a day. She works out in the morning and she works out at night. Because this crazy ass cancer, she had cancer, right? This crazy ass cancer, okay? This is the life that she wanted. She wanted to look like this. She wanted to be somebody, right? So she starts off as a background dancer for Janet Jackson. If you ever go and watch the video, that's what? Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the way love goes. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Right? Jealous in there. There she is, right? That's the way love goes. She's right there. Okay? So she went from dancing back up for the one and only Janet Jackson to now she has more Instagram followers than Janet Jackson, right? Can you imagine? But this is what happens with almost 250 million people. An unknown woman from the Bronx, right? Now, there's some scheming in there. There's some scamming in there. There's a whole lot of things in there. But my point is, when you want something bad enough, you'll make it. When you want something bad enough, you'll even surpass the people who were there before you because that's how badly you want it. And you'll realize that a lot of people out here, they love to talk about relationship and this and that. They don't want it bad enough. That's why they're sitting here. Hey, Mamish. Because if you want something bad enough, you will sleep, eat, drink. You'll just think about that. Right? And I'm going to tell you all this. And you can be offended. Who cares? At this point, we're already too far in, right? I've offended you plenty of times. But I will say this, the reason why I also think a lot of Black women are not successful with marriage because they're not obsessed enough with marriage. Now, let me say this because I got to be very careful. I'm not saying be a pick-me. Oh, it has to be him. No, I am saying like the institution of marriage, right? Like study it, live it, breathe it, be about that life, right? Oh, I got to commit to this. I need to learn as much as I can about this, right? The institution of it. They don't care about it enough. They don't really like, they don't cherish it enough, right? But I'm like, otherwise you're like, yo, this has to be like my thing. Like this has to be my ministry. They probably can do it for their school, I guess, like their college degrees or their job. I don't know. Okay. I mean, a lot of them get fired. So what do I know? Right. But it's like you have to care about something, because if you care about this thing and you want it bad enough and it means a lot to you, you're going to take it seriously. And if you take it seriously, you are more likely to have a better outcome than most people, because you're serious about it. You are intentional about it, right? When you do something, yes, you do. When you do something just because you think, oh, well, that's what I should be doing. Well, I'm old enough now. Well, let's see if it works out for me. No, it's not going to work out for you because you're not intentional. What's your plan? Right? What is your plan? What is your mindset? What is your culture? And also, how badly do you want this? Right? But if you feel like, oh, well, it's well, okay, well, I don't really care if I don't have it. The day you go, you're not gonna have it. Move around. Go away. Go somewhere. Okay? Move. Because there's someone else who wants it more than you, and she's going to have it. Right? Whatever you honor in this life, you're more likely to get it. If you honor your body, you're more likely to be in shape. If you honor what comes out your mouth, you're more likely to be wise. If you honor finances and resources, you're more likely to be financially stable. If you honor God, you're more likely to have a life that's full of favor, right? Whatever you honor is going to show, like you're going to see the rewards of that in your life, because that's what you honor. But whatever you don't honor is not going to be your portion. Even if you haven't, it's going to be for a short moment and you'll lose it, because it was never something that you honored to begin with. And I will also say honor and being honorable has to be part of your culture, right? But if you have a culture that doesn't prioritize being an honorable person or honoring things that are sacred, especially tradition, most likely it's not going to work for you. It is not going to work. Let's not sit here and lie to people. Okay? Let's not lie to people. So let's keep going. Right? But I'm like, if J-Lo can do this, like she's like 55 or whatever she is, right? Yeah, exactly. People make fun of her all the time. She can't sing. She can't do this. She don't care. She will do it. But I'm like, if J-Lo can work out twice a day, because she works out during, she has two different trainers. She has a morning trainer and she has a night trainer, right? But so my thing is, if J-Lo can work out twice a day with everything she got going on, you is just you. It's just you. You're single. You're by yourself. You work. That's it. So why can't you even work out twice a day? Why can't you work out twice a day? Right? Why can't you work out twice a day? Oh, I can't sweat. Oh, my silk press. Oh, my wig. Oh, my lace front. Well, then take that shit off. Take it off. You gonna let a wig come between you and your weight loss? You're crazy. You can work out twice a day. What's stopping you? You can work out in the morning and you can work out at night. Why not? Right? What is stopping you from working twice a day? Because you don't even know how you handle your time. But if you do better time management, you can work out twice a day. Nothing is stopping you from working out twice a day. Right? But you don't want it bad enough. And that's the problem. You do not want this bad enough. Right? So therefore, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
So let me ask you this first, Cara. What type of people are you attracting? What type of men are you attracting?
There was kind, like, this useless men actually, like, not all the time, but like, it's either very useless men that live like a criminal lifestyle.
That live a what lifestyle? Say it again.
A criminal lifestyle, like fraudsters and just that type of stuff. Or it will just be very unserious guys. That they're nice, they're funny and stuff like that, but like dating wise, they're not serious.
Okay, and let me ask you: do you take yourself seriously?
Exactly.
That's a good question. Not all the time, actually.
No. Do you? No. Okay. So we attract what we are. That's how I like to think about it. And what I feel from you, Cara, is that right now you're in a place where you kind of have been neglecting yourself.
It's not older Black Americans. It's Black culture overall. It's Black culture. These girls live in the UK. They're Nigerian. They live in the UK. So you can't just say it's Black Americans. These are two Nigerian girls who live in the UK. most likely were born in the UK. So they didn't live in America. They live in the UK. Look. Like, hello, right? So what is this telling you? Black culture at large, like globally, this is it. This is it. Like, it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, right? These girls are also not successful. So it's not just a Black American issue. No, it's a Black cultural issue. Right? That Black people, by far, by large, okay, don't take stuff seriously. And they do not, you don't see these girls in front of you? Right? You all see these girls in front of you? Okay, cool. Right? So what I'm saying is, they also don't have a culture out there in the UK. They don't have the culture in the UK. So maybe Black, I feel like maybe you can say like Black culture in the West, maybe, I don't know, right? But Black culture in the West, the attitudes of most Black girls in Western culture, in Western countries, right, does not lead to them being competitive in the dating market. So it's not a Black American thing. It's a Black people in the West type of problem, okay? It's Black people in the West, Western Black people in Western cultures, okay? This is what you get, okay? Because they don't take life seriously. And it could probably also be the fact that Western culture, for the most part, is very liberal, is very progressive. You know what I mean? So most white liberals, when they handle Black people, they usually feel like Black people have some kind of impediment, some kind of handicap. So they always say, oh, make it easier for them. They can't do math. It's hard. They can't read. They're Black. You know, they're very racist, right? Because for a lot of white liberals, you can't challenge Black children because they just don't have what it takes. They need a special test. Their test has to be easier. They need special accommodation because they're too damn dumb, right? When most white liberals talk about Black people, it's as if we're just too damn stupid, okay, to like think our way out of a brown paper bag. Right? Because that's why I say most white liberals are racist. Because when it comes to Black people, oh, you have to lower the bar. Otherwise, they can't make it. And Black people love it because it's easier. Yeah, it's easier now. But long term, you will not have fostered that spirit of competition that allows you to win in the world, right? Because the world is not intentionally going to lower the bar for you. The dating stuff is competitive. Dating is competitive. Being engaged, it's competitive. Getting married is extremely competitive, right? But if throughout your entire schooling years, you were handled by white liberals who artificially lowered the bar for you, when you're done with high school, how do you succeed in the world? Because in the dating market, a man is not going to say, yeah, I would love to be with an 8, but since you're a 3, I guess that's fine. No, because that's his personal preference. Hopefully you understand me, right? And that is what's so horrible about Black people being handled by white liberals, because white liberals artificially lower the standard for Black people. And then Black people go around thinking, oh yeah, this is how life's supposed to be. No, that's how your life is in school, because the standards are artificially low because they think you're too dumb to compete or to be challenged. But real life, especially dealing with other people, it is extremely competitive. It's extremely challenging. But most Black kids do not have the skill set because through and through school, everything was artificially lower. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it's their culture. Once again, it is their culture. It's their culture. If you read the Bible all day, divorce is bad. Well, most likely you ain't going to do it. Right? Because it's your culture. Right? But I'm like, they're in the UK. They're Nigerian. Here you go. And they're both fat. Right? And I'm sure they eat all kinds of KFC all day. KFC, Nando's. The same way you have fast food over here, they got fast food over there. The whatever crap we have here, they got over there too. Right? So how do you explain this? There you go. It's Western culture. Black people in Western culture, this is what it creates. And what I'm saying is, Ashley, she has to stop lying to people. She has to stop doing this.
Yourself and not have them pouring into yourself as much as you need to. And that's what I want you to start working on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
I want you to work on you.
She doesn't eat salad.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm also reading the comments. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. You're here with me. Ignore the comments for now.
Yeah.
I want you to start pouring into you, because just like I told Timmy, just like I told your friend, I said the moment we level up, and this is not just a physical thing, Cara. This is not just a physical thing. Once we level up, we attract new people into our life, not just men. Okay, Cara, you're not ready, Cara.
Yeah, she's
You're not ready.
It's not that I'm not ready, but I keep trying to ignore the people who say.
And also, she has ADHD. You see, she has ADHD. She has a short attention span. This girl did horrible in school. You're wasting your time. Like I said, she's going to have a baby. She's going to push a stroller in the rain in the UK. The best you can pray for is that the man does not neglect the child. You're wasting your time, Ashley. You are wasting your time. This is not fertile ground. Okay? This is not fertile ground. The Bible, let me show you this. Let me show you what I mean. It's going to make a lot of sense. Y'all, the Bible, everything's in the Bible, okay? Everything is in the Bible. If you know, if you actually read your Bible, so okay. What verse is that, child? Okay. Okay, there are a few ones, huh? Let me see which one I want. Let me see which one do I want. Okay, is this one. Matthew 13, verses 1 through 9, right? Okay. Hopefully y'all can see this. Okay. Let me see. Oh, let me stop that. Let me stop sharing. Let me share again. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me make myself smaller. Okay. So let's read this, okay? That same day, Jesus went out of the house and sat by the lake. Such large crowds gathered around him that he got into a boat and sat in it, while all the people stood on the shore. Then he told them many things in parables, saying, a farmer went out to sow his seed, okay? As he was scattering the seed, some fell along the path, right? Some women are like that. They are the seeds that fell along the path, all right? Cool. Then the birds came and ate it up, all right? So because these seeds were not rooted, the birds, it was easy for the birds to come and just start eating it, right? These are women that are easily distracted. Okay? You talk to them, yeah, okay, I got it. As soon as you turn around, she's dumb all over again. Okay? It's not going to happen for her. Stop lying to people. Okay? Stop lying to people. Let's keep going. Okay? Some fell on rocky places where it did not have much soil and it sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow, right? So these are people, they have potential, but they lack wisdom and they're rushing. So it's not going to last, okay? But then the sun came up, the plants were scorched, and they were withered because they had no root. There you go, the culture, okay? Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plant. So these are people who have bad companionship, like they have bad friends, bad sisterhood, right? So here are the seeds, and the thorns is the horrible, horrible ass sisterhood. Okay, so other seed fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plants. Oh, you mean why would you lose weight for a man? Why would you cook for a man? Why would you change? Why would you that? And before you know it, you give up. Like, you know what? Maybe she's right. Maybe she's right. So guess what? You'll end up just like her. Okay, it's not gonna happen for you. All right, next, let's keep going. Okay, still other seed fell on good soil, where it produced a crop 100, okay, 60 or 30 times what was sown, okay, right? So these are the people who are actually going to listen. They're going to do the right thing. It is going to work. And when it works, they're going to reap either 100-fold, 60-fold, or 30-fold, okay? Remember that. So this is Matthew 13, verses 1 through 9. When you have time, you read it. It'll make a lot of sense, right? These are what you have. These are the women in the dating pool. right? And he's telling you, some are going to fall by the wayside. They're like, yeah, I really want to. But a week later, she has given up. Okay, she's back to eating like crazy. She's back to making excuses. She's back to whatever she's doing. Okay, all right. Hey, big head. She's back to that. Listen, it's not gonna happen for her. Okay, some are going to be around thorns. They can't relinquish the bad sisterhood, and the bad sisterhood with the bad culture will eventually choke them up. So they will give up on doing what's good for them. All right. Some are, I guess, whatever. Some fell by the what is it? Some fell in rocky places. Now the rocky places is like, what would be a rocky place? What would be a rocky place? Maybe depression. I don't know. Right? But hey, it's not gonna work. All right. Maybe it's their family makes it rocky. What do I know? I'll think more about that. Right? But then you have some who are actually good soil. These are the people who listen. They listen, they take notes, they act on it, they stick to it, right? But it's not a lot. It's the remain out of everything, all the crop he had. It's like that little, like it's a small, like it's a handful of people, right? It's only a handful, just like salvation. It's only going to be a handful of people. Most people are not gonna make it because it's hard, right? It's hard. Most people are not going to make it. They're going to start off great and they ain't going to make it. Some people, they were always liars anyways, not going to make it. Okay, but very, very few people will hold on to their faith until Christ comes back. This is how it goes, right? And so I'm saying you have to decide amongst all these different kind of seeds, what seed you're going to be and what kind of soil you're going to be planting on. Rocky soil, earth level soil, or you're going to be deeply rooted in there. And then you're going to have a harvest that's 160 or 30 fold. You decide. It's your life. You decide. Me, I don't force anybody to do anything. Okay? Don't force anything. But it's all in the Bible, y'all. If you read your Bible, you'll see it. Right? Culture is everything. And culture determines the mindset. And the mindset is going to determine a person's commitment. And someone's commitment is really, really will determine how successful they're going to be. But first and foremost, you got to start with the culture. If the culture is bad, we're not going anywhere. There's no makeup. There's no weight loss because the culture is right there. The culture is right there. And it's with this right here that the person has to navigate relationship, right? It's not with makeup. It's not with clothes. It's their mind. And if your mind is full of foolishness, you will not be successful because your culture lives in your mind. And so if you have a bad culture, you have a bad mind. And that mind will not lead you to prosperity. That mindset will lead you to poverty. The mindset will lead you to being a single mom. The mindset will lead you to sleep with a bunch of people. That's the culture. So you decide. What culture do I currently have? Is it good? Is it bad? If it's bad, I encourage you to leave it alone. But it's up to you. You're an adult. You got to make your own choices, right? Either way, I'm indifferent. Okay? I'm indifferent. Let's keep going.
Stop reading the comments. I'm literally trying to not read the comments. Basically, I'm listening, but I'm trying to not read the comments. Sorry about that.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. I just want you to work on you. That's what I want you to do. I want you to get focused. Both you and Timmy, I want y'all to lock in. And the great thing about this is you guys have each other, right? There's a lot of girls out here, they don't have friends. Yeah. Y'all can go on this journey together. Y'all can hold each other accountable. So that's what I want y'all to think about when you log off this live. I want y'all to open up a book. Y'all on how.
Okay. And Ashley's also very silly. They're both not good friends to each other. And most likely because they're mediocre, they had to be friends. They had to be fair weather friends, right? Somebody in this friendship group is holding the other person back. And I feel like it could be this one. Because she really seems to have the worst attitude out of both of them. I think Temi, the first one, Temi by herself, she most likely would do it. But this one is the type, if Temi wants to lose weight, she'll bring the fast food. If Temi wants to do that, she'll bring, because she said she's never been in a relationship, so we know she don't care. Okay? She does not care. And also, why would she encourage Temi to be successful with her weight loss journey? Because then she won't have anyone. Right? So no, they're not good for each other. If two friends who walk together are both fat, it's a problem. We have to stop this friendship because it's not a good friendship. Because if it was a great friendship, they would not be fat. Yes, y'all can be shocked. It's okay, right? Because a real friend, a real sister is going to inspire you to change. But if you have two friends and they're both broke, you're like, oh no, y'all should stay together. No, that's not how that goes. And we also learned that with Isaac Newton in the 3 laws of motion, that an object will continue on its trajectory unless another object comes in and like, pow, hits it. Then it'll switch the course, right? So if these two friends are going down the same path, why would they change their path? Like, why would they change their mindset? It will take another person to come in and change the mindset. But even that too, it is going to cause a rift in the friendship because somebody in the friendship, I think it's her, is very comfortable being fat. The one that never had a relationship. If she's never had a relationship, what is going to make her be like, wow, I missed this thing? She never had it, so there's nothing to miss. So for her, she's perfectly fine. Now, Temi, it seems like she's interested, but the problem is she, not to be offensive, but she seriously is carrying on dead weight by being friends with this girl. She's not a good friend. Okay? She's not a good friend. Sometimes in this life also, listen, if you let, because I don't believe that most women are 10 or 9 or 8. I think most women are average 6 or below. That's me, right? But I'm still saying though, if you are a 3, you should fight really, really hard to be amongst the girls that are a 6. Right? Because they're going to make you work hard. Like, oh, dang. Because you have a lot to learn. Okay? You have a lot to learn. If you are a 2, a 1, a 3, a 4, you should do everything in your power to start being friends with 6s. And I know it's intimidating, but that's what you need. Because whatever these girls are doing, you need that. You need their culture. At least the culture how to be a 6. You need that stuff, right? Because right now, you're not winning. But if you are a 1 and you hang out with another 1, how can you change? You don't even know how to start changing. There's nothing motivational. There's nothing aspirational. She's not motivating you. She's fat just like you. You're like, if you, listen to me, right? If you're friends with someone that is like literally a reflection of who you are, she is not going to motivate you because she's just as big as you are. She has just bad relationship, bad outcome, just like you. So you're literally looking at your face, like you're seeing yourself. She is a reflection of who you are. That is not motivational. It's not aspirational. If anything, it's defeating. It is defeating. Because if you can even attract, or you can even find a way to be in a friend group with girls of a higher caliber, then how can you attract men of a higher caliber? Right? Because the man you want are probably going for the girls or the 6 to 7, right? You're currently a 2. So you should try to be friends with the 7s. At least start with the 5s. Find a way to let the 5s let you in. Once the 5s let you in, learn everything about the 5s. Once you have outdone the 5, fight for the 6. You start being friends with the 6. You learn everything there is to learn about being a 6. Once you're done with that, you move up to a 7, right? You have to be ruthless with yourself. You have to. But if you say, oh, I love Temi, I love Carla, no problem. You're both going to keep being fat. You're both going to keep being bigger. You're both going to start, you're going to stop. You're going to start, you're going to stop. Because you are 2 people who don't know how to stick to anything. You are 2 people with bad culture. You are 2 people who don't know how to be competitive. You have to stop this friendship. It serves you nothing at all. She's not going to get you to your promised land. She don't even know how to get herself there. Right? And maybe had you stopped this friendship a long time ago, your life would have looked so different. Right? Everybody in your life is not meant to stay in your life for a long time. Some people come for a season. But if you feel like your heart is called to go this way and her heart wants to stay right here, then that's when you know the friendship has expired. It has run its course. You need to have a friend that say, hey, girl, you told me you want to lose weight. You told me you wanted to work out. I'm going today at 8 o'clock. Meet me there. Right? You need a friend like that, a friend that makes you move. You need a friend that talks about buying Nike shoes, workout shoes. You need a friend that talks about wearing like pretty workout clothes. Stop being friends with mediocre people just because they happen to be Black. Most Black people will take you down. I'm not trying to be funny, but whatever. I'm not trying to be mean either. Right? You have to be competitive. Let me tell you something, right? Marlene, yes. I'm sure you believe me. Why would I lie? Okay? I've always been very competitive. Right? You know, I came to America, I was like 10 and a half, 11 years old. You know how many? And you already know I speak multiple languages. When I first came to the States, I only spoke French. Then I had to learn English. In high school, I learned Spanish. Okay? I speak a little bit of Portuguese. Like whatever I want to learn, I will learn it. It's not that hard. Right? When I first came to the state, they put me in advanced classes in elementary school. Right? Then there was middle school. I always felt I could have the good grades, so I fought really hard. Right? In high school, I took AP classes. And I intentionally made sure to do everything the Black kids were not doing because they were afraid. They were afraid of AP classes. They always wanted to sit there and linger about the steps, get their hair braided. I'm like, these people don't care about their education. I've always been, for the most part, the only Black girl in advanced classes. I don't care. I'm not afraid. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, also, my dad always told me, white people do not have more chromosomes than you. They're people like everybody else. So if they understand it, you'll understand it too. Okay? When I started going, when I decided to change my major, when I signed up, when I went to college, I was majoring in accounting and finance. Okay? Because I was, oh my gosh, I used to be afraid of math. Never thought I could do it. Start at the bottom. I start off with pre-calculus. Right? The whole math department. It was me. I met Jimmy later, but it was predominantly me, the girl Avis. Okay. Then there was Jimmy. There's another girl, but she quit. Of course she quit. She Black. She quit. Okay. No problem. Statistics department. It was me, Albert, and Afia. So at that point, it was just West African people at that point, right? But everybody in the stat department was white. Okay, and Chinese. Yeah, they were also Chinese. I don't care. I don't need Black people to feel important. I don't need to be around Black people. I do not, because they don't challenge themselves. They're scared. I've always known that. They're scared. They're scared of rejection. They're scared of failure. They're scared of starting over. They're always scared. Black people are crippled by fear. And maybe that's why slavery happened. Maybe that's why it happened, because they were afraid. Why can't you get on these boats and go colonize people before they colonize you in the first place? Fear, maybe? What do I know? What do I know? But one thing I do know is that I refuse. I will never be, I gotta be around Black people. No, that means I will delay my life. I'm not gonna delay my life. I'm not gonna be afraid to learn. I'm not gonna be afraid to try something new because I need to see more Black faces. They will never be here. They will never come. If it's hard, they're not gonna show up because they like it where it's easy. That's their problem. I know I'm a child of God. I've always known I was special. I really did. You know, I didn't always think I was beautiful, but one thing I knew, I was smart as shit. My brain goes really, really fast. I'm not scared of people, right? When I realized that you could write a thesis and then graduate with honors, okay, cool. I will graduate with honors. I left the math department magna cum laude with honors, okay? English is not my first language. I don't give a fuck. And I can roast people in their own native tongue. I don't give a damn. Right? Because my brain is pretty fast, right? So I refuse to identify as Black, because to me, being Black means being mediocre. It's not a brand I carry on my head. I do not care, right? I don't care. Everything I do, even if I fail at something that I really failed though, everything I do with excellence. I sit here, I study people, I study other people. When I started styling lashes, I had no idea how does this even work? But I looked at other people. Okay, maybe you do this, you do that. Okay, I guess so. I came up with formulas for my own liquid lipstick. Nobody helped me, right? I don't even need help. I don't care. You're not better than me. Nobody's better than me, right? But I don't see, oh my gosh, Black people, no. They're going to hold me back. They're going to hold me. You know, I'm going to tell you this. Laying lashes business was doing so much better when people thought I was white because it was so amazing. The page, the packaging, everything. They thought it was a white girl. When they start doing this black-owned makeup shit and they tag my name in it, that's when bad things started to happen to me. Because at first, people thought it was a brand for a white woman. Because that's how great it was. Because everything I do, I try really, really hard to have a spirit of excellence. That's just how I live my life. And yes, for the most part, people equate excellence with everything but black people. That's just how it is. You have to accept the world for what it is. So for me, if I'm going to do something, right, I'm making my business to learn what this is. Like, what is this? And how do you get to be at the top? Like, that's all I want to know. How do I get an A in this? How do I get an A in this shit? Like, how does it work? And whatever I have to do, however long I have to study, I sure will. I was in my department with people, their parents were mad people, like kind of like Trey pretty much, right? I went to school with people like Trey, and I still fought against those people. I had to learn how to code. I had to, like, it was crazy. Java, C++, Python. The girl had to learn it all. But I'm like, you know what? That's my business. That's what I do. I learn new languages. To the point that I was even teaching. I became a tutor for the other black kids in the School of Engineering because they were struggling with coding. I refuse to lose in front of white people. That's just a no for me. Most black people, they're okay being idiots for pennies in front of white people. I will never in my life degrade myself for white people. I'd rather be poor, but I will never be poor because I'm a child of God. I will never be. I don't sit here and complain. Even when I lost my business, not once did I come to social media. Oh my God, look at what happened to me. People didn't support me. I don't give a fuck. Because never ever, when I started my business, did God say black people were going to support you. I don't expect shit from black people. Because what do black people expect from themselves in the first place? Nothing. Okay? Let's be so for real. Let's be so for real. I expect everything from myself. If I get back up, I decide to start over, I will expect everything from Marlene. And let it be so good that whoever it touches the heart. But I will never say, oh my gosh, black people have to support me. No, because I know what it costs to ask for the support of black people. You have to hate men. You got to hate white people. You always got to make excuses. I don't have time for that bullshit. I don't live my life like that. To me, it's beneath me. I don't think like that. I don't live like that. I don't process my life like that. I do not. You know what I'm saying? In my life, I have put on weight, but never have I sat here and made excuses for, oh, it's okay to be weight. It's okay to be big. Oh, it's about your hormones. It ain't about shit. I was not born fat. I made myself fat. I have lost weight before. I've gained weight. I've lost weight. I will lose the weight again. Because I refuse to be part of this ethnic image of fat, big arm, black women. That was never me. I've always had small arms anyways, right? You have to make a choice. Got to make a choice. Who are you going to be in this world? You're either going to be somebody who excels or you're somebody who fails. It's up to you. You decide. It's your life. It really is your life. But you only have one life to live. So I pray you make the best choice possible. But if you don't, I wouldn't be surprised. I also would not be surprised, right? So people got to decide. But I'm like, me, that's how I live my life. My standards are really high. When I was 24, I was like, because I was with somebody else, but I was like, hey, when I'm 25 years old, by the time I'm 25, I have to get married. And I trusted God for that. I guess it worked out for me. Because I'm a very intentional person. And when I do something, I do it very well. I do it very, very well. Because I'm not lazy. And I also know when you're black, people are looking to pick you apart. So I tend to obsess over stuff because I don't want anybody to have anything to say about me. Right? You have to study in this life. You have to study hard, which is something that many black people don't like to do. And that's why year after year, decade after decade, century after century, black people keep getting caught in the same trap set by white people. It never fails because it's the people who don't learn. They don't study history. They don't study politics. Don't even study the very laws that affect their lives every single day. They think life is a joke. Don't take life seriously. They're like the cicada. And the cicada and the ant stuff is just like that. Don't take shit seriously. And all the white man has to do is put the same trap at the same location, and year after year, decade after decade, century after century, then people are going to keep falling in there back to back to back to back to back to back to back because they never learn. They don't learn. They do not learn. And so you're like, you know what? I will never be like those people. That will never be me. Get my ass one time. Try to get me again. Get my ass one time. When I tell them to sit my ass down, how fast was I walking? What road was I walking on? At what time did I walk there? What is this track made out of? What is this? What is that? What is this? What is that? You will never get my ass in this thing. So help me God. Okay? You will never get me in that shit. Janet was here yesterday. Ask her. I said to her, in this life, no matter what happens to Janet, you always have to say, everything works out for my good. Because life, success, it belongs to intelligent people. It might not happen to some people because they scam and they lie. You know, most black people love scammers and liars. It's fine. Let them enjoy their foolishness. It don't last. That's why most black wealth don't last, because it's built on foolishness. A bunch of rubbles, right? But everything works out for your good. Because the more you study stuff, the harder you commit yourself to stuff, good things will happen for you. And when they do happen for you, they're going to last a lot longer because you made yourself a student. Before I acquired this thing, I first and foremost studied the thing. And because I studied this thing so hard, when it finally came to be, I was prepared for that. How many people can say that? Right? Especially how many people with this complexion can say that? They don't want to learn. Grades are bad everywhere. Everybody knows. You give a test to a black child compared to any other child, most likely the child is going to fail. Right? That's why for my kids, the bar is really high for my children. Because wherever they go, they will never be a stereotypical, predictable black boy in America. They will never be that. It will never, ever happen. That's over my dead body. I have to be dead. And if I'm dead, as a ghost, I'm showing up. It will never happen. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, you know, and I will say this also, I feel like being black, it means different things to different people. Because everybody has different role models. Everybody has different influencers. Everybody has different inspiration, right? Me, I look to people of yesteryears, and I said, if these people could do it with very, very little, who am I to complain? If these people could go outside and use the moonlight to study, who am I not to study, right? If these people could tend to the field, tend to white people, then they have to come home and tend to their kids, right? Who am I to say that I can't do this? You understand, right? That's always how I live my life. Anytime I feel like being sad or I feel like giving up or wumpty wump wump, I go because I like to study. I like to research. I find an old school black person who had it way worse than me, who had less than me, whatever less than me, and they persevered and they excelled. And I'm like, you know what? I just shut up because I have not suffered enough. I've not been through enough. I'm just being delusional. And I'm also being ungrateful. So I keep my mouth shut. I get back to work. God forgive me. Okay? That's it. Because there are people who live this life, people that look just like me, and they suffered way worse than me, and they didn't complain. And they trusted God, and they worked hard, and they were so patient. So who am I to say, oh, I can't wait 5 years, or I can't wait for 2 years. I can't. No, I can't wait. I have nowhere to go. I'm here. I'm okay. Right? So that's always been me. That's who I am. You know, you have some black people, they've always been mediocre. So mediocre black people do well as influencers because they've always been clowns. Black people have a natural attraction to clown energy. If it's alcohol, drinking, sex, drugs, being lazy, gossiping, anything non-intellectual, you will find those people there. That's what they like to do. Right? And that's why by large, when it comes to other ethnic groups, white people, Asians, Indians, Arabs, most of these people do not have a lot of respect for black people. You can call them racist, call them whatever, but at the end of the day, they don't see a lot of excellence out of black people. It's not the norm. Not that it's impossible, but it's not the standard. Right? And I'm like, you agree with that. Like, yeah, it's not the standard. Because to be a clown, to be a degenerate, to be a chaotic person, an argumentative person, combative person, fighting people, that is more so the norm. Everything non-intellectual is usually attached to Black people. So even when you are Black and you're smart, unfortunately, people have to kind of see it for themselves, right? But it's not like a Korean. When you show up, people just like assume that you must be smart unless you prove to be stupid, right? But most Koreans, you know, they benefit from a positive stereotype that people think they're really smart. People think most Koreans can get into Harvard, right? Or Yale. And when it comes to Black people, they think most Black people can get into jail, right? And that's the ethnic image, because that's the culture. If you have a culture that keeps encouraging foolishness, you cannot be surprised when most people don't want anything to do with Black people. They don't want to go to schools with Black people, don't want to live in neighborhoods with Black people. They don't want to date Black people, don't want to marry Black people. It's understandable. It's not easy to, like, I guess, swallow that, but it's understandable, because at large, they do not see a representation that makes them say, this is a brand that I want to attach myself to. No, the Black brand is bad business. It's really bad, right? And even I made a business, me and Jimmy, we made it a point to not even live amongst Black people, right? I live amongst a lot of Indians and Koreans because I didn't want anybody to shame my sons for being smart. Because, you know, Black culture, if you speak well, you have good grades, you care about your grades, you're going to be made fun of, because it's a culture that does not praise high academic achievement. So why would I want my kids there? Also, I did not want it to be an anomaly for us to be married, because a lot of Black children, since people don't care, because the culture has low standards, most Black children are raised in a one-parent household. Okay, no problem. That's not my culture. But if you live around Indians, how often do you hear of Indians being single baby mamas? You don't hear that shit. How often do you hear of Indians getting a divorce? It's very rare, right? Koreans also barely divorced. So if you are around these Asian and South Asian people, marriage is the norm. I don't want my kids to feel like they have something special. Being married, yeah, is special, but it's not that crazy, because growing up, for me, a lot of people were married. Most people were married. Now, being raised by one person, now that was out the norm, right? So I want them to feel like marriage is what people do. Responsible people are married. So that way, when they get older, it's not like, oh, marriage, I don't know, right? It's not enough for you to see your mom and dad married, your grandparents married. You need to also see that other people are married, because that's what responsible adults do. And the culture over here, I mean, since we're here in the States, right? The culture is have sex out of wedlock, get pregnant. As soon as you get pregnant, oh, I don't want to be with this man. I ain't gonna raise. Oh, I would never be my baby daddy. Then why would you have a child with this man? Like, make it make sense, right? I don't want my kids around that culture. Hey, Pearl, I don't want my son and people. You can feel away, but at the same time, if you feel away also by Beyonce, because Beyonce is not raising her children around Black people. She's raising her kids in Malibu, very, very, very far away from Black people. Because the culture, for me, is bad business. And I did not carry these kids for 9 months each, raise my children for my sons to be failures. My children will never be YNs. It's not going to happen. My children will never have to feel like, oh, I got to be a YN to be accepted by Black culture. You don't have to be accepted by Black culture. Because I would tell my kids, you're not Black. You're a human being. Live your life. Live your best life. And make friends, because you share the same culture, like you have the same values, the same interests, like Trey loves to code and things like that. Make friends who love what you do. Make friends who inspire you to go deeper into your passion, to go deeper into your studies, right? Make friends who push you to want to get an A in calculus. And most likely they're not going to be Black, right? Because most Black kids want to dance. Most Black kids want to do TikTok. Most Black kids, anything that's easy and entertaining is what most Black children want to do. My children will never be monkeys for any white people. Their job will never be to entertain whites. That will never happen. They can go back, they can go to the hood somewhere and find those people. It's not going to be my kids. My kids most likely will have businesses where they hire white people. They will have their own firms where they hire white people. They will have their own brands, and people will know that they're serious. They work hard, they're dedicated, and they can be trusted with a lot of money. My sons will have a very serious brand. They're not gonna have tattoos at 16, tattoos at 18, pants sagging, all that goofy shit. Because I'm raising leaders, people who will step somewhere and be like, wow, they must have had a great mom and a great dad. They sure did. Because they have two parents who give a big, big F about who they become in this world. Because my sons will not be failures. And when I die, I will definitely say I raised some amazing sons, because God gave me beautiful children. And it's my job to make sure that they are implanted in a soil that encourages curiosity, academic, not criminal, but academic curiosity. They need to be in a soil where it's like you see families. It's normal to see families. You can go to the park, nobody's going to shoot your ass, right? Where neighbors wave to each other, where nobody tries to steal their neighbor's mail. Like, what the hell? What the hell, right? That's it. Because I have my own culture. We have our own culture. And that's the culture they have in this household. And they will never be, I will tell them, don't you ever feel as though you have to go out of your way to attract Black people. No. Complexion is an afterthought. Everything comes down to culture. You want to attract these people, what is the net benefit? Is it going to be a net positive or a net negative? If it's a net negative, they can stay exactly where they are. They can stay exactly where they are. You don't need problems in your life. You need people who are coming into your life to encourage you to be at your full potential. But you see, for most Black people too, if you say you got to try harder, study harder, lose weight, be calmer, be more patient, right? They get triggered. Because a call for excellence to a lot of Black people is an insult. They want to be where they are. Nothing changes. Complain. They like it like that. They like to fester in their own cesspool. Just leave them where they're at. Leave these people where they're at. The worst thing you can do is to tell non-ambitious people to change. They get triggered, right? That's all they want. I saw this one guy talk about like the Black culture thing. He's like, because he also said like it's a redneck culture, right? And even elite Black people had a fear of Southern Black people with redneck culture. Because you couldn't tell these people to behave. You couldn't tell these people to pray. You could not tell these people not to gamble, not to do, like not to be promiscuous. Anything evil, anything the devil has out there, they want to indulge in demonic activity. So, okay, we got to separate ourselves because you're a little different. And I believe in separation. Because if you're not careful, you're going to lose yourself. You can have high standards, but if you feel, oh, I have this loyalty to Blackness, you'll wake up one day, your standards are gone. Because they will overwhelm you with their bad culture. And before you know it, you're making this concession, that concession, this concession, and this concession. Now you completely lost your culture. And now everything you do is what they want you to do. No. When you're the standard, you can never allow low-class people to tell you who you're going to be. It's better to be by yourself. I see why Thoreau went out in the wilderness and chose to live by himself. It is better to be by yourself than to be in horrible company. It is better to walk alone than to have bad counsel. It is better to be all by yourself than to be surrounded by goofy-ass sisterhood that's only dragging you to the bottom. Be by yourself. But you see, most Black people are not brave enough to stand alone. Most Black people, they're not brave enough to even pursue a friendship with God. No, they want to be able to hear the stuff. Like they want to actually hear human voices and be around actual people and things like that. Because otherwise, God is enough. Your friendship with God should be enough. Right? The fact that God talks to you, you have communion with God and he's telling you to do the right things. And you are also trying your very hard to do the things that God wants you to do. That right there should be enough for you. But unfortunately, for a lot of these people, a friendship with God is an afterthought. Communion with God is an afterthought. They commune with evil. And that's why they love lazy people shit. They really, really do love lazy people stuff. So you have a choice to make. Do you want to be at the top of your game? And yes, you most likely will not be around lots of Black people. And it's not your fault. It's not because you don't want to see them there. They themselves don't want to see themselves there. So what can you do? Right? You only have one life to live. So what I'm saying is, if you have to separate yourself, even your own family, I'm not saying never talk to them again, but realize we don't want the same things. And therefore, you have to separate yourself and commit your entire heart wholeheartedly to the things that you truly want, the life that you really want. There's so many gifted, there's so many favored Black children who are struggling between, do I stick with my culture or do I turn my back on these people and do what I have to do? I'm telling you, you got to do what Abraham did. He walked away. You have to do what Gideon did. Gideon walked away. Moses walked away. I mean, he was raised away, but whatever. Okay? Jesus also walked away. They said to Jesus, your mom is outside. He's like, who's my mom? Because my family is whoever does the will of my Father. If you're a Christian, most Black people do not live according to the word of God. And that's why you cannot claim most Black people, because most Black people do everything that God hates. They intentionally live lives to do all the horrible things that God says not to do. So how can you call a people who intentionally despise your God, your people, because they happen to have your complexion? That makes no sense to me. You call people your people if they honor your God. And if they honor your God, they will keep the commandments of God. They will keep the values of God. They will abstain from evil. They will abstain from corruption. They will abstain from all kinds of bullshit. Right? And that's not how the average Black person lives. The average Black person lives in contempt of God's will. So they're not your people. They're not your people. There are people that share your complexion, but they're not your people. And Jesus was quite clear. He said, my sheep will know my voice. That's it. They said, oh, how are we going to recognize your people? You shall recognize them by their fruits. A lot of Black people, their behaviors are not holy fruits. They're not fruits of sanctification. They're not fruits of people who commune with Jesus. And that's why today there's all this Black fatigue content, all that type of content, because when you're not of Christ, this is it. But if they had fruits of the Spirit, like we know in 1 Corinthians 13 and stuff like that, we would not have this issue. So you can't sit here and say, oh yeah, oh, Black people this, Black people that. No, they're just people that happen to have your complexion. But if you're going to fight for a people that honors your God. Fight for a people that keeps the commandment of your God. Whatever God will say is evil, they're not going to call it good. Most Black people, whatever God says is good, they call it bad. Whatever God says is bad, they call it good. So how can they be your people? How can they be your people? And also, they never forgive. It's the same shit over and over, always rehashing the same bullshit. You're a Christian, you're called to forgive. Forgiveness is big. It really is big. But if you do not keep the commandments of God, how can I then tell you that's my person, that's my people? No, I don't care who you are. I wish you all the best though. But I don't have to claim you because we have the same complexion. That is absolute lunacy. And that also shows that the Black brand doesn't mean shit. Because when you have a brand that means a lot, people are seriously protective of the brand. They pretty much gatekeep. Nobody can just have access to the brand. But if anybody can be Black, all behaviors are welcome. All kinds of attitudes are welcome. All kinds of practices are welcome. Even witchcraft, all kinds of murder, anything is welcome. Listen, this is not a good brand. This is it's just not good business. It is not a good brand. So a smart person, a wise person, you pack up your bags. You're like, yo, it's time for me to leave this place. Because this is not where I want to be. Right? And I understand some people are going to stay here. That's their choice. Just like in the desert, a lot of people stayed there and they perished there. That's what's going to happen. But you have to decide, where do I want to be? Especially when you have children. Where do I want to be? And where do I want to raise my kids? And what kind of culture do I want my children to have? And I want my children to have a culture of excellence. Not a boastful one, huh? A humble one, you don't have to brag. You show up, you work hard, and you let your work speak for itself. And wherever you go, you have to be gracious. Be mindful how you talk to people. Be mindful how you treat others. Have standards for yourself, just like you have standards for other people, right? It's not that hard. Life is not that hard, right? And so once you live like that, you realize that a lot of people who have your complexion, they're not fit to be in your space. But it's like people are trying to force themselves to be together because they happen to have the same complexion. And you see, it leads to all kinds of foolishness. Very successful Black people get ridiculed by people of low achievement because you are forcing yourself in spaces where you're not going to be appreciated. You don't belong next to these people. Highly intelligent Black people are being ridiculed by people who can't even read at a third grade level because you're forcing yourself to be around these people. Complexion is not enough to be friends with someone. Nationality is not enough to be friends with someone, right? Ethnic identity is not enough to be friends with someone. You have to know, why are we walking together? Where are we going? The Bible even says that where are two people going if they don't share the same vision? So there comes a time, God be like, friend, let's sit down. I've known you for 5 years, known you for 10 years. Where are you trying to go? Ultimately, what's your destination? Do you say, because this is my destination, do you also have the same destination? And a lot of us, sometimes we have outgrown each other. We don't have the same destination, but we don't know how to say goodbye to people, right? We don't know how to say goodbye to people. You have to learn how to say goodbye to people because you're not trying to go to the same place. You might want to get married. She's perfectly fine being by herself. So, gotta be an adult. It's time to stop the friendship. I don't want people to see you as much because what I want will require me to do X, Y, and Z. And I know if I do it, it's going to trigger you. Just like most weight loss journeys will usually break up two best friends because you have one best friend who don't want to lose weight. And then you have the other best friend who wants to lose weight. Well, the one who's not trying to lose weight, she's going to have a hard time seeing that her friend is getting skinnier and skinnier, feeling more confident, going out, getting more dates. It's going to trigger her. So for her own sanity, it's better if she doesn't see it because she won't be able to take it. I had somebody call me the other day. She was like, oh, Marlene, I got married. And so when she told her friend, her friend had an adverse reaction. Her friend started crying. Her friend got jealous. She's like, oh, it's not you that I'm jealous of, blah, 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 yeah, blah, 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 blah. But I asked her, like, what exactly is, I really asked her to rank her friend. She's like, oh, Marlene, she's a great person. I said, yeah, sure, whatever. How would you rate her? Then I thought, don't worry about it. She won't know. How would she know? She'll never know. But she told me her friend is actually a 3. I said, there you go. But she's very fit, she's very, very fit. I said, okay. So for as long as you've known her, she never tried to even be a 5. She's always been a 3. I'm like, you should have stopped this friendship a long time ago. Because what can she do for you? She can barely do for herself. Right? If you're like, let's say you're like a 7 or 8 and your friend's a 3, how does that help her? How does she help you? This is not a good friendship. Y'all got to move on. Right? Because you have a certain standard for yourself and her standard is low. So any achievement in your life will trigger her because she's not ambitious. She's not a fighter. She's very complacent. She's very lazy. She's just very Black. Okay? Very Black. right? And people like that can poison you. She can poison you. She can poison your newborn. You never know. She might try to sleep with your husband, right? Me, I stay clear of mediocre people. If you're mediocre, you have no space in my life because you're crazy. You're lazy. You're very, very lazy. How can you know someone that's so, like, she's so damn fit? How do you know someone that's so fit and you're still big? Like, how are you big? You never asked her for help. You never asked her for this, and that. No, never tried. I'm like, okay, maybe she's envious of you. But I'm like, what? Like, why did you keep this friendship going for so long? You know? So she asked, I guess like she's part of the fancy wedding. So she was like, she told her, I can kind of see like it bothers you. But I'm like, you also have to tell her, like, if it's too much for her, she does not have to be part of your wedding. She can just come to the wedding as a guest. Okay? But this is what happens when you decide to keep mediocre people in your life. You have to baby them. You know, you have to make sure she's okay. Right? You gotta baby grown-ass people. And I'm like, okay, you can baby her now. But reality of marriage is you're not going to have that much time for her. Because you're married now, you'll have children soon. You're not going to have that much time for her. So now what? When you get pregnant also, you're going to have to hold her hand and try to make her not feel bad about the fact that she's not a mother yet. I'm like, girl, this is too much babying. We don't have time for this. We do not have time for any of this, okay? You either keep up or here's the door. Do not be afraid to tell people they're fired. Do not be afraid to tell a friend she's fired. Like, yes. Do not be like, all right, girl, why are you here? Because it's weird. Why are you not trying to do better? Why are you here? Right? It's okay to fire people. Perfectly fine. It's not a big deal.
Holiday, get a pen and start brainstorming ideas. I know it's uncomfortable. I know it's hard. I know it's not easy to show up every single day and do the things that we know we are supposed to be doing. But I want both of you to push yourself.
Yeah, I do agree about the looking in though, because I feel like as friends, we do try to hold each other accountable. So, for example, when she said she was doing my hair, I tried joining her once, just so I tried it with her and I tried something new. And we've done like a New Year's video together to discuss our plans for this year. But I feel like we can be more consistent with it. That's true.
Yeah. So that's what I want y'all to do next week, or when you're done holiday, you say, for the next 5 to 7 days, I'm going to do what I need to do, and I'm not making any excuses.
Yeah.
And y'all call each other, hey, girl, I'm doing this now. I'm going here now. All right? Mm-hmm. All right, ladies, keep me posted. Come back in a month. I want to update.
Okay. And thank you for your advice.
You're welcome, Beauty. Have a good night. Bye-bye. I know it's very intimidating coming up here. There's a lot of people. There's the comment section. It's a lot. I totally understand that.
Let me play this one. Let me play this video that I saw from this billionaire person, right? Let me play this video. Hold on.
Emphasize things that are like reasonably obvious. How do you do goals and objectives and OKRs and mission statements and delegation? Things that you need like a mildly good 8th grade education to do. But that's not where people run into trouble. They really run into trouble on like very, very complicated emotional things where the emotion prevents them from doing the thing that they intellectually know they need to do.
Okay. All right. So do you hear this part? You heard this part? So he said where people really get tripped up is like when it comes to emotional things. So do you see why? Because this is Horowitz, right? Ben Horowitz, like, is a billionaire. That's the man people say, oh, he's the one that has the black wife. Okay. He's that Jewish billionaire with the black wife. Okay, cool. Do you see how he said what really trips people up is their emotions, right? Cool. So do you see why a lot of black people do not get selected by these white Jewish people to be CEOs of their companies? They're more likely to hire Indians to be CEOs, right? Because everybody knows, it's okay. Everybody knows black people are highly emotional. They know black people are highly, highly emotional, right? So yeah, CEO, president, yeah, right, good luck. Okay, good luck. Even to have Obama president, they put a white man right behind him just to make sure he doesn't get too emotional, right? That is part of the cultural identity. People know that Black people are highly emotional. Now imagine being Black and a woman. You're probably even way more emotional, right? And this is why a lot of women out here have these horrible ass friendships that serve them no purpose. You hold on to these goofy ass friendships, these weird ass sisterhoods that really do not serve you. They're holding you back. Because you'll say, okay, I have to do this with her. I have to lose weight with her. I have to go work out with her. She will never show up. She's not going to do it. So now your progress is contingent upon her showing up. She will not show up. She won't show up for herself, and she's definitely not going to show up for you. It's not going to happen. Right? So now you have to decide, do I continue to be emotional, or do I turn into the CEO of my life? And be like, you're fired. That's it. Nah, it's cool. Okay? Gotta go. Because where I'm trying to go, I need people who show up. People who show up for the hard things, people who show up for the sweaty things, etc., etc., etc. Because I'm trying to go up. Right? A lot of your Black people will hold you back. And because you're Black, so you're most likely emotional, you're holding yourself back from cutting these people who are holding you back. They got to go. Okay? They have to go. You don't have a choice. They have to go. They just have to go. Like the heck? They got to go.
So this could be firing a friend.
You see what he say? What did he say? What did he say? That's crazy, huh?
Firing a friend.
Okay. Firing a friend. There you go. I'm not even a billionaire. Look at what he said. He's a billionaire. So I'm sure he's had to fire a lot of friends because they are not going to get me to my next level. Say what you want about white folks and their racism. But one thing about white people, they're ruthless. And their ruthlessness is why they're at the top of the food chain, the top of business, the top of weaponry, you name it. They're usually at the top. Most people rather be around white people, even after all the evil shit they've done. Because they know usually when you're around white people, you're going to be in a well-oiled machine with some corruption, of course. Okay? But you are around Black people, listen, you're most likely going to live in a jungle. That's it. Too emotional to do anything that actually needs to be done. It's okay. It really is okay. Now you have to decide what you're going to do, right? So some people in your life have to be fired. Fire a friend because the friend is not helping you, okay? The friend is not helping you. Hold on.
And or doing a reorganization that causes a very talented employee to lose power and get upset with you, or not give somebody a raise who you really like, but isn't the person on the team that deserves a raise. These things are much more difficult and people often avoid them. But as a leader, you're much better off running at your fear than running away from your fear because it's going to chase you down. Hello, I'm Ben Horowitz, founding partner at the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz and author of the best-selling book, The Hard Thing About Hard Things.
You know, and I was having a conversation. No, I just had a conversation recently with someone, and I said, you're going to have to make a hard decision. Tears all over. I'm like, listen, that's life. This is what it means to be a CEO. And I think, and I swear, like, I'm not trying to be mean, huh? But it is what it is, right? A lot of Black people, because Black people are so immature, so emotionally immature, they do not realize you probably have, as a human being, you probably have the biggest role in your life. You are the CEO of your life. You are the CEO. Like, you really have to look at your life as a small business. You got to look at your life as a small enterprise. And you really have to be, you got to be brave enough to make these tough calls. Like, do I really want to keep being friends with this person? You've been friends for 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5, 6 years. What is the net positive of this friendship? It's horrible. You have a friend. All she does is call you every day, complain. Do you not understand? You keep this person in your life, you're also going to turn into a complainer. right? You have this friend. All she does is bash men all day. You're going to turn into a man basher also because she'll rub off on you. How is she serving you? How is she making you a better person? How is she helping you to be more, grow into becoming more of a critical thinker, right? How is she pushing you to see life in different ways? How is she encouraging you to have an attitude of somebody who knows how to win? No, it's usually loser talk. Nothing but loser talk. That's all it is. Loser talk. And before you realize, you're also going to turn into a loser your damn self. If you hang with losers, you'll be a loser. All your favor will go away. Your charm, your wit is going to go away because you spend too much time with losing ass people. Okay? Bunch of losers. Gotta stay away from folks like that. All they've ever done was lose. They've been losing since high school. They never peaked. And yet you have your entire life is full of these mediocre people because they happen to be Black. Are you insane? So what kind of CEO are you? You got to make tough calls. It's life. It's life, but it gets better, And the more you do it, the easier it gets. Okay? I promise you. Okay?
Management debt is what happens when you don't do what you're supposed to. I should fire that person, but that's going to be very, very messy, so I'm going to blow it off. I should fill this executive position, but I'm so busy with other things, so I'm going to let that go. And the problem is that debt causes knock-on effects. So you don't just have the problem of the bad executive or bad manager that you didn't fire. Now that debt creates an employee satisfaction problem among everybody on that team. And then the reputation of that team starts to degrade inside the organization. And so now that team can't be effective with other teams. And then you start.
That's what you're saying, right? Instead of firing a bad friend, you keep that bad friend because, we've been friends for so long. I've known her for so long. Okay, no problem. Now, because that friend is here for so long, they're rubbing off on you. Now you're more discouraged. Now you're more likely, or you have a negative outlook on life. Now you're gaining weight. Now you don't want to exercise. Now you don't see the purpose in putting yourself together. Now you don't mind going outside in a bonnet, okay? Because you kept that one bad apple. Because you're too scared to say, she got to go. She has to go. Because as long as she's here, not only am I not getting better, I'm getting worse. I am getting worse. A girl comes into your life. All she wants to do is eat. All she wants to do is spend money. All she wants to do is talk bad about people. All she wants to do is talk about this, how this didn't work out for her. How this didn't work out for her. Do you see how you're going to start being fat? Do you see how you're also going to turn into her? You're going to start talking like her, seeing life like her, and before you know it, you are a loser just like her. Right? A lot of ladies are losers. I'm not trying to be mean. They're just losers. They have a horrible, 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 horrible outlook on life. Like I said, it's their culture. I'm not a wizard. I'm not here to change people. No, I don't think I can change that many people. Okay? I can only speak to those people who can be saved and who want to be saved. Some people, they're just too far gone. Right? So I hope you're not one of those people. Right? But I feel like if we got to this topic, obviously there's somebody on the chat that is struggling with bad friendship. You truly have to man up. Okay? Got to be the CEO of your life. Everybody in your life has to serve a purpose of elevation. Just like I hope by the grace of God that you will reciprocate that same energy for them too, right? Somebody pours into you positively. I would pray that you would also pour into them positively, which is why I said you have to be a child of God, because a child of God doesn't just take. They know how to take and they also know how to give, and they give cheerfully. They're not just takers. But when you hang around a bunch of losers, these loser people, all they do is take from people. They barely make any deposits. They barely make any positive deposits, but they sure do know how to withdraw. And one day you'll wake up, you're so emptied out. Because this friendship is like being friends with a goofy ass vampire. You have nothing left to give. Everything is just bad and bad and bad. You look in the mirror, you barely recognize yourself. Yeah, because you let a vampire in your life. You have to cut people who don't serve you. You have to cut off people who are not going to take you to the next level. Leave the weirdos outside. Don't bring them in, because your home should be quite sacred. Okay? Should be very sacred.
Or to have attrition on that team because nobody wants to work in an organization with a bad manager that nobody else in the...
It's pretty much like because of her, because she's in her life, when men see you and things like that, oh no, this girl is crazy. So if that's her friend and that's the one who gives her advice, I don't want no parts of this. So that's a goofy ass friend. And that's what we often say. It's women who keep other women single, because when guys see the kind of friends you hang around, it says a lot about you, right? It says a lot about you. It says a lot about you, because why would a smart woman pick a friend like that? So if this girl is part of your life, you must not be smart. So therefore, you can have her, right? Because it's all a red flag. If you're a woman and you got goofy ass girlfriends, it's a red flag, because it means you don't know how to pick your circle carefully, right? You're not critical of who gets to be a friend. You're not critical of who gets to be part of your circle. You don't have discernment. And that, my friend, is a big red flag. That's a no-no. That's a no. He's right.
Organization respects. These things cascade, and pretty soon it's very, very difficult to kind of get out from under it. So it's why I always like to say, you need to run towards the pain and darkness and not away from it. And I think the best leaders always run towards the darkness. They always run towards the problem. They never run away from it. And in the ones that fail, always hesitate. In peacetime, business has a product that's working. Customers love it. There's not really serious competition. There's plenty of money in the bank. And so what you're really trying to do is say, okay, how can I take this great opportunity that I have and scale it up? How can, I enable the organization to do more and do it without me kind of getting in the way and slowing it down? And so most management techniques are oriented around this. But in a wartime situation, there's a 10x change in the competition, the supply chain, the financial macroeconomic environment. And in this scenario, those techniques have to be changed very rapidly, and you can't have a peacetime persona as a leader. An example, I was on the board of a company that had lost a huge portion of their revenue during COVID. And in the board meeting, the proposal from the HR department was, because we lost so much revenue, the stock dropped, in half. Therefore, the offers that we made to employees were worth half what they were worth. And so we have to give all the employees more stock. And that was a very peacetime idea. Keep everybody in the boat. We have to retain people, et cetera. But we're in wartime now. And what I told the CEO is, look, you're trying to keep everybody in the boat because that's what you told your team to do, keep everybody in the boat. But your boat is leaking and it's 3,000 miles from shore, and you're never going to make it to shore if everybody stays in the boat. So the last thing you want to do is keep everybody in the boat. You need to start throwing people overboard if they want to.
You hear what that white man said? Y'all, when I heard that white man say this, I'm like, oh shit. I said, this is how they conquer the world. They're so damn ruthless. He said, you said that when it was times of peace. Now it's times of war. So it would have been nice, but no, we don't have it. So fuck even giving people stocks, okay? We're going to fire people. Because my boat is going to make it to shore. Now, how y'all going to get to shore, that's on y'all. But I will throw you people off my boat. He's like, no, you need to start throwing people overboard. You see? You see how in this life you have to be ready? Because I'm like, you never know. That's why you also have to be fit. You can't be fat. Because now they about to throw your ass overboard. Are you even fit enough to swim? Can you swim for 3,000 miles? No, he means that shit. But I'm like, but do you see? I'm like, sometimes, listen, I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm really not. I promise you, right? But I'm just the type of person, I'm not willing to let my feelings stop me from accepting advice that sounds harsh. You know what I mean? Because the first time he said that, I'm like, you're going to do what? Throw people overboard? He's like, yeah, we're going to throw these people overboard. Because the way he looks at it, his boat has to make it because he has his cargo. Fuck them people. Right? Fuck them people. But you see, this is white people's mentality. This is how white people think. And that's why they will do whatever it takes to win. They have enslaved people. They do whatever. And you can cry about it. You can bitch. You can call them racist. Ultimately, they did it. Womp. Whereas like we black people, we truly struggle. Like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. You don't have a choice. They will do it. That's why I tell you, black people and white people, we don't have the same culture. I think it's a joke. Oh, I'm gonna go date a white man. He gonna, like you said, if it gets real, he gonna throw your ass overboard because he's gonna make it. We don't have the same culture. But I hope you guys can see, like white people, I mean high achieving white people, it's not an emotional people. It's so ruthless people. And it's like, even, I remember one time, Kevin Samuels had asked this lady, right? Like, it's her against two other ladies fighting for the dream man. So one had a stick, one had a pencil, and one had a sword. So he said, okay, what weapon are you taking? Because you're going to have to fight for this man. And the black lady, she's a lawyer lady. She said, oh, I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight. I'm not fighting over a man. I'm like, you sound so damn stupid. Okay? The man of your dream. So if he's the man of your dream and two other women are willing to fight for this man, right? Obviously, he must be hard to find. There is a knife. There is a pencil. There is a stick. You better run to, there was a sword actually. You better run to grab the sword. But I'm like, she said, oh, she's not fighting. Just because you're not fighting does not mean these other girls will have mercy on you. Because now they have weapons and you don't. Your dumb ass. Right? So at least, even if you're not going to fight, you should have a weapon to protect yourself just in case they want to fight you. Because sometimes you might not want to fight. But just because you don't want to fight doesn't mean that they're not going to try to kill you. But she thought she sounded so heroic. Oh, I will never fight for a man. Yeah, right. Then obviously you don't want one. But unfortunately for you, right now you're in the ring. And a weapon must be chosen. But you wasted so much time, so I'm sure now you just leveled a pencil. So write your death wish. Do you want to be beheaded or you want to be stabbed in the heart? You tell me. Okay? You are freaking crazy. Marlene, whether I even want this man or not, they're throwing swords. I see crazy people. I am grabbing the sword. Then I can say, if you want him, you can have him. But I will definitely have the biggest weapon. You have to damn on. Okay? Human beings are violent. We're violent people. And we are a greedy people. So save that blah, blah, blah monastery talk. Because these two other people have a weapon. Why would you be weaponless? Right? And I'm like, and this is why, for the most part, because Esther was like, oh, Marlene, I can't wait for a day when Africa takes over. I was like, Esther, it's not going to happen in your lifetime. Okay, you're going to die. You will never see that day. Okay, because black people will never do what it takes. They will never. They enjoy submission. It won't happen. China is more likely to overtake Africa than Africa is rising up. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And it's okay. Because we don't have that kind of mindset. We don't have it. If we did, slavery wouldn't have happened. And it definitely would not have lasted as long as it did also. We're not crazy enough. We're very submissive. So it lasted for as long as it did. There's the problem. But I don't feel like talking about it right now. Right? But he was like, throw the people overboard. Now imagine people who are not ready to be thrown overboard because they never saved their money. They had lifestyle creep. They got fat. They got this. Now they're about to toss your ass up. Right? But when you get to that age where you want to date and get married and things like that, you are entering wartime. It's very competitive. It's crazy. It's a lot of competition. It's not time for you to be emotional. It is time for you to be ruthless, and it's time for you to be strategic. I don't care what nobody tells you. Listen to me. Okay? This is real life. He's like, throw these people overboard. This man is crazy. I was like, man, that's that black lady's husband? Wow.
Because that's what you told your team to do, keep everybody in the boat. But your boat is leaking and it's 3,000 miles from shore, and you're never going to make it to shore if everybody stays in the boat. So the last thing you want to do is keep everybody in the boat. You need to start throwing people overboard. If they want to jump, that's awesome. The last thing you want to do is give everybody more stock options. Like maybe there's a few people that you got to have.
He's like, okay, he says, so you throw overboard, but if they want to jump ahead, if they just want to do it, that's even better. But you see, and that's why you'll see people who are better prepared, people who are fit, people who have saved their money, people who've already been applying for other jobs, they're going to jump because it's not a problem. They prepared for this, right? But it's a lot of fat people who did not get ready for this. So they're going to drown because they will throw your ass overboard. And that's even life too, huh? You don't prepare for life. When you get to retirement age, they will throw your ass overboard. Life is not kind to old people. Especially life in the West. It is not kind to old people. Oh, I don't mind being alone. I don't care have a man, no problem, right? Because you're just thinking about today. You're still young. Wait until your bones start cracking in your 60s and your 70s, right? You're not going to be able to work the way you used to. And many, many people are not planning for retirement. They spend money like there's no tomorrow, right? They will throw your ass overboard in your 60s, especially the government. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, who knows if those things are still going to be out here available when people go to retire, right? 20, 30 years from now, right? But people running this country right here, they are really ruthless. People who run some of the biggest companies in the world are really crazy. People who have a lot of money in this world, right? A lot of the key players out here, they don't care. They don't have feelings. It's business. So to me, I'm saying when it comes to your personal life, it's time for you to see yourself as a CEO of your life and take a good look, take a hard ass assessment at anybody you call a friend, a sister, my mother, all these people, child, assess these people and ask yourself, are they helping me to get to my goals? Or am I lagging because of these people? You decide, you really decide. So now let's go back over here. Actually, I'm done with you. I'm tired. Let's get back over here. Hold on, let me show you this.
By any means say that Pucci was irrelevant back then, but it was simply just kind of existing, I think. To some, the brand had lost its way. The prints felt dated, the customer base was aging, and frankly, back then, I think very few people under the age of 40 cared about Emilio Pucci, especially in a time of, when we think minimalism, neutrals, capsule wardrobes, and especially during the pandemic when very few people were traveling because of not only the pandemic, but, the financial climate, Pucci wasn't so relevant. Interestingly, Pucci was actually without a creative director from 2017 to 2021.
Okay, so you see, the brand did not have a creative director, right? So another thing also you're going to have to do as well. So for almost 4 years, the brand did not have a creative director, right? One thing you're also going to have to do when it comes to your life, you're going to have to be the CEO and you're going to have to be the creative director of your life. You have to design your life. Who you are, what you do, where you live, how you live, who your friends are, okay? The people you're around, you know what I'm saying? Who you date, who you marry. You have to be the creative director of your life, you guys. And it's a lot of work. It's not easy. It is intentional work. You have to spend the time because we're talking about the rest of your life. We are talking about the rest of your life. So it's worth the time. It's worth the effort. It's worth the work. It's worth you being intentional. If I was the creative director of my life, what does that look like? And remember, if you mess up this rebrand, we go back to broke, okay? You ace this rebrand, we become the next favorite brand from all influencers, and we're getting all this free content without paying nobody to post them, but talk about some TikTok, okay? The rebrand can either make you or it can break you. right? So you have to be very, very intentional and make sure that you ace your rebrand, okay? 2026 is going to be you living the rebrand. So I'm saying, like, from now, September until December, you seriously have to work on this, right? You are the CEO of your life, and you are also the creative director of your life. You have to be intentional, right? So I feel like if the dating life has not been good, things have not been good, most likely you have not been doing your job as creative director. So your brand is not inspirational. In the dating market, you are not inspirational. There's nothing about you that makes the man say, "Oh, I would love to get to know her. I would love to get to know her more. I would love to take her on a second date." Because what is the brand, right? What is the creative direction of the brand? Where are we going? Right? So you need to know this. You are a brand. Like in the dating market, you are a brand. So my thing is, what is the creative direction? Bet you never thought about that, huh? But now you have. Now you will. And now you have to really spend the time to even understand what exactly is a creative director, right? And so how would that apply? How would I be the creative director of my dating life, right? And how would I change how would I, creatively direct my dating life? Okay, got to work on that. There's a lot of homework.
And this is important to keep in mind. And whilst it's not necessarily a bad thing when a huge luxury brand doesn't have a creative director, it can be a sign of like strategic limbo.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing what we know now and seeing where Pucci currently is, I think it's interesting to look back. And speaking of looking back, I'm going to take you back in time to 2021 when I think something shifted. And that shift wasn't organic. It was strategic. And not to mention, I think it tied in perfectly.
She said the shift was not organic. It was strategic. So when you see a bunch of girls like, "Oh, I'm just going to get a dating app and then boom, it's going to work out." Or "I'm going to start putting makeup on and boom, it's going to." No. That's not how life works. You have to be strategic. You got to put certain strategic things out there that make it so you have the result that you want. Creating a profile on a dating app is not enough. Okay. Even going to a running club is not enough. Okay. Because once you're there, you still have to know how to make conversation. Okay. Make sense? So you have to be strategic. So anything you do that is low effort and you think that's how it's going to work, you're sadly mistaken. Okay. There's even a book. I'm trying to find a book. Like maybe you can buy the book and read the book. I saw this one book. I'll pull it up, right? Because you have to learn how to become more strategic. And I mean, we're talking about dating now, but any area of your life, really, honestly, it applies, okay? It applies to life. Most successful people, it was never organic success. It was strategic success. That's why they have PR rollouts. They have things they play in the media. They have stories they play in the media. They pay bloggers to talk about certain things, right? A lot of stuff out here is not organic, okay? It is strategic. "Oh, but I'm pretty." Okay, and? "Oh, but I make a lot of money, and?" "Oh, and?" What exactly is the strategy? Okay, you do this. So how are you going to use this to get that? It's the strategy. Like, what is it? Yeah. Like this stuff is real. And they have books on that. They have books. I mean, it's usually like, they're usually business books, but it doesn't matter because it applies to this, okay? It applies to this.
Perfectly with the end of the pandemic and the opening up of the borders and just travel again. In some ways, I think it makes sense. Pucci was born to dress women for a life of travel. And what better time to wear it than in summer? So with the timing of the end of the pandemic, tied with what some may call the end of quiet luxury, minimalist and neutrals, some people are wondering if we're swinging back to loud luxury and maximalist fashion. But I also think something bigger played a very significant role in the success of Pucci that I think's been building for the last few summers. In 2021, LVMH acquired full control of Pucci, and they also brought in Camille Maselli, who is the current creative director. And this, I think, is when everything changed.
So they brought this lady here, Camille, right? So I'm sure she's good at what she does, right? So think about that. You want to be just like someone like her, but for your life and also for your dating life, right? So how are you going to be artistic director? Okay, of your dating life? What does that look like? What does that look like But a serious rebrand has to take place, okay? Because child, it's bad.
It appears, looking back, that they were deliberately holding off appointing a new creative director while they got maybe their ducks in a row, so to speak.
And this is why I said the same way they were holding off on getting a new creative director is why I said, if you don't truly know what your brand is in the dating market, I need you to get off these dating apps. Get off the dating apps. Do not go on any more dates, because it's better to make no impression than to have a horrible first impression. Okay? There's no rush. Because first you have to hone in on what is the brand. What is the brand? 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 Okay? Then after you know what the brand is, who are the stakeholders? And I told you, you need like at least 3 different profiles, right? 3 to 4 different profiles of what your stakeholders look like. AI can help you with that, right? Then you guys say, okay, now how do I create the image for all of this? Creative director, all right? Make sense? Okay, hopefully this makes sense. Huh?
They were spending time, I think anyway, deciding how to reposition the brand and focusing on business infrastructure.
Okay, so let's say you have a young lady right now who attracts certain kind of man, but she would prefer to attract another kind of man, right? She has to reposition herself, right? That's why I say stop the dating, stop the whatever, because right now, because you don't really know what your brand is, don't know what your brand promise is, don't know what your brand image is, you don't know what your position is, stop, okay? You need to first understand what the brand is, okay? So that way you will know how to reposition yourself. It is okay to take, oh my gosh, it's okay to take 3 to 6 months, maybe even 6 months, huh? To really work on this and then make a grand entrance in 2026. It's not a problem. I told you, even we're working on the B palette stuff, right? It's not we call it anymore, but I'm not gonna tell you the name just yet. Okay. Even I'm working on that. There's one thing I did with DeepSeek. When I tell you it came out to 345 pages, I said, but damn. Okay. Just thinking about stuff, asking more questions, just working and working. But one thing, like there's one chat I have, because I copied the whole thing, because you can't do Control F and stuff if you're searching for stuff. But Control F and pasting it on a Google Doc, the whole thing came out of 345 pages. I said, but damn, right? This is gonna take me at least a year, and it's okay. You don't have to be the first. Sometimes it actually means nothing to be first, because when you do it, you have to do it right. Because everything, like selling online, it has changed. The way you talk to a consumer has changed. The way you advertise has changed. The way you post. So many things have changed. Right? And I want to make sure I get it right. Make sense? It's okay. You live, you learn. The only thing is you got to do better after you've learned your mistakes, okay? That's all I'm saying. Got to do better.
And interestingly, according to available information, someone named Norman Lemay was appointed head of communication and marketing for Emilio Pucci in July of 2022. Like I said, okay, we're talking, I think anyway, huge strategy shift. Lemay held significant communication and marketing positions at...
He worked at Pucci, Elia, okay, Chloe, Hermes, whatever. Okay, cool. So to me, this guy right here would come off like, he would come more off like a proper dating coach with a good resume. The only thing is he's only there for usually like a year or two. I feel like he's probably chasing a higher salary, because he doesn't seem to stay long. But nonetheless, though, you would want to hire a dating coach or a marriage coach that has a resume of success. That's what we keep asking. Like, is Ashley married? Is Kendra G married? Well, okay, she's a witch. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not just saying to just wait and be sad, though. I'm saying actively work on stuff. I'm not saying, I didn't say just wait. No. I said wait to be out there while you're working on your branding. So you are working, right? I'm gonna make sure we understand each other now. Okay? Because all this healing stuff, like I feel like this healing stuff sometimes y'all like to drag the shit out. Y'all get too emotional. Because once again, it's people being black. You're gonna be too emotional. There are certain things you will never fully heal. However, you still gotta work. Okay? And sometimes maybe in the process of working, your healing will come a lot quicker. Because some of these healing journeys, they take on a decade. I'm still healing. Like, healing from what? Okay? There has to be a time where it's okay, I've healed enough. So hopefully you can heal up to like 60%, then it's time to get to work, okay? Because if you're expecting 100% healing, it might never happen. It might never happen. But in the meantime, we got to live. Or they're going to throw our asses overboard, okay? So I'm not saying it's a passive waiting. I am saying you're not on a dating app. You're not actively dating people, but you are working on the brand. Praise. I hope you heard me. You got to work on the brand. Okay, good. It's not passive waiting. It's no, I'm waiting for this because I'm currently doing this. I'm waiting for that because I'm currently doing this. Okay, there you go. Okay, cool. But this guy, pretty solid resume. So anybody that is coaching you, they should have a solid resume as well. Hire people based on experience, qualified experience, not their blackness, not their gender. Oh, she's a black woman. We don't care. What's on her resume? Who did she give advice to that's now actually married, not engaged? Okay. The same applies for Brini. Brini loves to talk a whole lot, but she's not married her damn self. Oh, I'm gonna get married next year. Girl, get married tomorrow. Okay, she's gonna get married in September. If she feels like this man is God's answer to her marriage, to her prayers, she don't have to wait a whole year to marry him. Go to the courthouse, and then a year later, you guys can do a fancy wedding, right? That's it. But in the meantime, Brini can go to the courthouse and get married. Okay, because I never heard this stuff in my life. All right. So once again, you want to hire someone to give you advice. You want to listen to someone on social media to give you advice about engagement, how to be engaged. Girl, we don't go get married. Otherwise, we don't want to hear from you until next year. Okay, there you go. You can go to the courthouse on Monday and get married. And then a year from now, y'all can have a big party. It's not a big deal. Okay? It's not a big deal. You want to live an honorable life. Because I'm sure y'all having sex. I'm just saying. I'm sure you're having sex. Y'all going to be having sex for the whole year while you sit here pretend to be a Christian, while you humping up this man out of wedlock, girl fornication. Okay? So go get married. Because I know you're having sex. Okay? We don't have time for this. We do not have time for frauds. We do not have time for frauds. You want to be a relationship coach, a marriage coach, or whatever coach. We need you to live that life. You want to speak on marriage? Go get married first. Okay? There you go. There you go. That's it. That's that. Okay? Yeah. That's all we're saying. Let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going.
Several high-profile luxury brands before joining Pucci. I'm talking Alaya, Chloe, Hermes, and Stella McCartney. Now, Marcelli, the creative director, she came from Louis Vuitton and she also worked at Dior. So overall with LVMH, she has spent over a decade, and her knowledge alongside Norman Limay, we are talking about a money-making dream team. Okay, I think they understood the assignment perfectly. They are
a money-making dream team, right? So between you, your coaches, mentors, you need to have a council, right? Like a board. Yeah, you need to have a board, like a council board of people who are going to get you to successfully marry. Like, you need that, right? This is how powerful brands, luxury brands are built. It's not just one person. It's not a one-person team. You got to bring the best of the best, right? And they're going to help you to make it. Because also, I'm not trying to be offensive. I promise I'm not. But I do feel like, myself included, not too much, but myself included, one of the reasons why also a lot of Black brands do not reach their full potential because most owners want to do everything by themselves. right? And I said it to myself, next time I start a business again, I'm going to hire people. Shit, I might even I even think I'm going to hire a CEO. I got time for this. Okay. Like most Black businesses do not go as far as they can, don't raise as much money as they could, et cetera, or they even sell as much as they could because they don't want to hire people. They're afraid of hiring people. They're afraid of, making the investment into quality people that can really help you. I showed you wasn't it Haley Bieber? From having the right CEO to not being bought by Elf. Like it really matters, right? So you also have to think about that. When it comes to your board, like people who give you advice, people, especially because you have to have different boards for different things, right? But when it comes to your romantic life, right? Who is actually on your board, right? Who pours into you? Who gives you advice? Who helps you to refine your brand messaging, your brand positioning? Who are your stakeholders? Help you to refine who your stakeholders are. And you see, LVMH will never hire like shady ass people. LVMH will never hire random people. So you cannot listen to Anwar, all them weirdos, okay? Bunch of weirdos, right? You need to find quality help. You got to do the background search, research the people, look at the resume, ask questions and things like that. You have to do it, right? But most successful people, they do not make decisions on their own. They consult with other people. Yeah, honey, right? They consult with other people. You will never see a Fortune 100, Fortune 50, Fortune 500, and it's just one person. No, it's a board of people. It's a lot of smart ass people with lots of money, and they have different life experience, but they're usually all successful in business. So how many successful people do you have in your life? And this is where also I feel bad for most young Black people because they don't have enough successful Black people, unfortunately, because too many Black elders are selfish. They're selfish. They don't care about the next generation. They don't make time for young people. They're very, very, very selfish. But then again, that's Black culture. They never feel as though, it's my job to hold the door. It's my job to give advice. It's my job to sit down with these young people and teach young people, okay, this is what marriage is and this is what it is. Because some of y'all is giving fairy tales, right? Right? This is what you have to kind of expect. This is how you date. These are the kinds of questions you have to ask for. There's so many young girls, their dads are not even involved. Some don't care to be involved. Some don't even know they should be involved. This is crazy. This is really crazy. You have lots of young ladies, even young men too. Their dads, parents need to be involved. But no, child, listen. These Black parents out here, and when I say Black, I do not mean Black Americans. I said Black. Their skin is Black. Those kinds of people. Okay, if I wanted to say Black American, I would have. Okay, because trust me, even African parents too. But just marry someone that has a good job. What does that even mean? She's not a corporation. She's a human being. There's more to a marriage than a man having a good job. What other advice do you have to give her? Because most of these parents don't have self-awareness. You understand me? So y'all hear me carefully. When I say Black, I do not mean Black American. I know for some people, Black automatically means Black Americans. No. I say this right here, Negroes, okay? They're Black people, okay? They don't know how to give advice to young people when it comes to marriage. And that really makes me sad. When they do give advice, it's the most vague, unhelpful shit. Advice, it got to be tailored. It got to be specific. Okay, I see what you mean, right? But if you say to a young lady, marry a man that has a good job, is that enough? That's all. Do you know how many people got a good job and they demons? Do you not also realize that your daughter is an emotional being? Like, she doesn't just need a man with money. She needs a leader. She needs a friend. She needs a man who can be a father. So what does that mean? And what should she look for in this man to make sure he will be a great father? But unfortunately, a lot of Black parents, especially a lot of Black fathers, especially the African ones, they feel as though as long as you pay the bills, you feed the children, you've done your part. This is not good advice. This is old. It does not help. Because today, these young girls getting married, They are way more outspoken than their mamas. So paying the bills, paying the water, I mean, God bless you, but it's not going to fill her cup. She is not her mother. I mean, she's her mother's daughter, but she ain't her mother. So for her mom, just having a provider was enough. For these young girls, providing and not talking and not being a friend and not doing dates, oh, hell no. This ain't going to work. But I feel like sometimes these parents and their goofy ass advice, because they themselves don't have self-awareness. They haven't sat back and said, wow, maybe how exactly could I have been a better husband? You know, how exactly could I have been a better wife? Because self-awareness in Black people, it don't make one. I'm like, these people are crazy. They are really, really crazy. Because if mom had self-awareness, like, you know what? I did this really well. But I've always said, you know what? If I could do my marriage over, I would have done a bit more of this. There you go. There you go. Right? Daddy can say, I took pride of being a provider, but I wish that maybe there were days I had spent more time with you guys because I feel like I missed out on too much. There you go. Self-awareness. But I think some people having self-awareness means you are a bad parent. No, we're not saying you were a bad parent. We're not saying you were a bad husband or a bad wife. We're just saying if you could do it all over again, right? What do you think you could have done better? Tell her that. Tell your son that. Don't say bullshit. Oh, he needs to have a good job. Duh, that's the basic. That's the basic. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, it's really insane. But I'm like, yo, these elder people, they do not have self-awareness. What kind of advice is this? Oh, he should have a good job. Duh. But that is not enough for a marriage. Marriage is between two human beings. Like like Brini said, right? The souls, right? She has a soul, he has a soul. She has flesh, he has flesh, she has a spirit, she has a spirit. So it's like those three aspects have to be filled as well. So what can you say that's a bit deeper and a bit more intentional than, oh, he should have a good job? That is not enough. Right? That is not, I'm like, that is crazy. There are a bunch of people who have good jobs, but they don't make good husbands. And they're not going to make good husbands for her. And I think sometimes also it could be that parents even say that because they don't truly know their child. So when you don't know your child, you give this goofy ass generic advice. Because otherwise, if you had taken time to know your child, like, given you and given the child that I raised, this is the kind of person you need, yeah. Okay? Because sometimes you can be a little bit impatient, so he needs to be a little bit more patient. You know what I mean? Like, it should be tailor-made. Every child should have tailor-made advice. But unfortunately, a lot of parents don't know their own kids. And instead of admitting to themselves, like, you know what, maybe I didn't spend enough time to get to know my child, but to sit here and give goofy ass, dumb ass advice that nobody asked for. That won't help me. How does that help me? Exactly. This is so damn stupid. They're so remedial. But once again, I think a lot of Black parents do not think like it is your job to be a coach. They don't get it. They do not get it, you guys. They don't get it. They think their job is like raise you, feed you, beat your ass, threaten you, all that crazy shit, right? But they don't realize that when it comes to schoolwork, I got to coach my child on how to be a great student. When it comes to relationship, I got to coach my child. Children need coaches. And as a parent, you got to coach them through all of that, right? Academics, accountability, being clean, hygiene, dating. You gotta give young people advice. So many, even finances. So many Black parents are so fucking wicked. They are wicked. Because in their head, well, nobody helped me, so you figure it out. That's the whole point of having a parent. That I don't have to figure out basic shit on my own. You should be able to tell me that. Parents should, like, if you are a parent and you have bad credit, you should teach all your mistakes. Oh my gosh, let me tell you what I did this one time. Let me tell you about this credit card I opened up. Oh my gosh, let me tell you how I did. You know, you should tell your kids about your mistakes. The problem is too many Black parents want to come off perfect to their children. That is ridiculous. Like, yo, you need to also like be like an influencer and learn to be relatable. Like, we can't relate to this shit, okay? If you have bad credit growing up, if you have bad credit, you should tell your kids this. I have bad credit. I never want that for you. And here's how you're going to avoid that shit. Okay? Student loans, don't get them. Okay? Don't you ever get them. Give your kids like meaningful advice that is truly applicable. Not this over the top, like, bird eye, basic ass, generic ass advice. Like, I'm like, how does that help a person? But I've come to realize, I think many of these parents do not truly know their children. So therefore, they're not able to give curated, right, tailor-made advice for that one child. Like, hey, based on who I raised you and who I know you to be, you got to go for someone like this, like this, like this, like this, because this is who you are, right? And if this person cannot embrace that side of you, I don't know if it's going to work. That's what you call giving intentional advice that's actually helpful to a child. Yeah, they're crazy. They're really, really crazy people. So I'm like, you cannot. Yeah, like, you have to be the coach. But to coach a child, you have to know your child. And a lot of parents don't know their kids because they don't talk enough with their kids. They don't spend enough time with these kids. You know what I mean? So like, now she's out there, she's dating, and she's doing it all by herself. It makes me sad. It really does. There are certain things I can blame these Black girls for, but it really breaks my heart, though, all jokes aside, right? Because at this point, I guess I can be a little Black. I am Black, But, it does make me sad that so many Black girls are involved in this dating game, and they're truly doing it by themselves. But it's like her dad should be on her board of advisor. Her mother should be on her board of, like, it's a family thing, because marriage is a family thing. It's a family thing. You're going to die one day. You're going to die one day. Y'all want to make sure that she picked the right one. So when you die, you have peace of mind. But like, no, these people are so damn selfish. They're so ignorant. What is wrong with these people? This is going to be the father of your grandkids, you idiot. So you want to make sure your grandkids have a great dad. So income is like, him having a good job is not good enough. Like, what is wrong with these people? But I'm even young Black boys who date also, I think it's sad. I really do. Because I feel like your parents should be part of your board of advisors when it comes to your dating life, so they can really help you to make the best choice possible, because they raised you. It would be really nice, unfortunately, if they had taken the time to get to know you, because who will know you better than somebody who raised you? From baby until 25 or 27, they raised you. So it'd be really, really nice if they could say, over the past 25 years of me raising you, this is who I know you to be. And because of that, I think you should go for someone like this, that. You know what I mean? Like, this is some crazy shit. It's like, it's insane to me. No, it's evil. These people, they're not good people, man. God is going to punish these Black parents. I'm telling you, they're going to be punished. They're like, because you did not properly coach this child. It's not enough to say, have good grades. They did that. Teach them about credit. Teach them about, okay, do you buy a house, not buy a house? Teach them everything you know. Like, when you die, you made sure that there's nothing I knew I did not share with my child. There's nothing I knew I did not give my child. So you can die in peace, because I gave them everything I had to give. I taught them everything I had to teach them. But when it comes to this dating shit, I'm going to talk for the girls because I'm a girl, so it's fine, right? But it really breaks my heart that so many girls do not have their dads helping them, because you're not a man. So you as a girl trying to pick a man, what the fuck do you even know about a fucking man anyways, right? Oh, he's nice to me, Marlene. Oh, he's nice to me. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Okay, bullshit. But like duty, honor, this and that. Your dad should be like, we see each other because your dad's a man. You're not a man. You don't know the kind of lies men be telling. You don't know the kinds of bullshit men do. You're not a man. That's why you need your daddy. ¿Dónde está tu papá? Where is your father? Tu père il est où? Like, I'm like, seriously. And for him not to get involved, like, it triggers me. Because she's a young lady. Like, she's going into the lion's den, because some men, you have good guys, but we also have guys that ain't shit. We have liars. We have love bombers. We have narcissists. We have good guys. Like it's a cornucopia of all kinds of bullshit. So because you're a man, she needs your help. She needs your help. So for you not to help this, it just blows my fucking mind. Me, I think it's wickedness. If we had a daughter, oh gosh, she would have to be like, you gotta help her. He would know to help her. Because who else gonna help her ass? Me? No, I'm helping the boy because I'm a woman. Okay? I'm gonna teach them things about women they would not know because it's not natural to man to know these things, right? And also him, because he's a dad, he got to teach his daughter what is a good man and what's not a good man. Also, if you're dealing with a man that's undecisive, what should you do? You're the man. You got to teach her that. Yeah, they're fucking evil, Lonnie. They're going to go to hell. They're going to be punished. These people are going to rot in hell. They're not good parents. Because the fact that they don't understand that this is their job. These kids are not getting married because of you fucking weirdos. These kids are engaging all this hookup culture because of these freaking weirdos. They're so damn selfish. But you know, it's black people, huh? When it comes to legacy, even their own seeds, they don't care. Everything to just get rid of these children. And they're just out here struggling like this. But it's not normal. It's not. So you see, so that when I say I sound crazy. No, I'm not crazy. But a father should help his daughter. I'm not saying he knows everything, but he knows more than she does when it comes to men. She shouldn't have to go on multiple dates. She shouldn't have to sleep with multiple men before she realizes that, oh, this is not a good man, or I've done too much. Her dad should tell her that. This is some wicked shit. Right? This is really wicked. It's wicked business. And it's like, to me, it's not love. Love don't do that to people. Like, you see, God, Jesus, he gave us the whole Bible. Nothing but advice. The whole Bible, advice. Because you're like, yo, God wants you to win. Jesus wants you to win. Parable after parable after parable after parable. Jesus was out here just preaching all day. Today, these parents today, they only one advice. Your whole life, they got 2 bits of advice. Don't get pregnant. Marry a man with a good job. What the fuck? The Bible is this big. It's full of advice. Like, it's insane. They're going to be punished for all of this, you guys. They're going to be punished. You know, sometimes there are things that happen to black people. Chris says, God don't like ugly. You got to take care of your kids. You have to take care of your children. And your children are always your children. 18 is not, it's over. In the eyes of God, it's not over. Because if this child is out here wandering the world, being unsuccessful, failing, do all kinds of shit, being depressed, it is your fault. God's going to hold you accountable. You have to coach your children into success in every single area of their life. Until they can do it on their own. But to get started, they need your help. And your help has to be precise. And you wonder why these people don't have businesses. You wonder why people don't want to hire these people to sit on their board or to lead their companies. They can't even lead their children. They can't even lead their children into being successful students, successful college graduates, and also successful people who are married. They can't do none of that kind of stuff. And they think white people are going to put them at the head of their companies. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. The white man sees how you run your family. He's like, yeah, no, thank you. Gotta go. Gots to go. You are crazy. You are seriously insane. They're really crazy.
Understood how to foster desire and, most importantly, how to leverage influencer culture to revive a somewhat sleeping brand.
Okay. So I would say where they say how to leverage influencer culture, right? Kevin, they're going to go to hell, Kevin. They're going to burn in hell. They don't know. Wait and see. They're going to pay for the shit, okay? But you see how she said, like, leverage influencer culture in order to revive a sleeping brand. I would say when it comes to dating life, how to revive or how to, refine your pedigree in order to revive someone, a sleeping dating the man. You're saying, okay, right, like right now, the guys are coming, I don't know if I want to do it, whatever. So family, like, because I said your mom and dad should be on the board. How do we leverage pedigree? Which is what I think Koreans do very well. Koreans don't play. You don't go to, like, especially them chaebol people, okay? But it's like, you're not just going to marry randomly into a Korean family because it's a family decision, right? So it's a very crazy process, but, they're usually everybody's successful because the chaebol, which is like the richest families in Korea, right? They own like Panasonic and all that crazy shit, right? But they usually marry within each other. Right? So you see, once again, the families are involved. So kids are more likely to have a great outcome because parents are involved. They have more life experience. Black children, it's so sad. They have to pretty much figure out everything on their own. Even their diet. That's what I'm saying. That's why they're fat. Because when they come home, there's no food. Just junk food. Because a lot of Black moms do not cook, don't know how to cook, and they think it's cute not to cook. They think it's really cute not to cook. And you wonder why these kids don't know how to eat. They're going to be fat. Nobody cooks. Right? Yeah. So it's like, no. Like, that's a real thing. They do not play because they want their kids to be successful.
But it would take time, okay? And time it took. Pucci would become the accessible luxury option. Not accessible in price. We're still talking about friggin' like $800 scarves and $2,000 dresses, but accessible in image. They really focused on selling a life.
You see, accessible in image. They focused on selling a lifestyle, right? So for me, I'm like, okay, a girl who wants to date or marry a man who makes 6 figures and up. Part of you being a creative director is creating the image of a woman that caters to a man like that, that's married to a man like that, that understands what a man like that is looking for, right? Makes sense? That's part of you being a creative director of your life, which means that you're also going to have to look at your clothes. Like that part, Ashley is right. You're going to have to go through your closet and be like, does this give the wife of a 6-figure man? No, trash. Does this? Yes, I keep this. What about this? No, trash. What about this one, right? A lot of people, we're going to have to clean out these closets. Going to have to clean out these closets, right? We're going to have to. But like I said, it's a whole series, you guys. It's a whole series. Just pray for me between the workouts and doing this that I have enough energy to do both because I am so damn tired. Even now, I want to go to sleep. I want to sleep so bad. I have a class at 9 a.m. Oh, Jesus.
Style and emotional marketing. This is where it gets really clever. They didn't sell Pucci as fashion, I don't think. They sold it as a lifestyle. The Pucci girl, she wasn't just wearing clothes. She was living a certain type of life. We're talking effortless.
You see, he's saying, we'll do that video later, but she's saying she's living a certain kind of life. And I'm telling you, 6-figure, like early 6-figure to up, crazy 6 figures, right? Coffee is part of that life. So all these goofy girls cracking up about coffee, most wealthy people drink coffee. And they know a lot about coffee. Okay, but she lives a certain life, which is why I also said a lot of y'all, not only do you have to clean out your closet, clean out your mindset, clean out your friendships, you're going to have to clean your footprint, your digital footprint. You're going to have to clean out your Instagram. Okay, does your Instagram look like a woman who is or could be married to a high value man? Okay, if your Instagram look like you date YN, clean that shit up. Okay. If your Instagram look like you, I don't know what you do, Chad. Okay, if you have a lot of girl trip shit on your Instagram, delete that lesbian bullshit. It gives lesbian. Okay, delete that shit as well. Exactly. All right, you got like these girlfriend trip bullshit. Me on a yacht in a bikini, that goofy ratchet shit. Okay, with them from them long ass nails from the UK. You don't want that pookie ass behavior on your Instagram. It is not classy. Okay? I don't want to see any girl trip on your page. Delete. Okay? Delete. Your entourage needs to disappear. All right? Yes, I said what I said. Because girls that do girls trip have a bad reputation. I listened to Andrew Tate. I listen to a lot of people, and they usually think that girls who do brand trips, girl trips are lesbians. They're having sex with each other, and they go on these trips to sleep with other men and sell vagina. Not saying that's what you're doing, but that's how you might be perceived. And as a creative director of your brand, I just can't let you do that. Okay? All right? Because we're not about to change the world. We're going to live with the world. We're going to deal with the world the way that it is. Okay? So look at your page. Okay? If it's giving, she got too many girlfriends, delete a few people. And if it's like, listen, girl, I got to clear my page. Okay? So if you see the pictures disappear, it's not because I don't like you, but I'm currently working as the creative director. Okay? So I don't want that on my page. Exactly. You have to be fit to wear these brands, right? No, so I'm like, ooh, girl trips, delete. Matter of fact, if you have to start your Instagram all over, like if you have to like private all your video, your pictures on Instagram, and we can start a whole new canvas, let's just do it. It's worth it. Amika, they launched a new hair perfume. So I guess like they privated all their former content so they can really focus on that, right? Because it's a new day. It's a new day. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Okay? Shout out to Nina Simone. All right? This is how it goes. If you want something bad enough, you will do a rebrand all across the internet. Yeah. And they might even be, but I just feel like from what he was saying and what other guys were saying is that they are very, very suspicious of these girl trips. So we don't have time to explain. Just delete it. Right? Delete it. Okay? We're not doing that. I don't have time to explain. I'm exhausted.
European, sophisticated, but also kind of fun. She was a woman that could afford to holiday in Europe extensively. You know, she was having a Pucci summer and she was living a certain lifestyle and having certain experiences. And
she's living a certain lifestyle and she's having certain experiences. So what are those, right? So I would love to see like maybe now on your Instagram, trying to find like more little cafes. You need to have coffee on your page. Do not listen to these Black girls. And I'll tell you why tomorrow. By God's grace, if I finish everything, I'll come back and tell you why tomorrow. Okay? But coffee is an art. Coffee is an art. And I feel like a lot of y'all need to learn about coffee. Okay? But I'll say that for tomorrow. Right? Local museums in your city. Go there, take pictures, yeah. Take pictures. Okay? Like find things that are quaint, novel, fun, interesting, luxurious, that give elevated, okay? Put that on your feed. Even if sometimes you got to take pictures from somewhere else, just put that on your feed. Like, oh, one day I would love to go there. But do you know everything about coffee? I don't think you do, okay? Because it's different types of coffee, okay? It's different types of coffee. So once again, but oh, I hate coffee because you haven't studied coffee, okay? You haven't studied it. And also, one thing you should know is that when it comes to a coffee shop, even if you don't want to drink coffee, right? You can always ask for a tea. You can always ask for tea, right? You can always ask for tea. Let me show you.
All right, so I'm having the
Lord.
first espresso of the day, and I'm here at Večerka in Brno with our friend Tommy, who is a skilled barista and also co-owner of the place. We will explain, prepare, and show you all the espresso drinks on the menu. So check it out. We'll break down all espresso drinks into two categories, black coffee and milk coffee. In black coffee, we will talk about single espresso, double espresso, Americano, lungo, and filter coffee.
Okay. So you see this?
About macchiato, cortado or piccolo, flat white, cappuccino, and cafe.
You see? So you have a macchiato, cortado, a flat white, cappuccino, and cafe latte. Okay? So you see, the fact that it's tied to Italian culture adds an element of sophistication. Okay? Buongiorno. Okay? O bella. Okay? So macchiato, cortado, flat white, cappuccino, cafe latte. Okay? Ay, mamma mia. Okay? So do you know everything about coffee? I don't think so. So what coffee you don't like? You see? So we can't say things like, oh, I don't like coffee. Okay? Here you also have a single espresso, a double espresso, americano, a lungo, and I guess a filter coffee, right? So a young woman that is sophisticated, that's trying to cater to them high value people, she should know this. Oh, I'll take a macchiato. I'll take a lungo. Okay? I'll take a cappuccino. I'll take a double espresso. Okay? Right? This is art. Right? This is part of Italian culture. It's Italian culture. It's European culture. So for these goofy black girls who say, I don't drink coffee, I don't take coffee. Like, what in the world? Have you been places? Okay, this is Italian culture. Like she told you, the girls who wear Pucci vacation throughout Europe. And what do most Europeans do? They sit outside and they drink coffee. And they talk about life. And they eat little pastries. Okay? So let the man talk a little bit. But we'll do this one tomorrow.
Lungo and filter coffee. In milk coffee, we'll talk about macchiato, cortado or piccolo, flat white, cappuccino, and cafe latte. The names vary a lot around the world, and recipes are not set in stone, but this overview should be a good starting point for you.
There's even one called a doppio, okay? Right? So you don't say, I don't drink coffee. You say, oh, I prefer macchiato. I prefer a doppio. I prefer a lungo. Oh, look at Mark. Mark said, I prefer good avocado. okay, there you go. But if that's even a real drink, what do I know? Right? But these are things that people need to learn. Because I was getting ready for my videos. I did a little bit of research for this coffee thing. And I'm like, they sound hella crazy. They really sound crazy. Okay? But they were going through all the different drinks that they can make. Cortado, piccolo, or piccolo. Okay? You see, it's pretty cute, huh? Pretty cute. But we'll get back to that tomorrow. Okay? Let's move on.
It worked. Last year, I think it was a building as well. Everyone wanted to be the Pucci girl, having her Pucci summer. Most of the people I saw on TikTok were in Europe. Pucci summer was synonymous with Europe. I was in the US this summer, and I don't recall seeing much Pucci, if any. Okay, especially not at Disneyland or like Universal Studios. The brand's main focus was resort wear and experiential activities. So many people have been speaking, myself included.
You see, experiential activities. So part of your rebrand also, these dates where you have to go eat food and eat food and eat food. We're not food obsessed. Okay, I've come to realize, not to be offensive, but if I am, I get it. The average Black woman, her idea of a good date is shoving food in her face. It's not conversation. It's not getting to know the person. She needs to eat food. And I'm starting to wonder if some of them people were not starved as young people. Because I'm like, what is this obsession with food? Did your mom hide the food? Did your mom lock the food away? What is this food obsession? So in 2026, okay, as we come outside back in the world, I'm coming out. Okay, you are not going to be stereotypical, predictable Black woman who centers all her dates around food, shoving her face in food. Okay, it's embarrassing. And most Black women also, not to be offensive, they need to go lighter with the food because people, they're too big. Okay, yeah, they are obsessed with food. Okay, I would, like you said, oh my gosh, experiential. What did you say again? Okay, experiential activities. We're not saying don't eat, but it could be like maybe a date that involves like tasting different coffees around the city, for example, right? And then a few bakeries that come with that. But to want to eat so much food in your mouth, food in your teeth, your breath smells like food in people's faces, it's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. Black girls are just too obsessed with food for me. It's sad. It's giving like, will you starve as a child? Why do you like food so much like this? Okay, go outside. Go do something. Even grab ice cream. Grab gelato. Maybe we'll do a video one day where we learn about different kinds of gelato and how gelato is made. Right? We got to keep stuff light. Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. Exactly. You gotta normalize eating small. Black women are known for being big in America. They put that big ass statue in New York City for a reason. You don't want to go on a date and you just eat and eat and eat. Lord, control yourself. Yeah, they want to eat food. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's excessive. It's too much. It really is too much. I don't like that. Okay.
About wanting to have experiences over things, I think, especially in the last few years. But I think maybe they were thinking, why not wear nice things while you are having those so-called experiences? Bit of a win-win in a marketing strategy perspective. And the creative director's revival strategy leaned heavily on, I think, evoking emotion, creating brand stories that guests wanted to feel part of.
Okay. So you see this? Creating a brand story that guests want to be part of. So I even feel like I've come to realize this. I feel like maybe women should be in charge of designing the date to show how sophisticated she is. Because I feel like we have to kind of reconsider this notion of like, if a man asks a woman out to date, then the man should plan the date. Because are men really that good at planning dates unless he's like gay or like this is what he does to scam people, right? But maybe the man invites on the first date and the woman says, well, okay, I'll let you know where I'd like for us to go. And it's a whole experience. So it's like, okay, you cover the tab and I'll plan for it, right? That's why I feel like even if a man's asking you for coffee on a date, because now you know a lot of coffee shops in your city, you're like, oh yeah, as long as we go to this coffee shop because they have a nice piccolo. What do you think? Right? Because then it's like, it's giving partnership, right? He wants to go out for coffee, but because you want to make sure it's not Starbucks, don't just say, oh, I don't do coffee. Oh, yeah, sure. As long as we can do this coffee shop because they have this nice piccolo and this nice macchiato, I would love for you to try. Have you ever had a lungo? Well, you'll love it. Okay. Okay. Make sense? But I feel like a lot of ladies now need to learn about planning the dates. I think a lot of women, yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of women should, because I'm like, most men do not give that much attention to detail, right? But I feel like if you pick the date, if you plan the date, you can make it more refined. And now we know, like, oh, this woman got taste. She has taste. Oh, she has taste. That's the way I feel about it. Okay. Just like when you have a home, you should have taste also for the home. So why not start by showing this now? Because maybe most girls want to, oh, he needs to plan the day and come pick me up and I'll just go there. But I'm saying you should do something else because now you understand that it shows service, but it shows service in taste. It shows service in elevation, and it shows service in you telling a story. Like, this is how I live my life. This is what I like to do. This, and that. You'll think about it. Tell me what you think. Okay. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm like, this is like, I'm like, I was doing the whole B palette stuff. I'm like, this is exactly what dating is. It's about having a brand. And because this is your brand, he needs to know what your brand is, which is why I feel like, okay, I'll go on the first date as long as I can plan it. You'll love it. Tell me what you like, I'll make it happen. Right? And once again, it shows like this woman here, she can cater to the life of a highly successful man. He has the money, but she can introduce him to experiences he's never had before. Right? Where most women want to be wine and dine, she takes the lead and she curates an experience, like an experience. I mean, he's going to pay for it, but you know what I mean? It's your curation, and he's going to love that. Oh, that's really nice. Right? Because like most successful, hardworking people, men, do they actually plan dates like that? No. So let's go.
And Pucci was gaining traction with the pandemic coming to an end. And I don't know if you remember ever so briefly, there was this idea of like dopamine dressing. Pucci was very much included in these discussions in like 2021 and 2022. But I think one of the biggest contributors to their success was the Influencer Capri event that I'm about to talk about. And you may not even know what I'm referring to because if you're on social media, these influencer events are always happening. But I think this particular event that I'm about to talk to you about, I think it really transformed the brand's social media presence. And I think it really got the ball rolling. I did mention emotion-driven marketing, I think this Capri event really...
Emotion-driven marketing. What does that look like? Write it down. So that way we can ask DeepSeek later, okay? But we want emotion-driven marketing. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Okay. Okay.
Encapsulated that. So in April 2022, it was called La Grotta Azzurra, and it was a capsule collection that was unveiled in Capri, and it was actually co-hosted with My Teresa, which is a popular luxury fashion e-commerce site. And this was indeed the first ever official collaboration between Pucci and My Teresa. There were about 175 influencers that were apparently flown to Capri for this 3-day.
Okay, I get it. Okay, I feel like this is where, like, emotion-driven marketing is you planning the date, and the date has, like, it's very intentional with, like, lots of little details like that, right? So let's even say if the first date is like a coffee, you pick the coffee shop. Okay, maybe you pick different coffee shops, so y'all can just like try different coffee shops, right? Then the second date, if we want to do something more elevated, like a little like restaurant experience or whatever, it could be a bit more intentional with like little Easter eggs, but it's like you're a creative director, y'all. It's your brand. You want to show people like, hey, if I'm your girlfriend and fiance, this is it. This is the life. You like this? Okay, I know how to plan some good stuff now. Okay, exactly. I would even say if you have classy friends, if after like a few dates you really like him and you have classy friends, you could host a party, and then you can do the whole tablescape decoration and show that you are a great hostess. Like, oh, okay, this is it. Okay, because most girls ain't doing that. Most girls want to be catered to. No, you understand customer service. Okay, whatever these girls are doing that's causing them to be grabbing and stacking these L's, you want to do the opposite with class, with grace, and with strategy. Okay, strategic thinking. All right, because I feel like it's the hosting thing, bringing people together, good food, a lot of fun, a lot of laughter. You get to meet this person, meet that person. Like I said, if you have friends that are well connected, if you have friends that are high achievers too, that is going to speak well of you because, oh wow, look at who she knows. Like she knows all these people. Damn, like she knows some smart people. Okay. Exactly. You you want a custom experience because you're not like other people. Okay, y'all get me? This stuff is real. I'm like, oh, I get that. Right? Makes sense. So let's say, like the bee palette has like a bunch of bees and stuff like that. Like you would have an event with like beautiful lemons, like tablescapes, lemon, anything that reminds you of the summer with the bee palette, the lemonade palette, like something like that. Right? Something that feels very unique, very intentional. Like it's not just something she put on for just everybody and just anybody. Okay? Customer service. Right? There you go. We got that. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's nice.
Immersive experience. Just think of the content. Okay. I probably tried to dig up or find some old content and some old videos. So if I can find them, I'll have them on screen. Talking like seaside backdrops, yacht parties, all of this like luxurious, beautiful kind of experiences. And of course, the new collection, it was creating aspirational content that aligned perfectly with Pucci's resort luxury repositioning. The goal was generate maximum organic social media coverage. Okay, think photos, reels, and of course TikToks from Capri in Pucci's bold prints. And I think that this played directly into the early momentum for what later became the Pucci Girl summer aesthetic. Apparently, the Capri event generated $1.9 million in media impact value, and the capsule collection sold out on My Teresa. Wow. I think it's also worth mentioning, for this event, Pucci was using a new see now, buy now strategy. So the capsule debuted on April 29th, 2022, during the actual Capri event, and it was immediately available exclusively through My Teresa and Pucci's website. And this drove like a sense of urgency for customers who, saw or who were watching their favorite influencers post from Capri could immediately buy the exact same pieces online that their favorite influencers were wearing. at this Capri 3-day event. So they tried something that most luxury fashion houses don't really do, but they understood who they were wanting to target.
Exactly.
For most of
You see, and you see what she said? They did what most people don't do. Most luxury brands don't do, something stuffy, traditional. Like I said, I see like most girls expect to be catered to, but they don't realize men are the prize. Okay? Men are the prize. All right? Oh, he got to take me out. He has to wine and dine me. I'm not that girl. I create experiences, right? Of course, he's going to pay for it, but I'm going to curate that, right? And you make it more interesting. It's something very intentional. So like, let's say you find out like he's an engineer, he enjoys running or something like that. You plan something around that. Like think of what would be something that he would really, really enjoy that nobody's ever thought about, right? If you have the lawyer person, right? Think, what does he like? You know, what is he into? Right? Maybe he has a thing for cheese. Okay, cool. Right? You can find a really nice Italian restaurant that you know, like they order their cheeses straight out of Italy or like Tuscany, like, you know, like, damn, like, girl, you went all the way. Like, you see, that makes you different. It's like, I'm not just here for me, I'm here for us. But I remember when you told me that you love cheese. So this place has these kinds of quattro queso. How do you say cheese in Italian? You know, like, learn that. Okay? Fromage. Okay, I don't know, fromage en français. Queso in Spanish. Cheese in English. How do you say cheese in Italian? Let me see. Let me learn how you say cheese in Italian. How do you say it? Oh, formaggio. Okay, like French a little bit. Okay, fromage. Formaggio. Okay. Quattro formaggio. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. Quattro formaggi. Okay. Quattro formaggi. Okay, there you go. Okay. All right. From Tuscany. Okay. Not Sicily. Tuscany. Okay. There you go. Right? Yeah. It's a real thing. You know, kind of like these people get it. Because why do you, I mean, these luxury brands, they have tapped something about the human psychology. Because how are they able to sell this stuff for these prices are ridiculous. But you see what they do? They go above and beyond. Custom experiences, one-of-a-kind pieces, tailor-made marketing, one thing, one. The best of the best will be there. You know, they find ways to make things exclusive, right? And I'm like, this is how we have to look at this. It is a brand story, like create experiences that people want to be part of, right? That's that. And it could be a challenge. I'll do one date according to you. You know what I mean? And then you'll do one day for me. Like I plan one day, you'll plan another day. Let's see who does it best, right? Like stuff like make it fun. Don't show up and be like, oh, you have to cater to me. You have to wine and dine me. That is so silly. That is so silly. Okay? That is so silly. You have to be the hostess. Okay? With the mostest. Okay? So let's go back.
of us, myself included, this is something I'm really trying to work on. Our attention spans are like scarily dwindling.
Mm-hmm.
And Pucci, I think anyway, didn't want to risk potential customers seeing something that they loved from the new collection and then having to wait like 4 to 6 months for it to hit stores, like in the traditional runway to store method. They wanted to make the most of your attention while they had it, tapping straight to the source of influences. I think making it available to buy straight away was key. People felt like they could almost feel involved. You know, they were seeing their favorite influencer wearing something and then they were being able to wear it at almost the exact same time. That selling technique was something different for them, but it served them well. And it again just highlights how powerful influencer marketing is. And
okay, you see what they're saying like that, buy now, I see it, I like it, I want to buy it, which means when you do your branding also, you have to know, oh yeah, I would like to get married in the next at least 6 to 9 months. I want to have children, 4 kids. Like, you see, or what if I like it and I want to buy it? What's life gonna look like? You should be able to answer these questions. Do you get me? Because that's your buy now button, right? You like this, you buy now. But okay, like, oh, are you seeing other people? Not really. Do you want to get married soon? Of course, I love that. Oh, my life, I thought about this. What about motherhood? Oh my gosh, I love children. Okay, gotta be ready to answer these questions, and the way you answer has to be believable. It has to be exciting. It has to be cheerful. Do you hear me? Right? Make sense? Let's go.
And the influencer event, you know, obviously doubled as a content generation machine. It made Pucci highly visible on Instagram and TikTok, well before the trending terms like, you know, Pucci Girl Summer was a thing. The Capri event showcased Pucci not just as a clothing brand, but as an experience. You know, European luxury, beautiful beaches. The Capri imagery laid the visual foundation for the trend's later explosion in 2024 and also 2025. I think it's also worth mentioning just months later in December 2022, they also hosted another event for their winter ski collection. This was another strategy to revive the now owned LVMH brand. I don't think this had as much of an impact as the Capri event on what we now know to be like Pucci Girl Summer. But I also wanted to just mention it briefly, just to highlight how much they were really pumping a lot into this revival. And this was an article featured on Vogue Business. You know, they weren't hiding the fact that they were trying to revive this now LVMH owned brand. The Pucci revival was part due to not just the designs, but it was also part due to feelings. You know, we're talking pleasure, spontaneity, luxury, and escapism. All things that I think...
Luxury, spontaneity, luxury, pleasure, escapism, right? Do you have a fun brain? Or is dating you a drag? Is it a nag? Is it exhausting? Okay? But it needs to showcase pleasure, not sex, pleasure, spontaneity, luxury, escapism, sophistication, art, culture, right? And that's why I was even thinking, this is why it'd be really good for someone to who like if runs or jogs in the city, so that way you can learn more about your own city, like what's there, what's cute, what's outside, things like that, you know. Maybe reading like more Yelp reviews and stuff, like finding these new cute places that a lot of people don't know about, you know, that are really interesting and fun. Okay, that's cool.
Come to mind when we think of summer anyway. The Pucci trend succeeded because it hit the sweet spot of what people call aspirational accessibility. It's expensive enough.
Tell the story of an aspirational mate, aspirational girlfriend, aspirational fiance, aspirational... Oh, I think I was an aspirational girlfriend. What? Esposo? Yes. What do you think? Was that aspirational? Sure, Mom. Oh, that's so sweet. Huh? He needs to stop doing that kind of stuff. That is so cute. I think so. I had good grades. Yeah.
To signal status, but not so exclusive that it feels completely unattainable. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean?
Definitely, I would never do this. Like a man could never talk to me. Okay, that's too much. There's no need for that. Okay, there's no need for that. That's excessive.
Especially like if you go down the route of, you know, the dupe patterns, because they're everywhere, and styles were indeed everywhere on fast fashion sites. And not to mention, a lot of people had the desire to thrift a vintage piece. And for the most part, these pieces were a little bit more accessible in terms of price. And it didn't really matter about the size, because they would then go and just have it altered and made into a completely new design.
You should not be spending $2,000 on an outfit to have a Pucci Girl Summer. I wore this Pucci set to a beach club, and I think it is so cute, especially with some gold jewelry. But before it was a set, this is what it originally looked like. There's so many cute Pucci pieces at vintage shops, The Real on eBay. With help from a tailor, you'll have a custom look that no one else will be wearing for literally half the price.
If you want to have a Pucci Girl Summer, I have the best hack for you, because a new Pucci outfit every week can start to get a little bit pricey. You need to get thrifty. You need to go on a hunt for a vintage Pucci dress. It doesn't need to fit you. You just need the fabric, and then you can customize it to exactly how you want. I went to a tailor. This was my mom's vintage Pucci dress that looked nothing like this, and I made myself a little strap. I made myself a little headband. I've even made myself a halter neck Pucci dress before. I have about 3 or 4 of these now, and the price difference that you will find is incredible. This probably cost me £80 to alter, and another one of my Pucci dresses that I bought and then altered cost about £150 total, versus around £1,500 to £2,000 for a new Pucci outfit. Not only do you have a Pucci Girl Summer, you have a custom Pucci Girl Summer.
This made the luxury trend all that more accessible. You know, it wasn't a specific piece of clothing people were after. It was simply just knowing it was Pucci, or at least the print of Pucci. It wasn't a specific bag or a specific dress. It was the pattern people wanted. I think it then got to the point where a lot of influencers weren't just wearing Pucci because they loved it. They were maybe wearing it because it photographed well. It was incredibly recognizable. It was bright, and it was somewhat of a disruptor from, a doom scroll. Seeing all those bright colors with the backdrop of some luxurious destination, it got clicks and it served them. And this made people, I think, buy into the fantasy that if they own this piece, they will somewhat access that lifestyle.
The fantasy of owning this piece. Okay, brand messaging.
Maybe you somehow weren't able to spend the entire summer holidaying in Europe like a lot of these luxury influencers were. But by buying into this, you might have felt like you got to have a Pucci summer. You got to become the effortless European sophisticated woman that everyone was able to see on their feeds if you bought into this trend. But I think what's particularly interesting is how this trend created its own language. Pucci girl summer, Pucci energy, very Pucci. I couldn't actually find the first influencer that coined these phrases, but I know it did start on social media, which really made it seem like people weren't really buying the Pucci items. They were buying into an identity that, some may argue, was literally manufactured by the fashion industry and a marketing team 4 years in the making.
It takes a lot of time. That's why you have to be really intentional. But she's like, it's not organic. A lot of stuff is not organic. Okay? It is not organic. You have to really be intentional. You have to really work hard. I told you, like, one chat with AI, with DeepSeek, it came out to like 345 pages of text. I was like, but damn, there is so much I didn't know. Right. And I even felt like if you go into DeepSeek, for example, and you write out your name, like, oh, I'm so and so, I am 27 years old, I want to date, I'm trying to work on my brand dating story because I'm looking to attract these kinds of people. I want to be able to give, how should my Instagram look? Ask these questions and ask DeepSeek to give you like your arc, like what should my arc be? Like what should my branding arc be? I think DeepSeek can help you come up with some pretty great answers. Like it's really smart. Okay. It's pretty good. Then you're like, oh shit. Because sometimes there's so much you don't know. It's like, and that might be why some people go on a few dates and it never leads nowhere, right? It's not Gucci, Jeff. It is Pucci with a P. Child, coming in here trying to get the Gucci child. It's not Gucci, it's Pucci. Right? Like, think about it that way, right? And I'm like, then you can have a pretty good branding arc and know how you should brand yourself. Because I feel like once you master this, you can probably master for your job, for this, like you can master for other things too, right? But it's like, it really is something that you have to work on. Like, what is my arc? Like, what is my arc? You know what I'm saying? And also then when it comes to like your stakeholder, you can say, okay, like what's his hero journey like? What is he looking for in a woman? What is he looking for? Because the wife is like kind of like the guide stuff, right? So I want to see how I can refine how you can ask those questions to DeepSeek.
And I can't help but wonder if most of the people participating in this trend, both influencers and consumers, genuinely believe it's organic. I wonder if they think that they discovered this amazing brand, that they have great taste, that they're, ahead of the curve.
Mm-hmm.
And some may argue, are they? Or are they simply following a script written for them?
We've lost the plot.
Even if they follow a script that's written for them, the fact that it was so well written that they don't even realize like that this is all manufactured, I think that's also really good. Because sometimes people are indecisive, they need help. Now, if you do it like in a cute little way, it's not manipulation. It's like a little nudge. You know what I mean? It's a little nudge. But I'm like,
Lost the plot because everybody needs everything right now. They're buying 25 pieces. They're wearing it on this one vacation in this one spot, and then they're never going to look at it again. It defeats the whole purpose of like building a collection because there is no building. There is no thought behind it. It's just like buying it all right now. The only thing that matters right now. is being on trend.
I want to talk about what the Pucci phenomenon actually represents. I think it's a perfect case study in how luxury consumption has changed. And in my opinion, not necessarily for the better. I think it shows how a lot of people, I think now anyway, are wearing Pucci and they have no idea about the brand's actual heritage. And maybe, to be honest, they don't really care. They're not buying into like 70 years of Italian history. They're buying into a 2-year-old social media trend, which again, like, it's completely fine. I just think it's interesting. And I think lastly, and
so I feel like for this, like, this is where you would add more of your pedigree, right? So heritage, pedigree, like, who are you? Who are your parents? How were you raised? Right? So make sure that the person also gets to know you, because yeah, you might like me, but this is also who I am, like my family, my legacy, my pedigree, things like that. So that's something to keep in mind as well, right?
most importantly, it represents how we've outsourced our taste to algorithms. What's so interesting to me as well is these are bold, like very bold, unique prints, and they're designed to stand out. But in the age of social media, Pucci Girl Summer, investing in it almost makes it feel like it's more about blending in. It kind of got me thinking, and I heard people talk about this on TikTok, like, literally, it seems as if you look on social media, every single person was wearing Pucci, throughout Europe.
Every girl in Saint-Tropez right now looks like they were printed in a Pucci lab.
Kind of just like, I have these images of just these beautiful locations, but just like every woman is kind of looking the same. And I read an article in which like these fashion experts label Pucci as a, quote, a celebration of individuality. And my question to you is, does Pucci still feel like that when it's literally all over our feeds on like every single influencer? This Pucci Girl Summer trend is another sign, I think, of the death of individuality. Pucci trend also, I think, represents what I like to call fast luxury. Luxury is supposed to be the opposite of fast fashion. It's supposed to be enduring. It's supposed to be timeless, and it's supposed to be considered. And the more that's coming out about these heritage luxury brands, a lot of people are feeling completely the opposite regarding luxury. And I think that's also another reason why I now turn to these younger or just simply smaller luxury brands who, to me, don't feel the same as a lot of, these traditional luxury brands. What LVMH has done with Pucci is essentially fast fashion tactics applied to a luxury brand. Social media has enabled this by treating luxury like content and like fast fashion. And it's why I'm somewhat sad, like a little tiny bit of me just feels sad every time LVMH gets ownership over another brand. Like, for instance, I live in my Birkenstocks. I wear them all the time, and I don't know why I didn't know this, but I didn't realize that LVMH also owns Birkenstocks. And then I was like, is that why the quality doesn't feel the same? Let's be so for real though, okay? If I had a brand and LVMH wanted to buy it for millions, I would probably sell too. So yes, I am part of the problem. I think a lot of fashion culture these days isn't about buying things because we want them necessarily. It's more about whether or not they'll look good on our feeds or if we can make a TikTok with them.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
Obviously, that's not the case for everyone, but I think if you spend a lot of time on social media and if you're really trying hard to build a platform and if you're really into fashion, that line can become so blurred where you're literally just buying things for content, which leads me nicely into what happens when the Pucci trend inevitably dies, because it will. I think all manufactured trends do. And that's what I've been thinking about. And like a little bit of a side run, I suppose.
I mean, I feel like this is something you could address. Like, your brand would not be manufactured, right? It would actually be you, but just knowing how to tell your story a lot better, right? Because it's like you're not a fashion brand, so you don't have to worry about these things. But I'm like, the heritage stuff, I do agree. But I mean, that's like for deeper conversations though. But I feel like in the beginning also, like, it has to be interesting, it has to be fun, it has to be lighthearted, it has to be about discovery, sensory, savory, it has to be a little different, right? I want you to date differently than most people. Don't be like, oh, I need a man to wine and dine me. Oh gosh, those days are gone. Okay, those days are gone. We're upgrading, we're updating, okay, we're rebranding. And some people might think you're crazy, but watch, when it starts to work, all these girls will start to copy because they're not original. Okay, they are not original. They're truly, truly not original. Okay, you need to have original dates. I think this is it. You need to have original dates, original experiences. Go to a restaurant that most people do not go to. Try food that most people would not try. Like I said, if you get to a point you really know the person, you like the person, and you have a group of solid friends that are well achieved, I would even say host the party. Host the party, make it somewhere beautiful, even if it's not your house. If you rent a venue, I mean, like, find a way to host something cute. Okay, just show that, hey, I can do this. It's cute. It's fun, right? Do stuff that's different. Do stuff that's different. That says, in this relationship, it's not going to be you spending money on me. It's like the way I do relationship, we cater to each other. It's not just, oh, how much money you got? How much money you going to spend on me? How much money you make? It's very gauche to talk about money like that. Okay. People focus on experiences. Luxury brands focus on experience, but they know they're going to get your money. They're going to get all their money back. Okay. It's an investment. All these influencer trips, this and that, it's an investment. And they've worked so hard to make sure it's the right investment with the right story, with the right images, the right people. So that way they know they're going to get their money back. Exactly. Be original. Break through the noise. Like I said, maybe tomorrow, I'll try to be back tomorrow. But we'll talk about, do not be afraid of a coffee date. This is why you should learn more about coffee. And you should know a lot of places that do coffee around your city, right? And try different kinds of coffee, right? And find the ones that you like. So that way you're more fluid, you're more confident talking about coffee and consuming coffee, right? Also, if you're at a coffee shop, you don't have to drink coffee. You can always ask for tea, but you can also learn more about tea, right? There are a lot of different teas, all kinds of stuff, like the way they're made, the way the leaves are dried, this and that. Like, show that you have culture, show that you know more than most people do, right? It just adds, it just elevates your brand, okay? It elevates your brand.
It's not such a big deal for these large conglomerates, but if you're a smaller brand, I was thinking about this the other week. I was thinking about how you want influencers to genuinely love your products, but if it becomes too loved to the point of it just being as hyped as this Pucci trend, to the magnitude of what we're seeing this last summer, it can kind of, I think, feel like the kiss of death, especially to a small brand that doesn't have, maybe this much strategy and 100 people mapping out a 4-year runway on creating virality. It can kind of feel like the kiss of death. You want this perfect balance of being loved by influencers, being loved by the public, but not too hyped to the point of social media virality that you're just inevitably going to die in a few years because everyone will be tired of you. But I suppose you could argue, which I think is kind of sad, that maybe in a lot of cases in this industry anyway, this level of success maybe isn't possible for a lot of small businesses. Maybe it's only possible with a certain amount of financial backing and strategies by top industry professionals. I'd love to hear what you think about that. When I see the next brand everyone is wearing, I think it's going to really make me stop and think, why?
Okay. So it's you guys, it's strategy. And I think this is the man I had seen. His name is Michael Watkins. Yeah. This guy, he has some book about strategic thinking. Okay. Hold up. Yeah, I watched this one also. Let me show you this video.
I'm often asked, are great strategic thinkers born or are they made? And my answer is always yes. It's like so many important and valuable human capabilities, a mixture of nature and nurture and experience. You're not going to become a world-class marathoner if you don't have the right physiology, the right muscles, the right lungs. But you still need to train very hard. And it's very similar with strategic thinking. You certainly are born with an endowment. Some people are naturally better at it than others, but there's so much you can do to develop yourself. And I always tell people, don't worry about the endowment. Focus on the improvement, because my research shows definitively that you can get much better at being an effective strategic thinker. I'm Michael Watkins. I'm a professor of leadership and organizational change at the IMD Business School in Lausanne, Switzerland. My book is The 6 Disciplines of Strategic Thinking.
Okay, so let me see if I can show you all his books real quick. Hold on. The 6 Disciplines. Okay. Let me see. All right. So here's the book, y'all. Okay. Here is the book. If you feel like getting the book, okay, you should get the book. Because we have to start being a bit more serious, huh? Gotta start being a bit more like business people over here, okay? It's gonna be good for all of us, okay? The 6 disciplines of strategic thinking. Okay, cool. There you go. That's the book. Now let's get back over here.
Strategic thinking has always been a critical skill at the top. Leaders must be able to recognize emerging challenges and opportunities, establish the right priorities to focus their organizations, and critically mobilize their.
And establish the right priorities. So when you're dating, the priority is not what restaurants we're gonna eat, how much food I was able to order, how much money he spent on me on the food. That is low level thinking. Okay. We have to separate, we have to really unshackle these women from the spirit of food and gluttony. They like food a little too much for me. Okay. You have bigger goals than worrying about how much food somebody gave you. No, it's crazy, Jeff. Food. Like you would think people grew up and then like they weren't fed food. Do they have enough to eat? Like, what is this? I'm like, I hate this shit. Okay, it's too much food. Okay, you have bigger goals. Dating is about being strategic. And I think too many of y'all, Chad, a lot of women out here, they're not being strategic. You are wasting opportunities. Dates are for way more than food. Food. Why do you think about food so much? It is weird. It is really weird. It's really bizarre. It's so bizarre. I don't understand. Food. Like, this is insanity. Like, it really triggers me, y'all. A woman should not be that obsessed with food. It's weird. It's really weird. You should want to actually go on a date to experience something new. Great conversation, great this, great that. Like, oh, wow, I discovered this whenever it was there, right? Great coffee, great tea, great convo, right? Even maybe talking about books. Why not even have a date at a great bookstore that serves great coffee? Like, have you ever heard about this book? Have you heard about this? What about this book? What about this book? Right? Experiences. Like, this is what these luxury brands do. They don't, eat, buy from us. No, they create an experience to show you, hey, if you were to buy this outfit or if you become someone who loves our brand, your life is going to look like this, right? So before they ask you for your money, they show you a preview of what being part of the Pucci world is like. Oh, I like this. Well, there you go. Buy the dress now, right? But they don't hit you up with the buy from me, buy more. It's annoying. Think about this. Like when you get text messages or you get email from brands, oh, we're having a Labor Day sale. Oh, shit. I don't want to buy anything because they're not even talking to you. They're selling to you. Right? Makes sense? Like, because there's no storytelling anymore. It's just straight to the money. It's annoying. Right? Like I saw an ad, like I saw a newsletter from Camille Rose. I was like, oh, whatever. Why are you here? Why are you in my inbox? Okay? Because they were pitching like their honey thing. But I'm like, there's a better way to do this newsletter. How about you send me a newsletter about a Black woman with like, really like dry 4C hair who was really struggling with moisture and things like that. And then she started using the honey product. And now like her hydration is back. Her curls are popping. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's interesting. Well, I would love that too. Oh, coupon. Stop reaching out to people with your goofy ass coupon codes. People have money to pay full price. Okay? But the problem is you're not telling a story of like, hey, this is how our product will fit into your life. This is how our product will make your life better. It's like coupon code, more coupons. Ah, shit. Leave me alone. I'm tired. Okay? It's the same thing. Imagine if you're a man and all you hear is spend money on me, buy me this, buy me food, buy me this, buy me a wig, pay for my nails. Ah, shit. Leave me alone. Right? You have to think of these men as like think of the man as like a stakeholder, right? Of course he knows. I think most men know, like, hey, if you are in a relationship, you're going to have to spend money on the girl. That's fine. I don't think most men have an issue with that. But it's the pestering, the panhandling, the begging. Like, it's annoying. It's extortion at this point. It's a fucking RICO. Okay? It's extortion. You can't extort people. Oh, you got to pay for my groceries to talk to me. I'll fuck you in your damn groceries anyways. It's fucking annoying. All right? You say, oh, I would love to make this dinner for you. Unfortunately, I need to get the ingredients. Oh, I would love to eat that. Well, there you go. There's a way of asking people. Make people feel as though they stand to gain something by paying for your groceries. They're going to pay for your groceries, not a problem. Everything is in how you ask, how you talk to people, the story you tell people. If you say, oh, I plan to make this, I want to make this great lasagna with the quattro formaggio. Okay, Parmesan, mozzarella, ricotta. It's Parmesan, mozzarella, ricotta cheese, cottage cheese also. You could also have, like, I don't know what's out there again. Get a little bit of Swiss cheese, but quattro formaggio. Okay, with a certain kind of wine and this kind of dessert. Like, well, I would love to eat that. Yeah, well, guess what? I got to get the ingredients. Okay, how much is it? Boom. It's how you talk to people. Because, oh, yeah, I want to eat that too. Dude, that sounds good. There's a way of talking to people, right? But I think the people that share my complexion, they really struggle with marketing because they don't understand who they're talking to and who they're marketing to. They attack people, they bully people, they insult people. You a broke man, you broke. He's not broke. He's just not sold because that's not how you talk to people. You see how these luxury brands talk to people? It's very respectful. You know what I mean? They make you comfortable. They finesse you. They take your pictures. They fly you out. They don't get all their money back. Right? You got to spend money to make money. Fuck, it's crazy. No boo, no boo boo, no boo boo. Okay? Like, nothing is intentional. Right? Yeah. White people are good at that, Lonnie. They are good. If you notice carefully, white people do not have any raw materials. They get raw materials from other places around the world. But what they do is they finalize the stuff, they refine the stuff, they create a great product, and they know how to tell stories. They work on packaging. They work on what they call the founder story. Like, they're really good they're really, really good at storytelling. Look at Disney. Okay? Look at Disney. Look at Marvel. Look at all these people. They're great at telling stories. They know how to draw you in. And because the stories are so good, they make so much money. It's the same thing with Taylor Swift. Taylor is an amazing songwriter. She's better than Beyonce. Adele is better than Beyonce. Beyonce cannot write. Beyonce's lyrics are very immature. But because she's a Black woman, okay, fine. Just give her the Grammy of the Year stuff. But she can't write. You know, every great song should have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Right? Beyonce songs, everything sounds like a hook. Where is the story? She doesn't tell stories. Like, she does not. But you can't tell them that. Because it's, oh, I'm Black, I deserve it. No, you need to learn. Like, this is crazy to me. Right? Even like, oh, great example. Sorry, you guys. My throat. Right? Scarface also, I feel like he's one of the greatest to ever do it. Great. He's a great writer, right? But you look at Scarface, you read a lot of his lyrics, right? These songs, he really is telling stories. Like, he's really, really good. He's really good, right? You have to be a storyteller. And that's why these people will always have I don't know, they will always have, I guess, like, you know, celebratory place in hip hop. Because they actually wrote songs that meant something to people. There is a story. You have the start, you have the middle, you have the end, right? These are great storytellers, right? Today, these rappers, you don't even know what the fuck they're saying. What are they saying? They repeat the same shit 50 times throughout the song. Da-da-da-da, some Keisha. Da-da-da, some Keisha. It's like, where is the actual song? No, she doesn't write, babe. She doesn't. I'm telling you, one day we can do it if you want to. She doesn't write. She's not a great writer. She's not a great writer. She really is not a great writer. Usually if the song is good, she got help from somebody else, like Halo with Neo. Neo's a songwriter. That's what he does. She doesn't write. She doesn't. But they don't want to admit that because you're a Black woman. That's fine, right? But you look at Adele, for example, if you ever read Adele's lyrics, you will see very mature, okay? You look at even Shaka Khan, great writer. Yes, it doesn't write. It's just a bunch of like silly girl anthems type of bullshit, right? But every song should have a beginning, a middle, and end. Every song should tell some kind of a story, right? Most of Beyonce's songs are like twerking songs. Twerk, dance, get naked, shake your ass, put a ring on it. Surfboard, riding on the surfboard. Like, what is this? Right? And you'll see it. Even with her YouTube channel, you'll see. She has like maybe 1 or 2 videos that have 1 billion views. But one of the songs that did the best on her YouTube channel is Halo. But Halo was written by Neo. Because Neo's a songwriter. There you go. All my single ladies. What's the story there? You see what I'm trying to say? You see what I'm trying to say? Where's the story? It's a cute little anthem. But is it enough to win Album of the Year? The answer is no. Right? Crazy in Love. Oh. Shake Your Ass song. What's the story? She wrote it, but it's not good. That's my point. It's cute though. Right? You okay? What's the next one you said? You won't break my soul. You won't break my soul. I'm telling everybody. Okay, sure. You know what I'm saying? Where is the story though? These are just anthems. But I'm talking about her being a great songwriter. Not you wrote the song. I can tell she wrote the song. Her songs are very juvenile and very silly. And the camera goes, pop, 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 pop. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? Right? They're cute little songs, they're dance songs. But I'm talking like you really sit down, you write a song that really makes people think like, wow, this is beautiful. Yeah, then you should see how much Adele sold. They never want to compare her numbers to Adele. You should see. Right? You see it. I'm like, one day, if you feel like it, though, one day you go song for song. You look at her songs, you read her lyrics, and then you read Adele's lyrics. You'll see Adele's lyrics are way more mature. And you actually have an actual song. Like you have an actual story in the song. Like it starts somewhere, it has a middle, it has an end. Okay, that's beautiful. Right? I even feel like Tupac also did the same thing. Before he decided to be like full blown, what's it called? Death Row Records, right? But a lot of his songs had a lot of meanings to them because he was telling stories. So it's like, yeah. And this is why a lot of schools will study his work because he's a storyteller. Like he wrote songs that meant something to people. These are actual stories, right? The one with Brenda Got a Baby. Right? You're like, you can feel it, you can see it. Like you're like, yo, like you feel like, oh, I know this girl, I have seen this girl, I feel her pain because he knows how to write. But at the same time, too, though, the thing about Pac also, like growing up, he read a lot of books compared to most of these rappers. He actually read books. He read too many books. He was too smart for Black people. Never should have messed with these people. He'd still be alive. Okay. So it was a great anthem, but as far as like songwriting goes, it's not that great. Songwriting wise, it's not that great, and it's okay. It's okay to be honest. It's not a bad song. It's a great anthem, but in terms of like Album of the Year, right? Songwriting skills, like oh wow, she's an incredible songwriter. She's not. And it's like she's not because she's also not a reader. You have to read a lot of books. You have to enjoy reading to become a great writer. It's real, like it's a real thing, right? But the more you read, the better of a writer you're going to be. But if you don't read, you're not going to be a great writer. Beyonce does not read. And it shows, right? Her songs don't elevate. That's why every time she has a new album, it's a new gimmick, right? Even Renaissance, it's her trying to like do a gimmick off of Donna Summers, right? And then pan it to the gays, right? Then she got done with that. Then she wanted to do country music, pandering, and everything is a gimmick with this lady because she is not a great songwriter. So she chases gimmicks. She weaponizes race. She weaponizes Black women, whatever, because she doesn't know how to write great music. Anytime you see someone out here weaponizing race, it's a cover up for some kind of deficiency. Yeah, most likely did, but she did not win. She didn't win Album of the Year. When you look at Lauryn Hill, for example, right? Lauryn Hill, Miss Education, Lauryn Hill, every song is a story. Like every song was a great story because Lauryn is a great writer, right? Lauryn is a great writer. So I'm like, if Lauryn Hill is a standard for what it means to have Album of the Year, Beyonce does not qualify. She is not a great writer. Every song on this album was a no skip. Every song on that album, you learned something about yourself. But once again, Lauryn Hill is a songwriter. And she spent years working on her craft. Beyonce is more of a dancer, entertainer, blonde wig, tutu, tight corset, shake your ass. Exactly. So therefore, you know what I'm talking about, right? You get it. But there's not like even songs, like you have songs on this album, you play these songs, you think she was prophetic because everything she said is exactly what's happening now. But every song from, Baby Zion, because they wanted her to have an abortion, because they don't want her to be pregnant. The label got scared. They put pressure on her to have an abortion. Right? Like this stuff is real. Beyonce couldn't deal with stuff like that. She couldn't. And Lauryn also, it's like she's down for being vulnerable. Like it was real. Like this album was, I don't know, one of a kind. Like it really was. Like Lauryn Hill's an icon. Like she really is. Yeah. And she went with Dolly Parton. But Dolly Parton is a songwriter. She writes songs. Beyonce does not. Beyonce's an entertainer. She performs and stuff. Like, that's it. But to really sit here and write a story like this, every single song is teaching you something. Like, you're learning something. Even with Lemonade. Talk about I ripped the pages out the Bible so I could wipe my vagina, wipe her period blood with pages out of the Bible. Like, girl, what? Like, who writes that kind of stuff? It's so offensive. Like, what is this? No. Lauryn Hill's a great songwriter. She's an amazing songwriter. Right? Even Rihanna. Rihanna wouldn't have had her career had she not been wise enough to hire great songwriters because she can write also. But she has paid the money to have some of the best songwriters write songs for her. So that's why she means so much to people because the songs are well written. But this is not Rihanna's work. It's somebody else's work. Rihanna can't write. Okay. It's okay. It really is okay. Hey guys, hold on. Let me share my screen again. Hold on.
Any changes that are going on today. In the research I did on strategic thinking, I identified 6 key mental disciplines that underlie your ability to recognize, prioritize, and mobilize. Pattern recognition is a foundational discipline of strategic thinking. The ability to find the signal, the important information in what can be a sea of noise. Not just absorbing what's happening, but thinking about why, thinking about connection. When grandmasters look at a chessboard, they don't just see pieces, they don't just see the layout of the board, they see the most important patterns that exist in that configuration. They see opportunity, they see concentrations of power, they see potential vulnerabilities. At the heart of your ability as a leader to navigate complexity is the discipline of systems analysis. It's absolutely essential, of course, that systems models capture the most important features and dynamics of the system that you're talking about. But given the very, very high levels of complexity today, no human being, and indeed, so far, no computer, is able to flawlessly model the entire set of variables and interactions that constitute a complicated system. One example I use is climate, where today we have very good models of climate, but they're absolutely simplifications of reality. They model large chunks of the atmosphere, for example, in ways that are really kind of crude almost, but they do capture the most important features of the overall climate system in a way that lets you make good predictions.
So what he's saying is like, so if you apply what he's saying to dating, capture what's most important about why do people date, right? Why are you dating? Why is he dating? Like, right, people that you're after, your stakeholders, why are they dating? Why do most people date, right? And understand the main reason, like the 5 main reasons why people date. And it's definitely not for food. Okay, it is definitely not for food, more food. No, okay, you should have food at your house. Okay, so if you had to do your own brainstorming session, what would you say are the top 5 reasons why most people date? Okay, I think one might be for marriage, right? One might be also to find like a great friend, great partner, somebody that shares your common interest, right? So we see that this is way bigger than food. This is way bigger than this. The need that people have, the reason why people go on dates, right, is way bigger than food. People are looking for, I mean, I would hope, you know, not the whole sex stuff, but I would hope that people are really out there looking for a real human connection, right? So you got to understand that. What are the top 5 reasons why most people date? Because once you understand that, then the way you speak about dating, this and that, is going to sound a whole lot mature. Okay? Instead of food, more food. I don't do coffee. It depends, right? If coffee is the best way to satisfy one of the reasons why people actually date, then coffee it is. It's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal. Okay? Like, it's not a big deal.
As you focus on the discipline of mental agility, it's important to understand this idea of level shifting. There's a CEO I work with who describes this as cloud to ground thinking. The ability to move from a high level perspective to be in the clouds, to see the big picture of what's going on, but also to drill down into the detail when necessary. The great strategic thinker.
So that, like you said, cloud to ground. Oh, I want it. Let's say like the people say, oh, I want a man that makes 300,000. What kind of man is that? Is he an engineer that makes 300,000? Is he a doctor that makes 300,000? Is he a lawyer? Right? Like really niche, like you have to niche down to like, who is this person? That's why I say you should have an avatar for your stakeholder. Like he's this person, he does this, he lives here, he works this many hours, he likes doing this, he likes doing that, he likes doing this, he likes to eat this, he likes to talk about this. This is his favorite book. Most likely he's heard about this author. Most likely he's heard about this vacation place. You know, like it's like she said, it takes years, right? Hopefully, at least like within 6 months of hard work, right? You should be okay to have a better understanding compared to most people who are in this dating world and have no idea what the fudge they're doing, okay? Because just saying, I need a high value man, or I need a man that has a great job, that's the cloud stuff. Now, what he's saying is you got to come to the ground, like refine that even more. What does that really look like? Who is he in detail? Like as many details as possible, the better. Okay. And I feel like even AI can help you with this as well. I love DeepSeek, but you can try ChatGPT also. Okay.
I know are able to move between those levels of analysis and do so fluidly and also intentionally. Structured problem solving is what you do with teams to help them engage in rigorous processes of framing and solving the most consequential problems that the organization faces. The structured part is really essential because it ensures that you're doing a good job of truly solving the right problem. That's the framing part. And then generating and testing the right options so that you end up with a robust solution.
See what he's saying? You're going to frame what this is, and then you use the dates. The way you set up the dates, you plan the dates, you go on the dates of conversation. What happens after the date? That's you testing to make sure that what you said, like your whole plan and stuff, that it actually works. If you have it and you go on a date and it doesn't work accordingly, you come back, you tweak it. Okay? Doesn't have to be perfect. Like this went well, this did not go well. Okay, let's go back. How do we fix this? That's why, and if you notice, like I told you this, most of these big companies, like these huge companies, it's not one person that's thinking of all of this. These people have teams. They have people to help them because you're one person. Okay? One person's brain cannot consider all possibilities. That's why it's good to have advisors. It's good to have a board. It's good to have mentors. It's good to have counselors. They have a lot of people to help them. That's why they're so good at this. Because a lot of really, really smart people. So that's why I'm saying you cannot surround yourself with dumb friends. Like he said, you got to fire the stupid people. Okay? They do not belong in your life anymore. You need to attract really, really smart people. And most smart people also, they get straight to the point. So you can't be emotional, okay? You cannot be emotional. You're like, well, you got to fix this, and that. They're not trying to hurt your feelings. Their brains work really fast. It's nothing personal. They're just being efficient, okay? That's also that also comes with playing at a higher level. When the stakes are high, you can't be as emotional. You really have to be. Yeah, you really have to be objective, right? You can't be emotional because if you want to compete at this level, your emotions can't be here. You have to have dealt with your emotions. Okay, we're here to get the job done. So whatever it takes, let's just do it. Okay, it might be painful, but you'll be okay, right? It's the same thing. Like when I train with the weights, I like to go for heavy weights, okay? For the most part, I'm like, okay, it's going to hurt for a minute, but it's going to stop because it don't last forever. You might have to do 8 reps. 3 different times. So just brace yourself, okay? But when it's over, it's over. But you have to do it. It's painful, but at most, it might be painful for a minute. So it's a hard minute, but then when it's over, okay? And then you're like, okay, I guess I did it. You did it. It's over, right? And then on to tomorrow, all right? Gotta have that mindset.
There can be many stakeholders involved that have an interest in what happens.
You see, stakeholders, I told y'all, it's many stakeholders, okay?
And so it's essential, therefore, to establish a process that moves people through that, framing and solving of problems.
So let's say we're right here today. I'm single, but I want, like in the next 2 years or so, I want to be married, okay? So we go on dates so that when we find our suitable stakeholders, we move them through the pipeline. So in the next 2 years, we're here. We're married. Okay? It's the same thing. Marriage problems ain't no different than, running a business problem. Okay? I have a product. I want to go to market. These are the kinds of customers that I want. This is how much I sell it for. So how does my product find the people? Okay? And then how do they pay for it? Once they pay for it, how do I ship it to them? Are they going to pick it up in retail or am I going to ship it with UPS, USPS, FedEx, or DHL? Right? That's why some people have direct to consumer. So mostly they ship their stuff. Other people opt to go straight into Target or Walmart or Costco or Sephora or Ulta because they rather have the customer go in the store and just pick it up. So, but that also means that that's a certain cost structure because now you're going to have to pay these people to host your product, right? So, but that's why it's a lot of people that think about this and they weigh the pros and cons, right? But ultimately, I'm here. I want to end up here. I have a stakeholder. How do I move the person along that they agree to do this with me forever until God do us apart? Okay, does that make sense? Okay.
Such that at the end of the process, they're in alignment, if not enthusiastic, about what happens going forward.
See how he said enthusiastic?
At its core, visioning.
You see how he said, like, so at the end of it, the person's actually excited. Like, yeah, I want to do this, right? So if you had someone or you had people, but it doesn't go through, something happened, right? Could have been you, could have been them. It could also have been like the storytelling or something. Something was not in alignment, and most likely because you didn't perfect the branding, okay? You did not perfect the brand messaging, right? You didn't curate enough intentional experiences, if I can put it this way, right? To make it so you two would not just be aligned, but there's also excitement about doing it, right? So I hope you can see this whole dating stuff, like finding your right person, it is no different than a brand having a product, looking for the right customer and using marketing to target the right customer and getting the right customer to not just get to the website, put their card in and hit buy. Okay? It's no different. Okay? It's no different.
It's about identifying the future to which you are trying to move your organization.
Mm-hmm.
A compelling portrait of where we are going to go together.
Exactly.
And why we should feel excited about getting there.
You said where we're going to go, a compelling, okay, portrait of where we're going together, partnership. Not just how much do you make? He got to make 300,000. That is not a compelling portrait. It is not a compelling messaging. Like, so all you care about is my money, I'm out, right? No, you have to create a vision. You got to have a picture, some kind of imagery where the person says, wow, I would love that. That is beautiful, right? I would love to go there with you. I would love, since that's your vision, come with me. Let's make it happen, right? And that makes people feel excited. But to sit on the panel and to say, oh, I only want a man that makes 300,000. I only want a man that makes 500,000. I only want a man that got this kind of money. Yes, you're a gold digger. You're done. That is your brand. Okay? People are going to run away from your ass. Right? Because you have not worked on the brand message, okay? But in the brand message, we never say, oh, we only attract people we want people who make this kind of money. Like, no, we offer, okay? And it sounds really fancy. But whoever reads this, like, yeah, you need money for this stuff. But you will never say, oh, you need money to do that. No, you explain what the experience is. You explain what it offers, the promises, and at the end of it all, what the person is going to feel like, you know, how it's going to change their life, how it's going to do the, you know, like you, it's a sell pitch, right? But you can't say to someone, oh, you got to have 300,000. You have to make 200,000. I probably do, but I'm not going to make it with your ass. Because it's giving gold digger. And nobody likes that. Nobody likes to be around people who just want to take advantage. Okay. Bye, Kevin. It's 2 o'clock here as well. Yeah, it's really crazy. You cannot do that. You have to offer something as well. But what you offer is so amazing that people are willing to pay for that. But you don't ask people for money. Or you don't ask people, how much do you make? That's a turnoff. Okay. That is a turnoff.
There's a core tension you need to manage between ambition and achievability.
Exactly.
Err too far on the side of ambition, you're creating something that's unrealistic.
Exactly. I want a man that makes 300,000. I want to make that makes 500,000. You're overly ambitious. Okay, and it's unrealistic.
People won't feel like they can really accomplish, and ultimately does exactly what you're trying not to do, which is to demotivate people.
Exactly. You see? I'm pretty good at this, huh? You see? Do not talk about money. Talk about the experience. Talk about what you offer. How can it be? How would it be? How would it feel? Won't let people see themselves like, oh yeah, I would love to be part of that, right? And that is going to drive people. But to come off and say, well, if you don't make 300,000, okay, no problem, okay. If you don't make 300,000, if you don't make $1 million. If you don't make $500,000, then you can't talk to me. Okay, then bye. I'm like, for what? You're crazy.
Err too far on the side of achievability. It's too easy. It's not ambitious enough. It's not exciting for people. It doesn't really fundamentally motivate them. And finally, politics is an essential part of every human organization. And there's simply no avoiding it. There are certain tactics that you can use that will help you influence people. A classic example of this is what's known as sequencing strategy.
Okay, I'm gonna say this too, folks. This is what I've seen, you guys, because I consume mostly Black content, right? But what I see a lot of times with many Black women, also with these panels, is bullying. You are not here to bully people into dating you, bully people into buying you food, bully people into stepping up to you, bully people into asking for your number. You have to influence people. And there's no better kind of influencing that feels organic, even though it's strategic. That's what you try to say with the Pucci stuff, right? What feels organic, feels like organic influence is something that LVMH has worked on for years. Because she told y'all from 2017 to 2021, they did not have a creative director because they were working on stuff. So almost 4 years, right? To create what happened in 2024 to 2025 that felt organic. And there's nothing organic about that. It was all intentional. But to the people, it feels like, it's all over my feed. Oh my gosh, I want this too. Everybody's wearing it. It's so beautiful, right? Something can feel organic to the stakeholder, but the whole time it was manufactured by the brand. And they did such a good job that it feels organic, right? This is what I also told you about like Machiavelli, is that the way he gave advice to these kings and queens and these powerful people, he never made it seem like, this is me telling you what to do. No, like, well, I think you should do this, but it's up to you. Ultimately, it's up to you. You decide, right? So then when they do decide, they're like, well, it was my decision to make anyway. Well, there you go. But the whole time he planned for this, and it went according to his plan. But you still want to make people feel as though it's their decision, they're in control, they're empowered, even though they're really not. Exactly. Conflict resolution also, they struggle with that, right? It's like you got to work on these things. Exactly. Like I said, it's almost like when you watch a movie, it's so good you forget it's not real life, it's magic. Yes. Like a James Bond movie, huh?
This is really about being thoughtful about the order in which you communicate with people and how you engage in order to build momentum in the directions you want the organization to go. I'm going to talk first to Christian, and then I'm going to talk to Stephanie. And if I have Christian and Stephanie on board, then getting Robert on board is going to be easier. And I need to be careful in the process not to overplay things in a way that causes Trudy to feel threatened by what I'm trying to do and start to do things to mobilize potential opposition. Just think about this process of moving people step by step to a place that they wouldn't have gone in a single leap. The people making the decisions about leaders' futures are more and more weighting the importance of strategic thinking capability in their decisions about whether you will advance or not. And this just amplifies the importance of focusing as much as possible on building your strategic thinking capability. It really is the fast track to the top.
To learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get big.
Maybe tomorrow I play more of his videos tomorrow, but I watched an entire video about this man. It was really good. You see? That's why I said there's a lot of things we don't do. And I'm like, we're just not serious, okay? This stuff is real. It's no different than business, right? I think it was this one that I saw. Yeah, I watched this video. Let's see what he says in this one. Hold on. I have a little bit of time.
I'm often asked, are great strategic thinkers born or are they made? And my answer is always yes.
We saw this one already. Yeah, we saw this one. Okay. Maybe one day we'll watch this video right here, though. Okay. But there are a lot of business books that we need to read. Because I feel like once you read these books, even the stuff I say to you or like the way I say things to you is going to make so much more sense because you'll see it. And I'm like, you have to think like a business person. You're not emotional. You are Cartesian. You're not in your feelings. You're looking at facts. Okay? You're not guessing. You have procedures. Not assuming, okay? You have evidence. Okay, for real. Like, I'm like, this is it, right? Because the more you think like these people here, you're going to be successful. After all, these people run some of the biggest business schools in the world, or they run some of the biggest businesses in the world. Sometimes they do both, right? Yeah, it really is. Whereas, like, and I hope you can see, like, you see, and this is the cultural difference between Black people and white people. Black people, when we have an issue, we're like, bah, 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 bah. You remember the last time Jeff was so mad about reparations, he said I was slow, right? But we go like this, like we do a little too much. Oh, I'm upset. Let me cuss you out. Let me tell you how I really feel. One thing, one, right? White people, they're probably upset as well, but they go about it differently. Like you say, they'll do a whole dance. They'll do a whole lot of theater, right? Because for them, it's all about strategy. For us, it's all about confrontation. And ultimately, we end up losing. Because these emotional outbursts, they are not strategic. That's why I said this whole reparation thing is not going to work. It's not going to happen. You see? Because what really is the strategy? Oh, you're going to give me money because of slavery. You're going to do it because it's the right thing. They will never do it if you talk like that. This is not how these people talk. Right? You got to be more strategic. And I feel like the first thing about reparation is changing the name. The name should not be reparation. It should be something else. Something that makes it feel as though it's an investment, not a handout. Right? But once again, people don't want to be strategic. And most people who speak to Black people, like most people who are able to influence Black people, they themselves are not strategic. They are chaotic. That's why they love a boycott. They love all kinds of stupid shit that never leads to no real change. Right? But they're very performative. Because they will never do direct conflict the way we do. They don't do that kind of stuff. They'll go talk to this person, that person. They will quietly form alliances. And before you know it, you're out the door. Nobody raised their voice. Look at how they played Jasmine Crockett, right? They played Jasmine. She applied for that job. Nobody voted for her. Mind you, they told her they were going to vote for her. All her little Democratic buddies. They're like, yeah, we're going to vote for you, girl. We're going to vote for you. And when it came time to vote, she was all the way at the bottom. Some leadership position she was going for. Nobody voted for her. Yeah. But if you call it reparations, it is not going to work. There's another video I watched. I'm like, yep, that's it. That's exactly what I'm saying. He was like, the names, like even these corporations, they will spend so much money on how to name the product. Because if you don't name it right, they're not going to buy it. Because some names are boring. Some names are too complicated. Some names have too many letters. Like, it's so crazy. But I'm like, corporations will spend millions of dollars sitting down with consultants so they can think of a name. Like, what's the right name for this? Like, I will even show you, like, you know, I had some lip gloss like years ago, right? That I was where is it? Oh no, hold on. Let me see if it's this one. These arguments are so damn long. Let me see if it's this one. But anyways, I had some because years ago I had released some lip glosses, right? And since we were in New Orleans, I gave like some names to it. Like, I had some I like New Orleans stuff like Bayou, Shop Bay, like things like that. And when I tell you that Deep Sea, because Deep Sea really, really helped me, right? And so we came out with new names. And I'm like, damn, like the names were just, you guys, the names were so intentional. And you can see a big difference. I'm like, yeah, if I could call it this, I am more likely to buy it. I'm more likely to buy the lip gloss if it had this name versus the original name, right? Hold on. Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can find. I can find a table. Cause we came up with a whole table. Cause I was like, okay, help me because I want to put some names together. Hold on. It's probably here somewhere. Hold on. But I'm like, you realize like how you name stuff really, really matters, right? Okay, look. Right. See some of these names right here, like praline glow, beignet soufflé, king cake crème, right? Roux sucré, okay? But you see, like it tells you like the sensory profile and stuff, like, and you realize like yo, names really do matter. You can't just call things a certain way and think like, oh yeah, that should be okay. Like, nah, because if that name gives people the ick, they're like, okay, I don't want this. No, I don't want this. Like, you could have amazing food. You could have delicious food. But if you don't know how to name your menu, you're not going to order. Because it doesn't sound appetizing. No, I don't want this. The whole time is good AF. But the name is weird. Exactly. Names are really, really important. So if you're calling it reparations, that reparation thing, the word reparation, it just gives people the ick. Because it sounds like a handout. So now you got to find a name that sounds like an investment and that all American people are going to win because everybody's a stakeholder, right? If you invest this money in me, we're all going to win. You see, there's a way to talk to people. But I'm like, these activists, these crazy people, them Hotep people, a lot of them are not business people. They're either pastors, grifters, Dr. Umar people. They don't know how to talk to business people. But how you call a thing is everything. So you want to find a name that makes everyone see it as, oh, this is not a handout. This is an investment. There you go. It's an investment. Right? Right. And I feel like if we do X, Y, and Z, it's really going to help all of America. And everybody's going to benefit. Oh, we're all going to benefit? Well, this is not bad. Sounds interesting, huh? You see, there's a way of talking to people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, names really do matter. But I was out here just naming stuff like Shop Bebe, Wumpty Wumpa, Bayou. I mean, the names were all over the place. And Deep Sea was like, sis, you all over the place, girl. I'm like, child, I didn't even think about that. But like, I came up with a whole list of names with like, with Deep Sea and stuff, right? It's still Louisiana. It's still around like Louisiana food and stuff like that. But it's more cohesive, like, and it tastes good. It's like, oh, I can't wait to try this. And I'm like, oh wow, this is crazy, right? So I'm like, it really matters, like what you call yourself, how you call things, the name you have for stuff. It really, really does matter. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, names really do matter. They really, really do. But I'm like, these people here, they really, really are more strategic than Black people. We're very emotional. Very, very emotional. It's not good business. Like it's really bad, y'all. It's bad. So I hope, like, I hope by God's grace with like the fitness and stuff and plus the family stuff, but by God's grace, we'll be able to not just watch a lot of videos on business, but we're also going to read a lot of books on business. So that way, even your minds can open up like, oh, wow, I never thought about it this way. I never thought about this. I never thought about that. I'm like, yeah, you haven't. That's the problem. Because I feel like once you approach dating like a serious business person, who wants an IPO, right? You're going to make better choices. You'll talk better. You'll sound better. You'll be more refined. You'll know how to go after what you want. You'll know how to get other people invested into what you want. I'm going to tell you this right before I go. Yeah, it's sad, right? I'm going to tell you this, like during COVID and stuff, I got to talk to like 2 different investors, right? And one of them, like one investor for real, they have millions, like they really have money. But like after the work I did with DeepSeek, honestly, you guys, I see why they didn't give me the money. Because I'm like, no, even Marlene, I need to be honest. We have to stop saying, oh, they don't want to give me money because I'm Black. They don't want to give me money. No, we have to stop. Sometimes we think we know, but we have no clue. What I thought I was trying to do versus what I'm currently working on, like this right here, even I'm like, yes, this is the kind of stuff you show investors, you guys. I swear it's so much better. So much better. Because you see, it's okay to say, I didn't know this. Or I wasn't, it's okay. It's really okay to have humility. Like it's not going to kill you. It's going to make you a whole lot better. But it's night and day. It really, really is night and day. So I'm not trying to be mean, but when a lot of these Black-owned businesses are failing, I can see why. I really can. I hope one day you will. It's not because they're Black. I mean, it could be because they're Black. Because Black people do things a certain way, don't make no business-wise, it makes no sense. Right? But it really matters. How you talk to investors, it matters. How you talk to consumers, it matters. How you talk to your manufacturers, it matters. Everything matters because all these people, even if you go into retail, right? How you talk to these retailers, it matters because all these people are your stakeholders. It's real stuff, right? And when you talk to business people too, you want to use business lingo because it's like that's the kind of language they understand, right? But I'm like, oh my goodness, this is real. And I even said, you guys, next time, I'm not even doing a website. I feel like websites today are kind of like a waste of time. Or like maybe if you're really, really big, you can have a website. But I feel like if you're starting off nowadays, you should just go straight to TikTok shop and Amazon. The vast majority of people shop on Amazon. They're not going to go out their way to go to a separate website and pay for shipping. They're not doing that. Okay? They're not doing that. The heck? It's either TikTok shop or it's Amazon. And no damn website. Nobody's going to your goofy ass website. Right? So I thought about that. I'm like, yeah, next time when I launch product, I am not doing a website. Oh, you go to my website, y'all, and a website. It's either the website will be on Amazon. Okay. And then TikTok shop. That's it. Right? It's a lot of things I never thought about, but I'm like, yeah, sometimes it's good to sit your ass down somewhere and do your homework. Okay. So, yeah, you see, most important, like most people in America shop on Amazon. So it's a lot easier for you to be on Amazon already. But even that too, you got to be able to have the money for that too, right? So if you want to do, because you have to do like FBA fulfilled by Amazon. So you got to plan all of that, how much that's going to cost and things like that. These are things that I didn't think about, you guys. I didn't think about that stuff, right? So I'm like, no, I wanted money for the sake of having money. I would have wasted these people's money. And I'm glad they didn't give it to me. For real, for real. I am so glad because I would have felt horrible if I had lost these people's money. God, I mean, like for real, I'm glad they said no. But I feel like next time if I pitch it back, it's going to make more sense about, oh, okay, I see exactly what this is about. Right? Like, you can't just say, oh, I just sell lip gloss or I just sell lashes. Like, it's not special enough. Why would I want to invest in that? Okay? There needs to be something more. Give me something more. Give me some formulation that has something special. Give me a crazy ingredient. Give me something that most brands don't have. Right? Right? So it's okay. You live, you learn, you do better. Right? You live, you learn. We all live and learn. Right? So don't take no offense, right? Exactly. It's okay. If you had dates that went bad or relationships that fell to the wayside, it sucks, but I feel like with what I planned for this channel, you're going to be so much better. You're going to be a lot prepared. You're going to be better prepared, right? And you're going to find success because, it's me. It's me. I'm the teacher. I'm the coach. Like, how you not going to win? Okay? It's me. But it's like, it's real, you guys. It is really, really real. Because like I said, getting married, being married, it definitely is the most important decision you will make for the rest of your life. So I think we have to see, like, we have to approach that with so much seriousness. It's not just makeup. It's not just clothes. It's way more than that. And that's why I'm like, we have to take a look from like a business perspective and really think about what is the brand? What is the story? Who are we attracting? What are we after? And these are not things that you can answer in an hour. These are not questions you can answer in a week. It takes months of reflection, right? You can't write a business plan in a whole week and expect to get investors to give you millions of dollars. Like, that is just insanity, right? If you want big investors, you might spend a whole year or even 2 years. There are people who spend 2-3 years just working on their brand. I mean, you saw with the Pucci one, right? LVMH spent 4 years just working on the rebrand. Because it's not about being the first. It's not about stacking dates like the way Thanos is out here stacking infinity stones, right? It's about finding the best people possible. Okay? You can't waste your time going on 200 dates, or like Brini said, oh, just show up and, and be ready to be surprised. Oh, shut up. Okay, here we go. About to go to sleep. Okay? You have to be intentional. But in order for you to know what intentional looks like, you're going to have to think like a business person. So therefore, we're going to have to start reading books and listening to podcasts like business people do. You're like, oh, okay, so that's how I would do it. Like, there you go. That's it. Right? And it's going to work because it works for these people. That's why they get paid major, major money to give advice to people, because they know what they're talking about. They really do. All right? So that's it, you guys. I have to go to sleep now because my class is in like 7 hours. Okay? Love y'all. By God's grace, I'll be outside tomorrow. After walking the Stairmaster and what else? What else? I walked Stairmaster. Oh, my fitness class. My fitness class is 9:15. So pray for me. All right. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Enjoy the replay. Okay. Gotta go now. I need to get some. Yeah, I need to get some sleep because I gotta be there. Like my class. My class starts at 9:15. Oh Lord Jesus. Then I'll try to get on the Stairmaster after that. Then I'll walk and then I'll show up. Okay. And tomorrow we'll talk about the whole coffee thing, right? Because I need y'all to study. I really need you guys to study coffee. And then we'll study coffee, then we'll study tea, and then we'll study gelato to see like how, like the history of that and how it's made. Okay, love you more. Okay. Yeah. And then y'all need to lose this weight. I gotta lose this weight. I need to lose the weight. I'm not gonna be a false preacher. Okay. Love y'all. Bisous. Good night. See you tomorrow. More than a few hours. I'm tired.